right, friends. I think we are up on both of our fucking Facebook pages, YouTube pages. Should be up on TikTok here in a second and on Twitch. So welcome in, friends. If you're watching on Twitch, I know our crowd is slow but readily building every stream. If you're watching on Twitch, say hi. All the comments get aggregated into my comment loader, so I can actually see your comments over on Twitch, even though there's so many other comments on the other platforms, but love to hear from you. And looks like we are live on the vertical stream. Let me double check our horizontal stream just to make sure. We're live on the horizontal stream as well. Good. All right, should be ready to rock and roll. Hey, welcome in, friends. It's Wednesday, so we're on Hump Day. I assume Joel's live as well. I didn't look. It is Hump Day Dump Day over with the dumplings. So, hey, thanks for popping in over on my live stream to say hello. We should have a fun one tonight. Hopefully everyone had a good St. Patty's Day. I believe that was yesterday. Hold on, let me make sure I get that right. Yeah, 17th. Anyone drink some green beer? I remember, are you guys old enough to remember back in the day, St. Patty's Day tradition was to find whatever clear alcohol you can and put green Skittles in it? We used to do Zima, for those of us who are old enough to know what Zima was, an absolutely failed malt beverage, clear malt beverage. It was like the Crystal Pepsi of beverages for adult beverages. It didn't work out well, but we used to buy it. It was mildly flavored. We used to buy it, and we would put the green Skittles in it, or even green Jolly Ranchers, and color it green, and enjoy some of that. I know there's some old ones in the chat reminiscing about Zima. It was a real thing, y'all, if you remember what Zima is. Also, welcome in everybody from the Ian Raid. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, if you're old enough to remember Zima, you're old enough to remember some shit. You were old enough probably to comprehend what was happening when 9/11 happened. You were old enough to understand that Bill Clinton got impeached because the Republicans were jealous that they weren't getting BJs. You're old enough to figure out all kinds of shit that was going down in the 90s. You're also old enough to remember read my lips, no new taxes. That was something, if you were paying attention to politics at that time, you might have caught. But nevertheless, happy fucking post St. Patrick's Day. Actually, we didn't stream on St. Patrick's Day, and we also didn't stream on Pi Day. Pi is another great March holiday, and we didn't get to stream on Pi Day either. But it is what it is. Hopefully everyone enjoyed Pi Day and St. Patty's Day. And Brunette Mager, wild name, is already shouting from the comments, pull me up, pull me up. Well, if you guys know anything about people who jump in guest boxes and shout to be pulled up, you'll know what to expect here in the next couple minutes. So we'll pull them up. Welcome in, Mager.
Yo, what's good?
Not too much. What's good with you?
I'm good. So what is do you want to go off of my reasons or like your reasons?
Both. First of all, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Awesome. What do you think is the best reason to believe in the Christian God?
Well, I mean, I have many reasons, but we can start with the common one. Creation needs a I mean, we can go through many. I mean, you can like slowly
Hey,
debate each and every one of them.
pick your
But yeah,
favorite. I'm not opposed to doing all of them.
yeah, we can start with this one.
Mm-hmm. I
Okay, yeah, we
suppose
can
your
start with.
first argument then is creation needs a creator.
That's
Why would I
right.
think that there was a creation?
What do you mean?
You didn't think that
Like,
far ahead?
no, I didn't like hear you good enough.
Why would I think that there was a creation?
I mean, it's proven by many scientists, Stephen
Name one.
Hawking, Albert Einstein, that
Hmm.
the universe had a beginning.
Nope, it wasn't proven. So Stephen Hawking, early on in his career, stated that the Big Bang could have been the beginning of time, space, and matter. Later on in his career, seemed to be walking that back in his lectures. He even admitted that time could have just been an infinite regression as well. There's lots of different ideas about that. That being said, if you just take like the body of scientists that are currently in the field and alive today, there's no consensus as to whether or not we know what was prior to the Big Bang. But what we do know is the majority of physicists and cosmologists don't believe anymore that there was nothing prior to the Big Bang. That's something that was popular 100 years ago. It's not popular anymore.
Do you have a computer in front of you?
Sure do.
Yeah, could you search it up?
I have the survey if you want to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd
I'll
be
show
nice.
you the survey. Yeah. So this is a survey of people in the sciences field, specifically physics, asked about the Big Bang. The survey was sent to me by a PhD in physics, and I've got a copy of it, I believe, on my desktop. I should be able to open it in my browser and just show it to you. Oh, there's a survey. Let's see. Open with Opera. Awesome. And then I'm going to put it on the screen so that you can see it. Give me one moment.
Well, I'm just saying when I search it up on the internet, the most outcomes are number of votes.
So the question is, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? The possible answers are an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start, an absolute beginning of time but without a singularity, a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. There's other, and then there's no opinion. 68% of respondents said it's a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. Only a tiny fraction of the respondents says that it's actually the beginning of time.
Okay, so that is so that's like the one that's 68%. It's kind of 50-50, no?
No, 68% is not 50-50.
No.
It's
No.
actually
I'm saying
68-16.
No, I'm saying in the 68%, right? The answer says a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot dense that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. Right. So that's not an absolute answer, no?
I have no idea what you think is happening right now. So your claim is that science teaches that the Big Bang is the absolute beginning of like time, space, and matter, is the beginning of all things. What I'm saying is that's not taught in physics or science anymore. That was an old idea that was just kind of granted when we were first learning about the Big Bang. Scientists overwhelmingly reject that idea nowadays. There's inflation hypothesis. There's multiple cyclical universe hypotheses. The one that I subscribe to is called Big Bang, Big Crunch, and it posits that the universe is in an infinite cycle of bangs and crunches. We're currently in a bang, but eventually we'll recede back in a crunch.
So that's the one that you currently believe in? The crunch and bangs?
Yeah, because it makes sense of the scientific data that we have. For example, the acceleration rate of our expansion is currently decreasing according to the latest DESI data. So the dark energy spectroscopy information is showing that eventually, if this trend continues, we actually won't be accelerating as a universe. Now, it's also true that it's possible that it's just evolving. Maybe at different points in time, it will expand at different rates, given some new information we find out about black energy. But what we have no information for is the idea that there was nothing prior to the Big Bang.
So there was nothing prior to the Big Bang?
No, I didn't say that. I said we have no information that would suggest that.
Oh, okay. My second point would be the fine-tuning of the universe.
Yep. What about it?
Um, Many things that don't make sense that science can't explain.
Like what?
Um, yeah, uh, the bumblebee that can fly. If you've probably heard of it.
What's why can't bumblebees? Why aren't they supposed to fly?
Oh, because it's unproportional
So what?
to their wing. Their body mass is unproportional to the wing size.
So what? They flap really fast.
Yeah, and science says that it shouldn't be able to fly.
I doubt that. Who said that?
Science. Have you never seen it?
I'm asking you for support for your claim. Who in science says bees shouldn't fly?
Yeah. Okay. Do you mind if I search it up real quick?
Yeah. Crazy. He thinks bumblebees are a miracle. I mean, you could just ask Google the question, how can bees fly given their wing size? And it'll just tell you by flapping their wings incredibly fast, which is what I said. I did not think bees would make it into the fine tuning argument today. This is entirely new, completely
Yeah.
unexpected.
So there's a guy named Joseph. It's
Uh-huh.
called it's called self-coaching. He has a PhD, and he says that the
Wait,
wingspan.
PhD in what? I'll bet $1 million he has no relevant education in this field.
His name is Joseph J. Lucian. You can search him up, and the website is
Lucian,
self-coaching. Uh-huh.
what's his education in?
I'm not sure.
Because I don't think a guy with a degree in psychology, which is what it says, he's a psychologist, has any business telling science what it should think about bees' wings.
Mhm.
Like
So
I have
what?
I have a degree in electrical engineering. That doesn't mean I should be like giving people psychological advice or telling you that
I
bees
mean,
are miraculous. Like you do need some
mhm.
kind of relevant education in the field to be considered an expert. Just having a PhD is meaningless.
Right, I understand that, but if their point is still validated, right? It's still
But it's not
valid. There's no
validated.
reason. I mean, could you disprove it?
I don't have to disprove it. You haven't proven it. So your claim
That
is that bees shouldn't be allowed to
wait, hold up,
fly.
hold up, hold up, hold up.
Your
Earlier you
claim is
gave me
that
an article.
your claim is that
Wait,
bees
chill.
shouldn't be allowed to fly because
Mhm.
their wings are small. If you
And
literally just Google how do bees fly, they'll tell you by flapping the wings really, really fast, which
yeah,
of course is obviously the answer. If your
okay.
wings are
Now
small,
now
you can
search
make
up.
up
Now
for your
search
wing
up.
size by flapping faster.
Yeah. Okay, now search up. Are bumblebees supposed to fly?
Supposed to or able?
Supposed to, because we know that they're able. We see it.
What do you mean by supposed to?
They're
Supposed to
not supposed to be
implies
able. They're not supposed to be capable of flying.
bumblebees. Oh, well, you're wrong. Literally just Googled, are bumblebees supposed to fly? And it says, yes, bumblebees are absolutely supposed to fly. They're very skilled at it. There's a popular myth that they defy the physics stems from the outdated 1930s calculations that wrongly applied airplane mechanics to them. Bumblebees actually fly by flapping their wings rapidly. The same thing I said. This is crazy. I gotta write this down. Bumblebees can't fly. Okay.
Okay, I guess we can go to the eye, right? If
What
how
about
the
it?
eye was created.
Yeah, what
It's
about it?
another part of the fine tuning of the evidence. If any cell was off, any the cells of your eye, which there are trillions, you will be born blind.
What do you mean by cells being off? You know, every animal has slightly different eye
They're
mechanics,
aligned.
right?
They're aligned in your eye or something
I,
like
I,
that.
I'm aware, but what I'm saying is your eye can be different and still function. Like every animal in the animal kingdom has like a different eye formation. Like we've got a certain number of like rods and cones, and other animals have different numbers of rods and cones.
Hmm. Well, I don't know if you're this. There's this famous, I believe, Chinese atheist that was a doctor, um, and he turned to Christianity because
So what?
he like what?
So what? Why do I care what some Asian doctor did?
Well, yeah, well, I'm saying, I was about to tell you, the reason why we started believing in fine tuning of the universe is because there's no reason that anyhow that science could create that.
Well, again, there is. Yeah, nature can easily create it. It's not that hard, especially if the odds of creating it are anything but zero, and you have an infinite timeline. That being said, that doesn't mean anything for Christianity. I think what you're attempting to do is make an argument for Christianity or even a generic God, but
No, I'm not
I
making an argument for
I think
Christianity. I'm making an
you're
argument for
struggling a
God,
little bit with
right?
the
Is that
fine
the point?
tuning. You're struggling, yeah, you're struggling a little bit with the fine tuning argument. So the fine tuning argument is supposed to say, hey, listen, if parameters in the universe were somehow different, we wouldn't have the parameters we need for life. But that's a
Mhm.
meaningless argument because it just assumes that the universe had a goal of creating life. It didn't have a goal of creating life. It just happened to be a byproduct of what the universe did. There's no goal, right? There's nothing out there attempting to make life. And if God is all powerful, then
But
it
there
wouldn't
always is a
matter.
girl. I mean,
Well, hold on,
we can look
brunette.
at
Hold
the.
on. Hey, buddy.
Mhm.
If God's all powerful, it wouldn't matter what the parameters were. God could take any set of parameters he wanted and make life out
Mhm.
of it. So
Mhm.
the fine tuning argument is kind of a nonsensical argument because no matter what the parameters are, we could have life. You have no idea what parameters are actually necessary to create life. But those parameters only matter if, in fact, you have a world without a God. In a world without a God, then we can say, hey, there seems to be some parameters necessary for life. In a world with God, there are no necessary parameters for life. Any parameter God wants for life is a parameter for life.
Mhm. Yeah, like you were saying that nobody, like you said, nothing has a goal of creating life, which is false because we've seen throughout all of nature that the goal is to reproduce, aka create life.
I'm not saying like living entities don't have goals. What I'm saying is the universe did not have a goal to create life.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I
like,
mean,
the illustration I
I
like to
don't know how
use,
I don't
if
know
I
how you
take a deck
believe
of
that.
cards, because it's true,
Mhm.
if I take a deck of cards and just throw them on the ground, the odds that they're going to find themselves in that assortment is like one in like a trillion trillions. It's super high. Now, that's meaningless. Just because the odds of the cards being in that order is super hard to achieve doesn't mean anything because I didn't try to do it. I just threw them down. Now, if I predicted the order before I threw them down and then they were in that order, then I'd be like, there's some fucking magic happening here. But just because something that is exceedingly rare happens by happenstance doesn't mean that a miracle has occurred or a God made it be so. We lost him. Guess he's got to go look up more William
Yeah,
Lane
I
Craig
mean, of
arguments.
course, I'm not looking at arguments. I was looking at what scientists were talking about the fine tuning of Albert Einstein and him. Could you give me
You
a second, real quick?
you do know that Albert Einstein is dead, right? And science has moved on since him.
Yeah, of course. But
Okay,
Albert
so
Einstein was
like
a genius, past
he was
his
a
time.
he was a genius, but he also only had access to information available in his lifetime. New
Yeah,
information has been made available.
yeah, of course.
Okay, so what that means is we should be consulting experts in the field that actually have like all the latest data. Yeah. Mangy May says it. Roger Penrose agreed. Roger Penrose, well respected, super smart, way smarter than me. I might ask him a couple Bible questions when he's through with this.
Yeah, okay. So I have another question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, how many years do you believe that the humans were on Earth?
Like our actual human species, as far as I can tell, like we go back what like 200,000 years, and then there was some other
Mhm.
hominid that came before us. I'm
Yeah,
not an evolution expert. I don't know the names of all the variants of Homo erectus, Homo sapien, all that. I don't
yeah,
know
of
all
course.
those.
Okay,
I
so you
mean,
think it's
you could look up a
200,000,
map.
right?
Well, I know
Okay,
for
so
a fact that like actual humans and civilizations have been around for a long time because we have evidence
So
of them being
when did
there.
humans
So
first start recording?
we've got cave drawings from 40,000 years ago. So if those are our first recordings, if the cave drawings count as recordings, then 40,000 plus years ago. But the Bible
So it's
says that
not
Adam and Eve were created 6,000 years ago.
right. Okay. So did you just disprove yourself or like what's going on?
No, I just disproved the Bible. So what I'm saying is in Luke chapter 3, if you just add up like all the lineages from Jesus all the way back to Adam using the Bible, you get to roughly 4,000 BCE. But we know for a fact, based on actual science, that people lived on the earth prior to 4,000 BCE. We've got cave paintings, drawings. We've got archaeological remains. Stonehill, Turkey is a popular site that's 12,000 years old. There's also Kara Tepe, Göbekli Tepe, other sites. And we've even got a site in the Americas that goes back 8,000 years. So the Bible timeline just can't be right.
Okay, yeah. But neither can your timeline then.
My timeline is science. Science says that it goes back.
So science says it's 200,000,
No.
but science also says it's only 40,000.
No, science says that there are living things on this planet, and the planet has been here for over 4 billion years. Life started on this planet like within the first billion years. Human beings like you and I are obviously latecomers to the scene. But what I'm saying is we've been on this planet for a long time. Human beings have been on this planet for a long
So how come
time
there's no more records than 40,000 years?
because their intelligence has to grow over time. The system of writing didn't develop overnight. We started by drawing basic pictures and then logograms, and then eventually we moved into syllabic languages, and then we learned how to do consonantal languages.
You believe that it took 160,000 years for the human brain to develop to draw up stickman pictures?
That's how evolution works. So think about right now, maybe an ape of some sort. How long do you think it would take for an ape to get enough biological intelligence to do what they're doing now to what we're doing now? See, that's what I'm saying is
the apes could never.
They certainly can. We're apes right now. We're part of the ape family according to science.
Okay,
so what I'm saying is
why apes can
this
never,
is an evolutionary adaptation. Human beings keep getting smarter over time because that's the thing that gives us our well, most of us do. That's what gives us our survival advantage.
Right, but that we have a brain capacity that monkeys don't. That's why monkeys will never get there.
They do, but it grows over time. And I don't know if you know this, but if in fact you have a spectrum of intelligence, we do have evidence of it. So intelligence is, just pay attention for 5 seconds. Maybe you'll learn something. So the evolution is on a spectrum as well. So every animal in the ape family is on a spectrum of intelligence, just like every human is on a spectrum of intelligence. So what happens is in a collection of living entities, if your intelligence helps you to survive better, then what that means is that you're likely going to be able to breed and produce offspring, whereas the less intelligent don't get to breed and produce offspring. So then the next classification of people, or those who come after you, are going to be more intelligent. Hopefully, that branch will be more intelligent than the branch that you came from, and now he's gone. I did not think basic evolution was going to be a problem. Okay, well, it is what it is. I don't suspect he ran. I suspect he lost connection. I'll just write down lost connection. He didn't seem like the running type. Okay, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, friends, and we're going to keep the conversation rolling. I think next in line was Tracy, and then maybe Ark after that. Porcelina, thank you for the super chat. Says it's been a while. Well, thanks for being here. Hope you are doing well. I am, and thank you. Hope you're doing well. By Doug's huge grace, classic joke. May he grant us some entertainment. Well, I believe, Porcelina, we're going to have some of that tonight. Thank you for coming in. And Nightman Cometh, good to see you, says, I love days when I can go straight from Ian's live to Justin's live, a double helping of barbecue. I will do the same thing if I get a free day. I will bounce around from live stream to live stream. see what's popping. So good to see you, Nightman. And Misha, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says joined the live early for once, ready to watch some Believer barbecue. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Misha. And you know how it is. We're gonna have some barbecue. I wanted to get that last guest talking on the Bible a little bit with me. It didn't work out that way, but we'll get some Christians in here that will talk about the Bible. Can't wait for tacos. I'm fucking on board with you. W Tacos, thank you for the super chat. Says just asked a Christian why did God allow Jesus to die, and he called me dumb. Christian Love. He called you dumb because he doesn't have an answer, and it's easier to insult somebody than to give you an answer. There's no logical reason why Jesus had to die. At the end of the day, you have to come to the conclusion that it was a choice. And if it was a choice, it just means it wasn't necessary. Also, Sonus, thank you for sending out 50 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That is huge, and it really helps the channel a lot. Steve says, who remembers Bartles and James wine coolers or Boone's Farms? I remember Boone's Farms, but I didn't do any of the Bartles and James. I knew some people that did, so I can't give any recommendations on it, but I definitely enjoyed a little bit of Boone's Farms, maybe some Mad Dog 2020. Don't do it, by the way. Don't go back in history and repeat those mistakes, friends. Misha says, oh, Joseph said bees shouldn't be able to fly. Should have said, we know and trust Joe. Shake my head. I don't know who Joe is. I don't know why we should trust Joe. But nevertheless, I have no reason to believe that a guy with a degree in psychology has anything of value to say about the physics of bees. But I do believe that somebody in the 1930s thought that they can apply airplane mechanics to bees, and they fumbled it royally. Amir, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, science says that bees can't fly must be one of the dumbest claims. Like, see them flying? That's the easiest observation, for fuck's sake. That's what I'm saying. There's no good reason to look at a bee and say, oh, they shouldn't be able to fly. Obviously, they should be able to fly. We just might not fully understand the mechanics at some point. It turns out that point was 1930, and we know it now. And it was obvious. Flap the wings really fucking fast. Misha says, from a bees, to an I, brunette coming around with an alphabetical approach to apologetics. True. You know what? He gets a little bit of credit for at least knowing the alphabet. I doubt some of these apologists do. And Amir, thank you for the additional super chat, says people ending claims with, or something like that, shouldn't pretend to know the relevant science. Why are we hostages to ignorance? Screaming internally. I'm with you, Amir. I am with you. It's a tough one. You got to remember, he did have a good retort with, search it up. He almost got me, actually. Amir, thank you for sending out a Deconstruction Zone gifted membership. I appreciate that. And last super chat from Matthew, says, there's also this. The world's oldest known cave painting is a red hand stencil in Indonesia dated at 67,800 years old. I didn't realize it was that old. I knew it was really old, but not that this would likely be not that this would likely move a needle. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I know the dating methods for some of these cave drawings are notoriously difficult, but I know that they're incredibly old based on the dating methods we do have. To think that life or human beings have only been on the planet for 6,000 years is preposterous, given the massive amount of evidence that we know. That's why believers have to attack things like radiometric dating, carbon dating. Like, they have to attack the dating method, because otherwise the only thing you could do is say, well, science is wrong, but I don't know how. I just know it is. Okay, sure, that's the case. Let's get Tracy in here, and we'll keep the conversation rolling, hopefully. Tracy, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, hey, I am older than 18, and I do not believe in God.
All right, well, thanks for being here, but we are just debating, okay?
All right, fair enough.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
All right, friends. Hey, thanks for being here if you're an atheist, but everyone's here to watch a debate. So I do have to actually keep the debates rolling. So we'll get Ark, and then we'll get Sam after Ark. Welcome in, Ark. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am at least 18. And yes, I do believe in God. My one question I have for you is, can you manifest imagination?
Define what you think manifest is.
to bring about, to bring forth, um, to um, to externalize an image from your mind.
What do you think any of that shit means? So I
Mm,
believe the word imagination just means that our
believe.
brains are able to make mental images. In fact, the word imagine starts with image. So our
Mhm,
brain is capable of doing mental imagery because
mhm,
we have a brain that is able to process visual information. So when I say your
mhm.
God is imaginary, what I'm saying is you can envision your God. I'm sure your God exists in your brain, but it
Mhm.
doesn't exist anywhere else. By the way, which God
So,
do you worship?
well, I worship the biblical one,
Gotcha.
the
So you're a
Most High God.
Christian.
Yes. So the main thing I was asking is, can you manifest that though? Can you manifest that thought? I don't know if you ever heard of manifest destiny. Have you ever heard of that
I,
concept?
I have heard of manifest destiny, and I'm
Okay,
100% sure
cool.
you're misusing the word. Manifest destiny refers to the taking of the
Mhm.
Americas by divine right. You're
Mm,
manifesting your destiny that God has bestowed upon you. That's not
mhm.
what you probably want to use, unless you think that you're currently um, uh, colonializing the Americas at this moment.
No, 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 no. The concept, the understanding of the concept. It's not about what I'm trying to use. I'm just trying to understand the whole concept of it. So to
Hey,
manifest, the manifesting destiny or manifesting imagination or
I've got a
manifest.
question. If you can
Yeah.
manifest one good reason why Christianity is true, I'll Venmo you $100 on the spot.
Manifest one good reason why Christianity is true.
Hmm.
Um, because I believe in the Holy Spirit and I believe in energy.
Oh
I
boy.
believe in consciousness. So I think you put all those things together. I think you get the most high once you
So
understand what energy is.
I do actually understand energy very
Okay.
well. In fact, my background is in electrical engineering. I'm gonna guess that you
Right.
don't know what energy is. What do you think energy is?
Oh, it's you can say it's molecules, it's atoms, it's the smallest movement of protons and electrons in the universe. It's all connected. It's all one thing.
It's
Um,
not.
oh, so all energy is connected in some form or fashion.
We agree that energy is theoretically conducted, but my point is, energy is not a thing. Energy is a
Not a thing.
measurement of things. So when something that does exist has movement, direction, and velocity, we say that it has energy. But by energy, we're just talking about that thing that you can calculate. The change over time is what we're calling energy. But energy isn't a thing that exists independently of matter or anything else.
Well, matter is also a form of energy.
Matter is not a form of energy. Matter has
Mm,
energy. You can calculate how much energy is in matter. We can even do
okay. Same
we
thing.
can even do like a photon. We can calculate like how much energy
Mm,
is in a photon or an
mhm.
electron. But the energy itself isn't matter. The energy is a
Mm.
quantitative quality of matter.
A quantitative quality,
Yeah.
so you can understand what the energy is that was inside the matter.
I can, you can't, because I know what energy is.
Oh, okay. I mean, just making sure. So that's how I explain God.
I
In
don't
in
know
my
if that
own.
explained a whole lot. I didn't, and
I
also, I
mean,
don't know if the
it does.
explanation helps me. I was asking if you had a good
Uh-huh.
argument for why Christianity is true.
No, you said you'll Venmo me if you have one good reason why exists.
What I asked you is, could you manifest one good reason why
Mm.
Christianity is true? And I would Venmo you 100
You said
bucks.
God. You didn't
And
say
you
Christianity.
and you said some nonsense about
You said
God
you
and
didn't say
energy,
you
and
didn't say
everyone here
Christianity. You said
heard me
God.
say Christianity.
You didn't. You said
I can
God.
re I can just rewind it on the live stream. You want me to rewind it on the live stream?
Yeah, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I'll just show it to you. What do you give me when it turns out you were wrong?
I don't give you it. I don't give you anything. That wasn't the bet.
I was willing to put money on it. How much money you want to put on
That
it?
that was something you wanted to do. I never said
So
nothing
you
like
don't want
this.
to so you don't want to put money on it?
No, no, I don't have anybody to give you.
Sounds
I'm
like all of a
bringing.
sudden you're not real confident in this.
No, I'm confident. I just don't have nothing to offer you.
I mean, you definitely don't have anything to offer. I believe that. You
There
want to
you
hear the
go.
playback?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it.
That the
Needs a creator. Why would I think that there was a creation?
Do you have a computer in front of you?
Opera. Awesome. Physics or science anymore. That we got fast. I lost him on it, but I definitely enjoyed a little bit of Boone's Farms. Maybe some Mad Dog 2020.
You got a nice setup, man. That's a blessing. To those things together, I think you get the most high once you understand what energy is.
I do actually understand energy very well. In fact, my background is in electrical engineering. I'm going to guess that you don't know what energy spot.
Manifest one good reason why Christianity is true.
Oh,
have you ever heard of that concept?
I have heard of manifest destiny, and I'm 100% sure you're misusing the word. Manifest destiny refers to the taking of the Americas by divine right. You're manifesting your destiny that God has bestowed upon you. That's not what you probably want to use, unless you think that you're currently colonializing the Americas at this moment.
No. The concept, the understanding of the concept. It's not about what I'm trying to use. I'm just trying to understand the whole concept of it. So to manifest, the manifesting destiny or manifesting imagination or manifest.
I've got a question. If you can manifest one good reason why Christianity is true, I'll Venmo you $100 on the spot. Oh,
you were right. You were right.
Look at that.
Right.
Okay.
You were right. Good. You was right. I can't really say too much about that. Well, it was good talking to you.
Okay. We had fun. Do you Venmo me money now? How does that work?
I didn't say nothing about no money.
I'll take your tithes and offering.
You have a good day, man.
All right. Have a good one.
Yep.
Well, that was fun. Okay. I'll grab 5 super chats and we're going to get Sam in here. Josh, Rude Music. Sorry to hear about your music. Says, I sent Cash App and email earlier. Hope okay. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. I've been busy all day. I didn't check my email yet today, but I'm sure I got it. I really appreciate the Cash App, Big W, and I'll definitely get to your email. Thank you for supporting the stream, friend. And Spirit Animal of Chaotic Copybearers says, argument from incredulity is wild, and that's an amazing use of words. You deserve a medal for that, friend. That was phenomenal. And Misha says, I guess I've got to give him credit. Look at the bees is a nice change from look at the trees. True. It does roll off the tongue okay. I think I would accept look at the bees. In fact, this summer I'll be looking at some bees. I'll let you know if I get converted. And a salient monk says apparently Mager was never taught about the birds and the bees. I believe that. If I have anything to think about that particular individual, I'm going to assume that they're in somebody's like grandma's basement right now and they never had a date and they probably listen to some weird people like Nick Fuentes. But who knows? Who knows? A Barnabas, thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Justin, longtime YouTube fan. Well, thank you for watching. Would you say there's any comparison between the Catholics only reading in Latin and Islam only reading in Arabic? I would. In fact, the Catholic Church for a long time fought really hard to prevent people from reading it in their own language because they don't want you to read the book and either know for yourself what's in it, or some of them legitimately had concerns that noobs would read it and fuck it up, not understand it. And both are kind of true. They wanted people to not have access to information, and they also wanted people to not fuck up their teachings. They didn't want a bunch of people to create heretical teachings. So, nevertheless, I think it is probably both. And in Islam, the drive towards learning the Quran in Arabic seems to be for purity. Like they want to make people read it in the purest language so that they don't mess it up. I don't know a lot of people in Islam that think that you have to read it in Arabic. I think they'd be more than happy if I read it in English and then later learned Arabic. I don't really know, but I do think there's a comparison, though, to be fair. All right, let me grab Sam from our YouTube queue, and we'll keep on rolling. How are you doing, Sam? Are you at least 18?
Hey, I'm doing good. I am 18.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do. I might not be the caller for you. I believe in God. I've been raised Christian my entire life. I've been questioning lately. I came across your videos on YouTube. So if this ain't the video I need to ask a question, feel free to kick me off. But I'm 31, been in the church my entire life. And this past year, I've kind of just started reading the Bible for what it says instead of reading it through what everyone's told me to read it for. And I was just going to see, do you have any good advice? Because I'm still just trying to figure out, do I want to follow through with this, or
You
it's
don't.
just also new? This wasn't on my bingo card.
I get it. So here's what I would suggest, and I won't spend a long time on it because I got to get to the debates, but read the entire Bible and then get a good study Bible, get a New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, and read the study notes in it. Get yourself educated on what it actually says. Never commit to believing in any book until you've read it. Now, I think personally, once you've read the entire Bible, you're going to be like, well, this obviously isn't true. But that being said, I think reading the Bible is certainly a good thing to do, especially if you are like agnostic or you're on the fence. And I would say join the Discord. We got lots of really smart people in our Discord channel. If you have questions or you want to talk about concepts, a lot of people that'd be willing to talk about concepts with you from the Bible or from religion and help you work through it. I'll be doing a Q&A on my live stream pretty soon on a Sunday coming up soon. You're more than welcome to come up on my Q&A and ask whatever Bible questions you got, but this is kind of just for debates.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. Cheers. Best of luck.
Thanks.
All right. Well, let's grab, we're going to grab our next guest, which I think is maybe Foley, and I'm also going to grab Venus. I'm going to grab Venus first, though. Hold on. How you doing, Venus?
Hi, Justin.
Good to see you, friend.
How much longer you got on the stream? Because I might cam up if you're like going for over an hour.
I've got a couple hours left.
Alrighty.
Yeah, probably about 4 hours. 4:15. 15. So yeah, you're welcome to hang out. Foley is with us, though. How you doing, Foley? Foley was with us. Now they're teacupped. Foley.
Does that say Foley or Fol F?
It looks like full E with wingdings after it. Foley, are you up here on purpose? Do you know that you requested to be up here? Are you up here by accident? Well, we'll fix it. Bye. All right, we'll get Nardo next. Welcome in, Nardo. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I'm 24 years old.
And do you
And
believe in
yeah.
God?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Of course you do. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real/true?
Best evidence? Well, I mean, I suppose it's... when we talk about evidence in God, I'd say creation. But ascribing the Christian God of the Bible, I mean, I could just ascribe creation as the biggest evidence. It's subjective. I think that's good enough.
I have a really good argument for why God doesn't exist. You want to hear it?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to hear it.
It's a brand new syllogism. I hope you like it. It's going to be P1. Look at the trees. Conclusion: God does not exist. What do you think about that?
Holy shit.
I mean, it's very vague.
What a brilliant argument.
I
Never
don't
in
really
my
see how this is
philosophical-
Yeah. Which
an
premise do you
excellent
reject?
argument. Reject?
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I disagree that God does not exist.
Did you reject the premise?
Do I reject I can't. How can I reject something that I can't objectively prove wrong. I can't prove you wrong in saying God does not exist, because that would require me something like me asking God to reveal Himself in front of you right now. So it's
All right,
like
we'll try. Premise number 1 is look at the trees. Do you accept or reject that?
premise number 1. I mean, I wouldn't say ultimately like just looking at the trees as proof of God. I say you'd have to account for everything, all creation.
Gotcha. So your argument then would be premise number 1, look at creation. Yeah?
Yeah, I say that's bad.
Okay. I don't believe there was a creation. So premise number 1 is the problem.
You don't believe. I mean, I think that requires a certain amount of ignorance to just
Well,
you know.
what's the evidence that the universe once didn't exist and then it came into being?
What's the evidence? I mean, there isn't really. When we say evidence, what in what way? Scientifically speaking, are you asking like demonstrable tests?
Obviously, scientifically speaking, would be the best way to give the argument for why the world came into being from nothing.
According to who?
According to humans. That's how we figure things out as we do science.
Yeah,
Like,
but
if I asked you what size is this book, you would use science to tell me what size the book is. If I asked you how old is this book, you would tell me using science how old the book is. So when we're talking about how old something is or how something came to be, we're going to use empirical means to do it.
Yeah, but when you bring God as a factor and like spirituality, who told you the scientific method is an appropriate tool to use to test these things to be true?
Because
You have to
it works. So the scientific method is just empiricism. Like, so what we do is we observe the real world. We take empirical measures and data from the world, and then we can actually build a hypothesis. Hey, based on this scientific data, it seems like we should be able to run a test and this would happen. And then it's interesting. We can determine if the test actually comes true. We can also say, well, if our hypothesis is false, this is a test we can do to prove our hypothesis false. So science is in the game of observing, measuring, testing, and even trying to debunk its own positions. It's the best thing we have for knowing anything about the world around us. In fact, you're on a cell phone right now, brought to you by science.
But again, the problem you have, right? I'll tell you your problem.
Yeah, tell me my problem.
The scientific method is the answer for everything. We don't know everything.
Give me another method.
The scientific method isn't perfect. Well,
give me another method.
Another method. Well, you'd have to look. If we're looking towards the Bible,
why would I look at the Bible as a method?
Well, okay. So if we're not that's what I was asking. Objectively speaking, well, you'd have to. Well, which God first? Like, which God would you ascribe?
I'm asking you, why would I look at the Bible as a solution for anything when the Bible just repeatedly says things that are untrue?
Well, I mean, you have testimony. You have millions of Christians who.
So what? Christians weren't there. They didn't witness any of this stuff.
I suppose in regards to trust in the Bible, like that's a foundation. If millions of people claim,
I'm asking, well, millions of people trust the Quran. Doesn't make the Quran true. I'm asking, why would anyone trust the Bible other than a bunch of people do it?
Well, I mean, the whole point is to test if it's true by using the biblical method, prayer.
Well, it's not true. The Bible tells you that whatever you pray in my name, it will be given to you, which doesn't happen. The Bible says to pray for your daily bread, yet 3 million children die of starvation every year. The Bible tells you all kinds of stuff that will never come true.
Okay, so that's interpretation. Like, you can interpret those verses in the way I guess you have. I don't think that your interpretation is necessarily right.
What interpretation?
You mentioned how if anything you ask in my name, that I will do. I don't think that. While it is not literal, but also literal, like you can ask.
What's it mean?
Well, that you can pray. You can pray if you pray for something, and if God wills it, He will, give you that what you've asked for.
Did it say if God wills it, or did you have to add that to the passage?
Well, no, that's my interpretation. I'm saying I'm
No,
giving you my
I'm
interpretation.
asking
of
you,
it.
did the passage say if he wills it, or did you have to add that to the passage?
Well, no, I added that as my interpretation.
Yeah, you added that, exactly. I'm not doing that. I'm not adding anything to the text. So when it says in Matthew 16, they will pick up snakes, and if they drink any deadly thing, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick and they will recover. It doesn't say if it's the Lord's will. It just says this is what will happen.
Well, I mean, I don't know why we're doing a game of interpretation. It's kind of away from the topic. Like I don't dispute interpretation. Like
it's
'cause
not an
I'm not-
interpretation. So I told you my interpretive method is not an interpretation. It's that the words literally mean what they say, unless there's an obvious idiom, like popular idiom in Hebrew is like the hot nose of God. God obviously doesn't have a hot nose. It's an idiom for being angry. So we know how idioms work, but unless there's an idiom being employed, there's no reason to think that this doesn't mean exactly what it says. This says, hey, listen, you're going to do miracles.
Yeah, but I don't know why we're talking about it. What's your point here? Because bringing up interpretations.
Oh, my point was you said that people should trust the Bible with what it says, and I plainly showed you why you shouldn't trust the Bible with what it says, because it says you'll do things that won't happen. It says God will do things that he won't follow through on. In fact, God even makes promises to the Israelites that never come true, like in Ezekiel 12. He promises in Ezekiel 12 that all of the promises that were made to Ezekiel would be coming true immediately, imminently, like not many days away. And unfortunately, they just didn't come true. In fact, I'll read you the passage here from Ezekiel, because I know that you're going to assume that I'm making stuff up about it. But it says, mortal. Actually, so, there we go. Mortal, what is this proverb of yours about the land of Israel that says the days are prolonged and every vision comes to nothing? Tell them, therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will put an end to this proverb, and they shall use it no more as a proverb in Israel. But say to them, the days are near, and the fulfillment of every vision. For there shall no longer be any false or flattering divination in the house of Israel, but I, the Lord, will speak the word that I speak, and it will be fulfilled. It will no longer be delayed. But in your days, O rebellious house, I will speak the word and fulfill it, says the Lord God. And he spoke all kinds of prophecies in this chapter that didn't come true. It says, thus saith the Lord God, none of my words will be delayed any longer, but the word that I speak will be fulfilled. So he's saying these aren't for distant times. These are for this generation right now, and they simply didn't come true.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't join to argue over interpretation, because look, there's.
Well, what's it mean?
Like you have, well, that's the thing. It doesn't.
Well, tell me what it means.
Why does it matter? Like, you've already got an opinion on the verse. If I give you an interpretation,
tell me why I'm wrong.
My point, I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I can't prove interpretation wrong.
You are trying to prove me wrong. What I'm asking you to do is tell me why this verse isn't a failed prediction.
Well, that's not even that's a whole different topic of discussion. I can't, when it comes to justifying, like, oh, how does this verse make sense, and is this a contradiction? Oh, well, this isn't true. That's subjective. Like, if there's more to be interpreted or more wisdom to be had to understand these verses, you could be wrong. You know, like
I could be wrong. So tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm saying you're on a high horse where you assume that you're right when you could be wrong.
I'm asking you to show me why I'm wrong.
I never made the claim that you're
wrong.
Okay,
so do you think I'm wrong?
I never claimed that you're wrong.
Do you think I'm wrong?
Do I think you're wrong? Well, automatically my position would be, yeah, I don't, because
okay, so you think I'm wrong. What are the reasons why you think I'm wrong?
Well, again, it's more or less I believe the Bible is the word of God. So when it comes
to I asked you, why do you think I'm wrong about this prophecy in Ezekiel?
Well, that's the thing. I get what you're trying to do here. You're trying to ask me to justify how this prophecy, it did not come true. But this is my point being is, my position automatically is the Bible is the word of God.
So your position is to reinstate the conclusion. Well, I already believe that it's perfect, therefore it's perfect. What a circular argument. All right, well,
It's not
since you
circular.
don't want
There's
to
always
engage,
more.
I'll give you like a really easy one. This is one of my favorite contradictions ever in the Bible, and I love this for reasons that you might actually discover if you look into the apologetics. But this is a punishment that God was handing down to David for taking the census, and he tells his personal prophet Gad to go give him a choice between 3 different punishments. And so it says, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. Either 3 years of famine, 3 months of devastation by your foes while the sword of your enemy overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land." So pretty easy. 3 years of famine, or 3 months of war, or 3 days of pestilence. Those are the 3 choices.
So this is what. Oh, so I see. This is a Trojan. This is what you call the Trojan horse.
Nope.
You said
you haven't
it's a
even
Trojan
heard.
horse.
You haven't even heard the rest of the passage.
No, because look, the live says your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. So I joined. I tried to speak.
It's
And then you talk about
crazy
contradictions.
right now that you're trying
con-
to not read the Bible as a Christian when your whole argument 5 minutes ago
irrelevant.
was that you should trust what the Bible says. I'm just demonstrating
This is
to you right
irrelevant.
now why you shouldn't trust what the Bible says based on your claim. I'm only reading the Bible to you because you told me I should trust what it says. So the other story in the book of Samuel is the identical same story, but the details are different. Gad came to David and asked him, "Shall 7 years of famine come on your land, or will you flee for 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land?" So the first option changes in the book of Samuel. It's actually 7 years of famine. Why is that?
So this is about contradictions, not prove my God is imaginary.
I'm
So
more
we're
than
talking
happy to
about
do it. I'm actually addressing the point that you raised right now. So if you didn't want to address the point of the reliability of the Bible, you shouldn't have said it. So that's on you,
the thing.
bud.
Well, that's the problem. When it comes to, again, all these verses you're bringing up, right? You could be wrong. Like in your interpret, you could there could be more
Then show me why I'm wrong.
Well, again, it's not about me. It's something that you need to do yourself. Like
I already
that's
have.
something.
That's why I know I'm right. I've already
Yeah,
done the study and you haven't,
okay.
which is why you don't know this exists and I do. So again, I'm asking you, what are we supposed to make of this? Why does one say 3 years and one say 7 years telling the same story?
I never, again, I don't try to justify contradictions in the Bible. That's not my thing.
Gotcha. So you have no
But
defense.
It's subjective. It's very subjective. You could be, again.
Well, everything's
interpretation-
subjective. Could you be wrong?
Anyone, we could all be wrong.
Okay, so then just
interpretation,
saying you could be wrong is meaningless.
Well, I mean, what is the prompt? Your God is imaginary.
If anyone could be wrong, just saying you could be wrong is a meaningless thing to argue for, because you could be wrong too. So that doesn't do anything for your position. I've
But that's
showed you 2 Bible passages, actually 3 Bible passages that are just demonstrably false, untrue, and you have no response for it, which proves my point, which is I don't think there's a good reason to trust the Bible.
Well, again, how do you? It's like you read the Bible like it's any old book. It's like there is.
Yeah, you fucking got it. Yeah, I read it like an old book. That's what it is.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That is the problem. It's not just.
I'm sorry. Is it old?
Is it old? Of course, it's old.
Is it a book?
The problem is, again, it's about having a relationship with God and Him giving you the wisdom and understanding.
It's not. Well, God couldn't give you wisdom. Pray to God for wisdom on the passages I just showed you and let me know what He says.
No, because that's a whole different. I didn't come up to justify this contradiction. Like, that's not.
So God won't give you the information?
Well, it's not that He won't give me the information. It's just irrelevant. Like, we're talking about your God is imaginary. You're talking about, let's talk about contradictions in the Bible. Like, what? I didn't join for this topic.
You brought it up. I don't know if you were paying attention. You're the one that said that you should trust the Bible, and I said no, you shouldn't.
You know, is your name Deconstruction? Is that your name?
Holy shit, Nardo, you are so low tier. I can't believe it.
Venus. I don't know
it's
why
shocking, isn't it, Venus?
Name calling.
I can't believe this, man.
I don't know why we're name calling.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to bicker with you.
Please, let's stick on topic. Let's
yeah, so I'm not trying to bicker with you, but you're kind of disappointing everyone and boring them the fuck out of their mind.
Because you're talking about contradiction. I never cared to talk about contradictions.
This is the most beautiful tap dance I've seen in a long time.
Okay. The thing is, right? You guys could the Bible could genuinely be true, and you guys could all be
Hey,
wrong. That's
Yeah,
why I
but you're
don't.
read the
just
read the
speaking
passage
in the
on the
realm
board.
of.
Oh my gosh, like you guys, host, quit playing hard to get. Like genuinely, you guys just
Read it.
all play hard to get. Why?
Read it.
Okay, let's read it. I don't know why this is relevant, but let's read it. Okay, when they bring you to trial and hand you over, do not worry beforehand about what you are to say, but say whatever is given you at that time. For it is not you who speak, but the Holy Spirit. There we go.
Does the Holy Spirit speak through you? Because I'm not feeling like it does. But I'm inclined to believe the Holy Spirit's speaking through Venus and not you.
I mean, who knows? I can't objectively prove the Holy Spirit speaking for me. Like,
Sure. So that's another promise that didn't come
I
true.
can
huh?
believe it is. I can believe it is. Like, I can't objectively prove it is. You know, get
Yeah.
off this high horse. Because look, it's gonna kill you, bro. This high
It's
horse.
certainly
I'm
not
so right.
certainly not a problem for me. It seems like a
You
problem for
don't
you.
know everything. Deconstruction. Listen, you don't know everything. Okay.
I know the Bible's
You need to get
untrue.
off- No, you don't. You assume
Actually,
it's
let
untrue
me
because of how you
let me
read the
ask you something.
verses.
Is the Quran true?
Is the Quran true? I don't believe it's true. No.
But how do you know?
Well, again, it's an opinion that I hold. Like,
Right,
it's
but how do you
subjective.
know?
There's no way to know. Like,
There's
you
no way to
cannot
know.
these things.
There's no way to read a book and know if it's true. You just have to pray. That's crazy.
Oh, when it
What
comes
about
to God and
what
religion,
about like my high school history textbook? Is that textbook true, or do I have to pray about it?
you're misunderstanding my point. Like, there's no way to truly, when it comes to knowing, like, what is the truth, whether it's Islam, Christianity, there's always the aspect of unknowing. Like, I cannot make the claim, oh, the Bible
So, do you
is
think you have to know all
objectively
things
true.
to know if something's false?
Not necessarily. It depends on what
Oh,
topic. Like,
is 2 + 2 equal to 5?
no.
But you don't know all things.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're not getting my point.
I feel like I got
When
your
it comes,
point and I just cooked you with it. You don't actually have to know all things to know if
you
something
okay,
is in
okay.
fact false. And I can just go to the
When it
Bible
comes to
and show you
religion,
all
I
kinds of
think
things in it that are untrue, which means
okay.
despite my inability to know all things, I absolutely know that the Bible says things that are untrue, both
No,
historically,
you
both
came to a conclusion.
scientifically, both mathematically, promises for the future. The Bible literally says that rock badgers chew cud. They don't.
Again, that's a conclusion, though. You're making a conclusion and you're
It's a
assuming it's
fact.
false.
It's a fact.
According to what? Science. If you're religious,
Yeah,
then
according to
your
science. Yeah,
religion is that.
because we
Science is your
know
religion.
about rock badgers.
Okay, you interpret data. That doesn't mean it's true. Like, it's no different to reading the
Does it
scripture and
mean?
interpreting
Do you
the
think?
scripture.
Do you think rock badgers chew cud?
Again, I believe what the Bible says. It's not.
So,
I'm not
so again,
I'm not a
you do
science.
believe that rock badgers chew cud? Then
Again, that's what the Bible says, right?
it does say that.
Okay, so what, do I believe in science or the Bible more? Like, what do I?
I
What is
mean, it
my
sounds like you're going to pick the
authority?
Bible.
No,
So just to be
science.
clear, I just want to make sure when the Bible says in verse 5 of Leviticus 11, the rock badger, for even though it chews the cud, it does not have divided hooves. You're like, yeah, rock badgers do chew cud, huh?
That's what. Okay, but that's what it says. If you listen to, let's say, scientific data,
What
and
if we
it
just
contradicts this
what if we
verse,
just say
then
do rock badgers chew cud? What do we get? Rock badgers do not biologically ruminate, re-chew regurgitated food from multi-chambered stomachs like cows or sheep. However, they make particular continuous chewing motions with their jaws that resemble chewing cud. So they don't chew cud. The ancient people thought that they chewed cud because they make mouth movements that are roughly similar to cows, and they assumed that they chewed cud.
okay. Point being is, like, if you believe in the scientific interpretation, that's subjective. Like, it's all subjective. Like,
I don't know what you think that phrase is doing for your argument. What do you think
yeah,
that
because
means?
you think science has this high.
Do you think the
this
Bible's
high horse.
subjective?
The Bible is. I believe it's objective. It's objectively
It's
the
certainly
truth.
not
I can't prove
certainly
it.
not
I can't prove it
objective.
to be.
And that's not
Well,
how
that's
the word objective means. How?
objective.
That's not how the word objective
Okay,
works.
deconstruction. What do you know what objective means?
It
Tell me
means
what
it's
objective means. Let's see if you know what it
mind
means.
independent, and the Bible was written by people with minds, which means it's entirely subjective.
Okay, and who inspired those minds according to the Christian faith? God, right? So
Yeah, but that's what
objectively,
you have to prove. And even
oh,
if God inspired it, God's a mind, which means it's still subjective.
well, not again.
Just because
What?
something comes from a God doesn't make it objective. Again, you
But we're
need
talking
to
about
learn
truth.
basic word definitions.
Yeah, okay,
Something
but we're talking about
existing
truth.
objectively has nothing to do with its objective truthness.
So if these minds were inspired by God and the truth, and if the truth is the Bible is God is real and the God of the Bible is the true
It'd still
God,
be
then it would
subjective.
be objective. What?
Nope.
How are you saying? Please
Because
clarify.
anything
Like, how
that
is that
comes
not?
from a mind is subjective. That's what it means to be subjective in nature. Which, if the
So
Bible came from God and God is a mind, that means the Bible is subjective. Basic definitions.
so let's take away the Bible. If there was a God, any God, would you say that's subjective
I would
or
say
objective?
reality exists objectively. Yes.
So if there was a God in this reality, would it be objective or subjective?
Anything that exists, you would say exists objectively.
So if the Bible is true, then the God of the Bible would be objective. Everything would be objectively true
The
according to the Bible.
Bible wouldn't be objective. Just because something that exists objectively does something doesn't mean that what it does is objective. So when we're talking about whether something is objective, we're talking about its nature of existence. Like it exists objectively. That means it has an existence that is beyond the human mind, or any mind for that matter. It's not dependent on a mind. Anything that comes from a mind, meaning a mind produced it, is in fact subjective. And it happens to be that the Bible is something that was produced by minds, both God's mind and then humans' minds, in your
Hey, host,
worldview. Which means in your worldview, the Bible is still subjective, even if you think God's existence is objective. Basic
hey, host,
definitions.
can I ask you a question? Can I please
I
ask
have
you
no
a
idea why
question?
you would think I wouldn't let you ask me a question. I've done nothing but answer your questions.
Oh, beautiful. It's just one question. You say God is imaginary, you prove me wrong. You don't believe in God. You don't believe the Bible's true. Okay, fair.
I have no good
But
reason
what
to
if,
believe in any God.
okay, beautiful. But what if you're just wrong? Like, what if all these conversations and all these
What if
debunks
you're
and
wrong about
deconstruction, what if you're
Islam?
wrong?
What if you're wrong
I
about
mean, that's
Islam and you go to Islamic hell?
well, that's the thing. Always, it's like there's so much that we don't know about
There's
life
so much,
and Earth
so
in
much that
general.
you don't know.
Well, I mean, so much that you don't know either. Was you there when the Earth was created?
I know
Was you
enough to
there?
know that the Bible's not true.
That's not how it works. You can't.
It is how it
Okay,
works. So
for you
if
to
you know
demonstrate the
enough,
Bible isn't.
if you know enough to know that the Quran's not true, I can know enough to know that the Bible is not true. Again, you don't have to know all things in the universe to know if something is not true. It's
Well,
a
that's
really easy calculation. All you need to do is look at the evidence for something to determine if it's true or not. Not simple or not difficult at all. It's super easy.
evidence. Yeah, but that's interpreting. That's still interpreting data. So that's still that's subjective.
It doesn't matter. Anything you're going to do to say that the Bible is true is subjective. You're using your own mind to come to the conclusion that the Bible is true, and I'm going to guess you haven't read it, which is why you think it's true. Those of us who have actually read it know that it's not true, because anyone with a brain would know that whoever wrote this didn't understand science, they
Well,
didn't
that's it.
understand
Well,
history, they
I
didn't
feel that's
understand the natural world, they didn't even understand, like, God claims to be the creator of humans. He doesn't even understand how like virginity works. He thinks that if a woman
I
doesn't
think
bleed on their wedding night, that they're not a virgin. Do you believe
I
that? Do you
think
think if a woman doesn't bleed on when she has her first intercourse that she's not a virgin? Is that your belief as well?
I think that I get the disconnect. I totally understand it. You read
Answer the
everything's
question.
physical. Everything's physical. I'm answering the whole question because you asked many questions in your question, so I'm answering it all in one.
I did not ask more than one question. I said, do you
You
believe
said many
that
statements. Many statements.
I did make many statements. Statements are not questions.
Lost.
My
Okay,
question
go
was,
ahead.
do you believe that women bleed the first time they do the deed?
No, I don't think all women do.
You got it. So that means the God of the Bible is either wrong or he's a moral monster because he's instructing people to stone women on accusations that are not founded. So if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, there's no blood on that sheet. that's not a good reason to stone her because there's no way of knowing if she was actually a virgin.
Okay, wait, hold on. So you're the moral king. Do you think the death penalty is a good thing, like in
No.
America?
No.
So if
Not
so
only
you
not only
just-
do I not like the death penalty, I absolutely think it's wrong. Even if I was for the death penalty, it's always wrong to kill somebody on faulty evidence.
No, if the evidence was, let's say 100%, let's say someone unalived a whole family and a bunch of others, 20 people unalived by this one singular man for no reason, do you think he deserves the death penalty?
No, I already told you I'm not pro death penalty. That's
No,
something
so
that
that's
you.
the problem, you see.
That's something that you have to deal with, not me. I'm not pro capital punishment, and I've been
Yeah, I'm
that way
saying-
even when I was a Christian. My point is not about when somebody has done something awful, though. My point is, according to the Bible, you can stone women when they haven't done anything wrong. That's my point.
Well, the problem is, again, it's about, you can't judge God's morality. You can
I
try,
can.
but ultimately...
So let me ask you:
Okay,
if a
okay, wait, hold
woman,
on, let me- wait, hold
if a
on.
woman,
Please.
he's like, whatever you do, don't ask me a question. I'll never answer a
So,
question.
no, so watch this,
So
please.
I've answered about 100 of your questions. So either you're going to answer my questions or I'll kick you out because this is getting boring. So do you as a human being think that you should be allowed to stone women if they don't bleed on their wedding night? Yes or no? In any point in history, like now or in the past?
I don't disagree with the Bible. Like, what you
Then answer the question. Do you think there was ever a time where it's okay to stone women for not bleeding on their first consummation?
Well, I mean, if that's the interpretation the Bible gives, I believe that if there was a time that was happening, then I don't disagree with God.
Then it
Like,
would be
I don't know
good.
what
You got it. Yeah. So anything the Bible says then is good. So this time period
Yeah,
where God said
100%.
if women don't bleed on that sheet, you get to stone them, that was a good command?
I don't disagree. Again, I don't disagree with God.
Well, then I guess I'll ask you maybe one other thing. In 1 Samuel 15,
Wait, can I ask
we
you a
find
question?
nope. In
Can I
1 Samuel
please-
15, we find a command to go and attack the Amalekites and destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man, woman, child, infant, ox, sheep,
Infant,
camel, and donkey.
sheep, camel, donkey. Yep.
If you were living in the same time as the Israelites and God gave you this command, would you do it?
Yeah, I mean, I probably would. If I
Yeah,
was
you
an
would.
Israel, that's common
Would you-
sense.
You'd put your in common sense. You'd just put your sword right through the babies, then, huh?
I mean, look, be an adult. Come on, be mature.
I'm
Like,
asking
yeah.
you a real question. Would you do it?
Would you do it if you was
Nope.
if you was a
Nope. Now you
Okay.
answer. Would you do it?
I mean, honestly, I probably would if I was an Israelite. If God
Yeah, I'm
commanded
sure.
me to do
I'm
so.
sure you would. Yeah. It takes a
Wait,
special
hold on,
POS
can
to
I
do
ask you a
that.
question?
So,
Can I ask you one question?
Last question
please
then.
ask you-
If you can't question
Whoa,
God's
so you want to run away?
you're more than happy to ask me a question when I'm done with you. The guy who's
Okay, sure,
literally
sure.
run from every question I've asked is now accusing me of running when I've
Francis,
answered 100 of yours. So get your fucking shoes on, track star. So right now,
I'm
my
here,
question
I'm here.
is, if God commanded you to execute a baby, would it be wrong to do it? Or would it be wrong to not do it?
Well, that's a loaded question. I mean, if God is God and He commanded me to do something that was if it was a good command in His eyes, then yeah. I mean, I don't know if I
Yeah.
would do it personally.
Uh,
I don't know. Like,
What do you mean you don't know? God told you
because
to. And again,
yeah,
I didn't
I'm-
ask you if you would do it. I asked, would it be wrong to disobey?
well, that's the thing. Technically, it would be wrong to disobey.
There you go.
If
So
God-
then your disobedience would be wrong in your worldview?
Well, I mean, it's common sense. If God commanded me to
Yeah,
do
common
something,
sense.
and God is good, then
Yeah,
it
if
would
some
be a good command.
yeah, if some guy dropped down from the sky and told me to kill a baby, I'd tell him to go fuck himself. So what's your
But
question?
again, I never said. Okay, my question is, since look, do you watch this? Watch this. I'm gonna get you here.
Watch this.
Do you think-
Anytime anyone's ever said watch this, the next thing out of their mouth was the dumbest thing I've heard all day.
Nah, I'm gonna get you. Watch it, because you're such.
Yeah,
a
you're
moral-
really good. You're gonna get me. I'm sure you will. Yeah. Ask me the abortion
You're
question.
gonna
Is that
ask
what you're about to
about
do?
abortion.
So watch this.
He's about
Okay.
to ask about abortion. These
No,
fucking clowns
no,
have no new talking points.
So, do you think abortion is a good thing?
Ah, we
You agree
fucking
with
knew it.
Yeah.
What a clown.
Abortion is a good thing? Nah, 'cause you're
Prophetess
just
Venus has
this
struck
moral
once
high
again. I
horse.
told you guys I was
I
an
know.
oracle. I told you guys.
Come on, answer the question, Ho. Since you're such a
These
good
people are
person,
not
your morals
smart.
are
Nah,
so
abortion's
good.
evil. Totally, it's totally evil.
Since your
Now,
morals
what's your
are above
point?
God.
So,
No,
so
it's evil. So would you execute kids, Nardo?
So you're asking me a question when I ask you a question?
No, I answered. I said it's totally evil. Now answer our question.
Wait,
Would you
you think
execute the
abortion?
kid?
Hold on. You think
Yeah,
abortion
it's
is evil?
totally evil. Now answer our question.
Are you the host? I asked the host the question. I don't know
No,
why
he thinks the same thing. So answer our question.
yeah,
Totally.
Venus and I
host-
have never disagreed on anything ever.
Yeah.
Wait, so host, you think abortion's evil?
Yeah, totally. So answer the question. Yeah, it's so bad.
No,
Answer
I'm
the
waiting
question.
for the
now.
host to answer. Why is the
He's
host not
drinking a
answering?
drink. He can't answer you. Now he's rinsing his
Oh,
mouth.
so he wants to run.
Just no,
It's
he's
not
not
horse.
running. He wants to rest his mouth. He's
Is his
answered a
tongue
million.
tied?
I
No,
already
he's
gave you.
answered-
I already gave you the answer, Nardo. I agree with Venus. Now answer the question.
Wait, so you agree that abortion's evil?
Yeah, it's
I already
totally
agree.
evil.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that's
Yeah,
defending them
great.
again.
So would you plunge a sword through babies if God told you to?
Me personally, no, I don't have that
Why?
type of.
So is it wrong to disobey God?
I'm human. Like I've disobeyed God in the past, so I don't.
Why
think
would you
it'd be
disobey
any
God?
different. Because again, I've lied in my past. Like
Yeah, but I'm
if I can
asking why
disobey
would you
something,
disobey God in this instance?
I don't have the type of obedience to unalive a child. I don't think so.
But it still doesn't answer the question. It said, why would this be the time you disobeyed?
Because I'm a human being. Like I'm flawed.
What does
I don't
that
have perfect
mean?
obedience. Yeah, I mean, if God came to me and told me to unalive a child, like if this was the real God and he told me to do this again, I'm flawed. I wouldn't have the obedience to do such a thing.
I
That's
think
my
what you
honest
mean
answer.
what you mean to say is you don't have the fortitude to actually do the right thing in your worldview. You personally would be troubled to the core if you had to kill a baby, which is why you would disobey. That's what you should say.
Yeah, I'm human. I'm a human being. Yeah, I'm flawed. Like I'm sorry, God. I
Yeah,
just
you
couldn't
got
do
it.
I think
So why
yeah.
would you be so troubled to execute a baby when you know it's the right thing to do?
Well, again, because I've never unalived the baby, and I don't think
So what?
it's like I don't see myself as I don't have that type of obedience to do such a thing. Even if it was a true God, I couldn't. I don't think so.
Okay, fair enough. Well,
But
what we've learned
Well,
today
question
is
is,
that
though,
Nardo
Justin, at least-
would kill a baby if he was an ancient Israelite, but he wouldn't kill a baby today. Although he will admit that killing babies would be the right thing to do if God told you to do it, which demonstrates quite a
Objectively, that
few
would be
things.
true.
It demonstrates quite a few things, Nardo. One, that you don't have the capacity to think for yourself. Two, that your religion is dangerous. And what were you going to say there, Venus?
no, I thought that we skipped over the whether it was wrong part to disobey God. I thought we skipped over that.
We did get that one. That was the first question, yeah.
At least we all agree abortion is evil. We all agree, and that's some common ground that I like about you guys. You guys agree that abortion is evil.
Yeah, we
So
love
all
that
you
about
viewers
you.
know this. All you viewers have seen.
Yep, we're not going to preach on here, though. All right, I guess we'll move on to the next one. That was fun.
Guys, I totally support abortion. In fact, I'm having my 12th abortion this week.
Fucking A.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Suck it out. Just get the,
Literally, like, just for the fun of it. Like, just to, like, unalive them fetuses.
Absolutely. Yeah, on board. That's your right.
Just for
as
the
an
thrill
American.
of it. Like, the rush you get after, you're like, oh my God. Like,
Oh, yeah.
autonomy, feminism.
100%. Yeah, the abortion rush is it's a real thing. Yeah. Sometimes I just go out and hang out by the abortion clinic to get some of the abortion rush pheromones. Like
Really?
yeah.
Oh my God. Like, when they walk past, like, bodily autonomy, it's like a miasma.
Yeah.
And
Oh, it's so good.
like, so intoxicating. Yeah.
It's like adrenochrome for me.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, friends, we're
I
going to
think you
recap
get
those
the,
super chats while
I
Venus
think
gets
it's
her
the
next
buy 12
abortion.
and get the 13th one free. I'm pretty sure
Oh.
that's what it is. Yeah.
They got a BOGO 13? Okay. We'll do
Mhm.
BOGO 13. Ungoogleable man, good to see you today. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I submitted 10 puns to the local newspaper pun writing contest. I was sure one would win, but no pun in 10 did. Sorry, it's a repeat. It's not a repeat. Rock hard for Doug. Thank you, Ungoogleable man. Not only did I find that to be a great pun, it's also the first time I've heard that. So big W there. And second-hand Dan, two-hand Dan, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, had fat thumbs the other day, meant rock hard for Doug. Okay, that makes sense. Also, HRVD, whores rule first drool, the schism is not going away, apparently. I am trying I thought we ended the schism. It still seems to linger. We'll do what we can. Dylan, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if God told David to take a census in 2 Samuel 24, why would he then punish him for doing it, especially since the other censuses were no big deal to God in Numbers 1:2 and Numbers 26:2. So, first of all, it's funny. The chapter sets up this execution of the Israelites by saying that God was angry. He was seeking an occasion against the Israelites. So he's like, I need to set them up so that I can go fuck them up. I need a reason. It's like what you ever see those awful parents that are like, I'm just waiting for my kid to fuck up so I can ground him. That's basically what God was doing. He's like, I'm just waiting for him to fuck up. So he incited them to do something that theoretically they weren't supposed to do. And then he went and fucked them up. He killed 70,000 of them. That being said, it's not clear why the census was wrong. Now, there are a couple passages in the Hebrew Bible that would lead you to believe that, like, taking a census for the purpose of, like, war and taxes should only be done when God tells you to, and, like, only in times of war. But it's clear that they were in times of war, and God did tell them to do it. So it's like, scholars have never provided a good answer for why God was mad about taking the census, ever. I've never seen a good one. I've read almost every commentary on this problem there is. I've never seen a satisfactory answer. I've never seen a scholar even like one of the answers to the point of their own satisfaction. It's just one of those great mysteries of the Bible, and I wish I could give you a better answer, but I won't be able to because I don't think that there is one. I think the real answer is that there's probably a command that was originally part of the Torah somewhere that is now missing. It probably got lost in history, and we just don't have access to it. Whereas back when it was written, people might have at least still known about it, even though it wasn't in the text. And they're like, oh yeah, because of the thing. But we don't know about it because it didn't make it into the book. XJW, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, no matter how firm Yahweh tries to make us, he'll never make us as rock hard as Doug. Hell yeah. Rock hard for Doug. No matter how much rain Yahweh brings, he'll never make us as wet as Sharon. Wet for Sharon, indeed. In firm agreement. Violently firm agreement. I'm going to read just 2 more super chats so we don't get to our guests waiting too long, and then we'll get some more afterwards. Devils PD, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, having to say my fallen nature would prevent me from slicing up an innocent baby should be about enough to dump the book, right? Yes. Saying that I know it would be right to slice and dice a baby, but my human nature, because I'm wicked, won't allow me to do it. He's basically saying the reason why I can't kill a baby is because I'm evil. Crazy how this ruins your mind. You have to think that you're evil for not killing a baby. And David Burke, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That is huge. Really appreciate that, friend. Says Bumblebee argument is classic American ignorance. They hear something, believe it, repeat it. They don't challenge it. They sure as hell don't verify it. The same way Christians don't read the Bible and then get owned by you as a result. Confirmation bias undoubtedly is the case. People are so ready to accept information that reinforces their position that they'll say dumb stuff like bees shouldn't be able to fly. That's insane. Children in grade school could probably tell you the reason why bees can fly is because their wings flap really fucking fast. You don't need a degree in rocket surgery to figure that one out. That's an easy one. All right. I'm going to bring in real quick Ems and get Ems on the panel. And then I believe Crystal wants in for either hangout or announcement. We'll find out. Welcome in, Crystal and Ems.
I just came to hang out.
Hey,
I
what's
know
awesome?
you, and I thought I'd come hang out.
Let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Give me a second to get the panel the right size. Then we're going to get our next guest in here. Now, waiting the longest so far, if I caught them coming in the queue, was Sykes. So after Sykes, we're going to get Yusta, and then JZA, and then after that, the nameless person on TikTok with the guitar. So I'm not really sure what we're going to call them for now, but maybe I'll call them guitar. Maybe. I'm getting there. We go. Sykes loaded up. How you doing, Sykes?
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. How you?
Good, thanks.
Good. Sykes, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm over 18. I believe in Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Cool. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Now, the best evidence or argument I would say, would be the moral argument.
Sure. What about
It might not convince you, but I do believe it's the best one.
Well, lay out the the moral argument for me, and we'll see how far we get.
Okay. Well, in reality, we observe that human beings tend to agree that some things are absolutely wrong no matter what. That would be my first premise. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree. I don't think everyone has that intuition. I don't have that intuition, and I don't think most atheists have that intuition either.
Well, I didn't necessarily say that it was an intuition. I said it was more like an agreement. Most humans would observe that there are some things that are absolutely wrong, no matter what. I don't think that's necessarily intuition. I think that can be derived through the scientific method as well. No?
Well, I don't think it's meaningful. Like, if a bunch of people believe that morals are objective, it doesn't make them objective. Like, if a bunch of people believe that the Earth is flat, and they certainly did for a very long period, it wouldn't make the Earth flat.
Well, I agree with you, but again, this is my first premise, so I haven't reached a conclusion yet.
Okay, I mean, so for premise one, then I'll just write down lots of people think morals are objective. I guess that's premise one.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a bit of a straw man, but whatever.
I mean, how do you want it
premise
worded?
two. Yeah. So what I said was that, in reality, we can observe or we can see that human beings agree that there are some things which are wrong no matter what, and there's no circumstance where they can be permissible. That would be the first premise.
That's called objective. They're objective morals. They're wrong no matter
that
what.
Isn't what I would not. Well, yes, that would be objective, but the premise itself is not objective. And like you said, a bunch of people agreeing that something is wrong no matter what doesn't make it objective. Not in my mind, not in your mind, I assume. So, but again, it's not the conclusion, it's just the first premise.
But your premise was reworded for brevity. It's identical to what you said. Lots of people, we can even say most people. Let's just say most people. I don't think this is true, but I'll write it. I don't care. Most people think morals are objective. That's what you said.
But some people, the thing is, when you say most people think that morals are objective, although that could be a way to reword the premise, it's not specifically what I'm saying.
But it means the exact same thing, does it not? Does it infer any different meaning than what you said, or do you just not like the wording of it because it makes it easier to reject?
Well, the thing is, people don't like the wording of objective, so in a way, I kind of don't like it.
I don't have a problem with the word objective since we're discussing objective morals right now. We have to use the word objective and subjective to have this discussion.
Yeah, we do, but I didn't think I had to use it in the first premise.
Whatever you describe it as, we all know it means objective.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I don't have an issue with it then.
There we go. Premise two.
Yeah, premise two. With this observation, it suggests that people will not do things which people or most people agree are objectively wrong. So that would be the second premise.
Okay. P3.
Well, it wouldn't be a third premise. It would be the conclusion. The conclusion.
Oh, that's the conclusion?
Is that,
okay.
Yeah. The conclusion is that objective morality exists.
Okay. I don't I don't think this is valid, but or sound. But let's go through it. Premise 1: most people think morals are objective. Premise number 2: this suggests, premise number 1 suggests that people won't do things that they agree are objectively wrong. And that means that objective morals exist. The conclusion doesn't follow the premises, so it's certainly not valid. And it's certainly also not sound, because we have no idea whether or not most people think morals are actually objective. I think what you might say that would make premise number 1 better is most people behave in a way that would lead us to believe that they think morals are objective. And I'd be okay to accept that. I think most people do behave in that particular way. That being said, premise 2 would still be problematic, which is this suggests that people won't do things that they agree are objectively wrong, except people do things all the time that they do think are objectively wrong, which means either they don't believe that morals are objective or they don't care. Either the conclusion doesn't follow from either of the premises.
That's a dichotomy. That's a dichotomy that you just introduced there. You said either they believe or either they don't believe that those things are objectively wrong or they just don't care. That's a false dichotomy.
What's the third option?
It could just be that they failed. They failed at upholding objective morality.
You mean they failed, but I'm talking about making decisions. See, your premise is about people making decisions. They won't do things. I'm not talking about whether or not they're going to try to do things and fail. No, you did. I wrote it down as you told me.
Yeah, I know. And then you said that premise 1 should be reworded.
Premise 2. We're on premise 2.
Behave.
Premise 2.
Yeah, I know, but premise 2 follows off premise 1.
So your second premise says that human beings won't do things, which means they're making decisions to do or to not do things, right? So that's why I gave you the dichotomy of either they don't care or 2, they don't actually believe that the morals are objective. Now, it could be that they try to do something and fail, but that doesn't get at the point. The point you're getting at is people's internal monologue in their head on how they make moral decisions is guided by this idea, which is why my retort was about the internal monologue.
I have a question.
Does the question solve your broken syllogism?
No, it kind of is relevant to the argument. What are you using to justify whether my argument at all is valid or sound? Well,
if it's valid,
are you using here?
If it's valid, it just means that the conclusion follows from the premises, and it doesn't.
Yeah, but how are you justifying validity in this conversation? That the conclusion must follow from the
It's pretty
premises?
easy. You just use the 3 laws of logic. So, for example, if premise 2 is true, let's say that premise 2 is true.
How can you justify the 3 laws of logic as an atheist?
Again, I'd love to engage in this pivot, but I'm going to explain to you why this is invalid. So if you just stop, it's not internal critique. That's not how that works.
It is.
So what I'm saying is that your syllogism is invalid because your conclusion doesn't follow the second premise. And I can show you why that's the case. So it says people won't do things that they agree are objectively wrong. But first of all, that's not true. People do things that they think are objectively wrong. But even if it were true, even if it was true, that if all people believed something was wrong and then they didn't do it because they believed it was wrong, it would still only mean that they believed in objective morals. It wouldn't prove that morals would be objective. It would only prove that they think it's objective. So the conclusion doesn't follow the premises. Now you want to do a precept argument on the laws of logic? Is that where you want to go next?
Well, I don't know whether it's precept or non-precept. I'm just
it's definitely going to be a precept argument. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to ask you what your justification was for the 3 laws of logic in the first place.
The 3 laws of logic don't actually exist. The 3 laws of logic are descriptions that we use to describe how the universe behaves. They don't have their own independent existence. They don't exist platonically. I don't believe in platonic forms. They're a language just like English and math.
So why were you appealing to these descriptions at all? What value do they have, and why were you using it?
They work. That's why. So we use things that work. So when we design,
how do you know that they work?
when we designed math, we determined that if the math formula keeps working, then we're going to keep using it until it stops working. It gives you the desired outcome, something that you
And
can
how
test.
do we know that it keeps working?
Because no one is able to provide an example with very few occasions from quantum physics. No one can actually provide me an example where it doesn't work. And I'll give you what I'm talking about. So, for example, is it possible for, I don't know, for this book in my hand to exist and not exist at the same time?
Is it possible for the book in your hand to exist and not exist at the same time? Yes, it is. From the double slit
That's not what the
experiment.
double splitting
What the
experiment
fuck?
says. This is going to get ugly
No,
fast.
it doesn't. No, it can provide an explanation or justification for
No,
why the
that's
book
not what
cannot
the
exist
conclusion of the
and exist at
experiment
the same
was. I've
time.
done this multiple times.
Well,
The
just let the
conclusion
host go.
was
I don't know why
because we
we're all
can't,
jumping in.
hold on, Sykes, because we can't actually see atoms with our own eyes, the instrument that they use to detect these photons is very, very invasive, and it actually interrupts the interference pattern. It's the instrument that we're using.
Yeah.
It's not the actual. It's not
It's
that
not the
things can be
instrument
in two
itself.
different
It's the observation.
So again, Venus is explaining to you the problem with the double slit experiment. All of our methods of observation require us to actually interrupt the thing we're observing, which means it's going to collapse.
Yeah, that's my point.
But
So
that
when
has
you
nothing
say
to
No,
do
pen
it's
with
book in my
not.
something
hand,
existing and not existing.
yes,
Justin,
the
you know what
No.
I'm
point
so
is you
sick of?
ask, can this
These
book
guys will
exist
say
and not
something
exist in my
stupid.
hand? Hey, hold on.
They will say
Let
something.
me
They
just
will.
finish. Just
Sykes,
calm
do you not
down.
hear me
Calm
talking?
down.
They
Calm
will say
down.
something stupid.
Don't
We
you
will
fucking
correct
tell
it.
Venus to calm down. She's not your fucking daughter. You don't get to tell her to calm down. You can shut the fuck up.
Like, it's crazy to me
Well, I was
when
talking
they
to you,
say
interrupted
something
me.
crazy, we correct it, and then they say, "Oh, that was my point." No, can't. Your point was the opposite. You claimed that from the double slit experiment, we can get contradictions. Like, you were saying the opposite of that. So just respond to it and don't say that's my point, because it really wasn't your point, and it
Nice coat.
annoys me when they do this.
It's also not true that the double split experiment demonstrates what he's referring to. All it demonstrates is that the behavior of the particle changes when observed. It doesn't mean that the particle ceases to exist. The thing that creates the wave still exists. So it's not the case that it ceases to exist. You might say it changes properties, it changes methods. I bet Blitz has a very fancy way of saying it that I don't have, but the
It's
reality
like the
is
interference pattern.
right. It still exists.
That's what changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course he ran away because I don't know whether they don't like women. Every time I start speaking, they just get like agitated. Like you'd think all these guys who are probably homophobic would like women. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing is they're so terrified of women when they speak that the minute one of them opens their mouth, like they just shrivel immediately and start turtling. So it's, he had to run for his own protection, I assume. Yeah. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats and we're going to get Yusta in here and then we'll get Nameless Guitar after that and then we'll grab Mark after that. Evan, thank you for the super chat. Says, are the Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble yet recognized as some of the first followers of the Prophet of Doug? That is the case. So I don't know if you know that everybody in the Stone Age knew the truth of Doug. It was lost for a while and it is now back. So absolutely, we are bringing back an old truth from the old days. And Jeff Peanut Butter says, praise Doug, got a new teaching job. Hell yeah, congratulations. 2 days ago, here's some more Korean money. Well, congratulations, Jeff. Really appreciate you supporting the live stream. And also, big W on the new job. I hope everything goes well for you. Teaching stuff. And a cat with Ebola is a crazy name, but welcome in. It's my birthday today anyways. You're the best, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, fucking, you're the best for coming here on your birthday and sharing with us and supporting the stream. Happy birthday to you and cute kitty cat. Also, Duke, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, that's a nice argument, caller. Care to back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up. And that is what we're going to hear a lot of tonight. We're going to hear a lot of really bad arguments. But I did like that the last caller tried to do a syllogism at least. And X Million, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, will my foreskin make it into heaven? That's a valuable question. If we're restored to like our 100% full capacity in heaven, we should get our foreskin back. Will we have a happy reunion at last? The thought of it, sad and lonely, being subjected to everlasting fires of hell has me near tears. So rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, Justin's fucking rock, and simply wet for Sharon. Thank you, X Million. And that's a valid question. There's no good reason in the Christian paradigm to think that you're not going to have a foreskin in heaven. I would be a little bit upset, but it's hard to say. God really hates foreskin and yeast. So it's hard to say if he's going to allow that in there. I bet there's no yeast up there, or iron for sure. Bacon and Bush says, the God of the Bible being a moral monster seemed like a given. You don't need to get very far into Genesis before you're like, oh, it's that kind of book. I know. You get to Genesis 6 and God's like, I got to fuck up the entire earth. It doesn't take longer before you're like, oh, this guy. This is not the guy we need to take advice from. Cheese Mondo, thank you for the super chat, friends. Says, finished work and smelled smoke. Thought it was the neighbor's barbecue, but it's actually Justin and Venus cooking believers. Praise Doug. Thank you, Cheese. And listen, if you need a little bit of barbecue and smoke, remember, you can make flaming cheese. It's not hard and it's delicious. Bryce Aroni, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, scholars can't answer why doing the census was wrong. Neither could the chronicler. I agree. The chronicler had no idea. That's why he put Satan in there. Oh, that's what you said. That's why he changed the story to make Satan responsible. Exactly. Now the census becomes wrong because David obeyed Satan. Agreed. That seems to be the key. And it's supposed to make David look better. Remember, the chronicler loved David and was in the business of rehabilitating David's image at every turn. Chris, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if there are objective morals in the Christian universe, why do we always have to excuse God when he breaks them? Hail, Doug. The savior of us all. Well, you know me, we make this argument a lot. If there are objective morals, that means God must be bound by them or he doesn't give a shit about them. But they're not objective because morals come from God. And if they come from God, then they're simply subjective. That's what it means to be subjective. They're dependent on a mind. And according to all definitions we have, God either is a mind or has a mind, one of the two. So you can't claim that morals are objective when they come from God. Last super chat, and then we're going to get Eusta in here. William Rogers, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $12.34 super chat. Says, how similar are Koine Greek and modern Greek? You know what? I haven't done modern Greek. My understanding from talking to Hanji and others who have like learned modern Greek or grew up with it is it's very similar. It hasn't changed all that much. But my guess is it's a little bit like learning modern Hebrew. There's like a 70% crossover between modern Hebrew and biblical Hebrew. There's probably roughly the same with modern Greek versus archaic or classical Greek. But I don't know because I didn't take modern Greek. I only took classical Greek when I was in school. If you know modern Greek, I don't. But I would say this. I bet you if I look for a survey on how much of classical Greek can you read if you only know modern Greek, I bet somebody has a number. Let me find it. How? I'm not seeing like an actual number, like a calculation of anything that would be helpful for this. It says there is some vocabulary overlap between about 30 and 50% of the common words. So you should be able to read classical Greek to a pretty good extent, just not perfectly. So, but to be fair, I bet if you learned modern Greek and you opened up the Greek New Testament, I bet you'd be able to read quite a bit of it, especially the Gospel of John. That's a pretty easy read. Like when I was in seminary, they kind of started you on the Gospel of John. Also because it's heavy with some of the theological concepts that Christians like. So anyways, that's what I would say to that. Let's get Eusta in here and we'll keep the conversation going. Welcome in, Eusta. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Oh, Eusta.
Wait, hello?
There we go. How you doing,
You
Eusta?
can hear me? Hi, I'm good. Thank you very much. And yourself?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Oh, that's nice. Yes, I'm 24 and I do believe in God. I'm a Muslim.
Sure. What do you think is
No
the?
way.
I know we could. M's never
I
would have
was
guessed.
guessing it in the chat.
What happened?
What do you think is the most compelling evidence or argument for the Muslim God?
I mean, I don't think you need to make it like a complicated kind of conversation, because I think religion's for everyone, like no matter where you are in terms of intelligence or if you can read or not. So I think just like you were talking about a book to the last guy, and with that book, like it's there, it's physical. You know that someone made it, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure how books get made.
So, and have you met the person who made that book, or the people that no, you didn't make it? But that doesn't mean that that person doesn't exist. That's just the basic. But with us humans, we are way more complex than that book. Like we have DNA, we have our hearts. Like that book that you had, it has a purpose, right?
I don't know
Sorry,
which book you're referring to. The book that I held up
book you were-
earlier.
Yeah, the book that I held up. But it could be anything, even the microphone that you have in
I
front of you.
mean,
as
the
well.
people that put it together certainly had a purpose, it seems. But
Exactly.
I don't know what that has to do with God.
No, I'm just sorry. I'm not really like versed in all of this. I'm just giving my viewpoint, if that's okay. Like we're just
I
having a
mean, we're
discussion now.
asking
Like,
for
yeah.
your
Yeah,
we're asking
exactly.
for
Yeah,
your viewpoint. I'm just trying to figure out what this means.
exactly. Yeah. Okay. So also with that microphone in front of you, it has a purpose, and it was made by someone, right?
It turns out, yeah, my microphone is something that was made.
Yeah, exactly. And like you can now compare it to the humans. Like we have a heart, and does our heart have a purpose?
Oh, you're trying to
It
do the
does, but it's
watchmaker
very
analogy.
important.
Yeah,
No,
go
like,
ahead,
yeah,
Ems.
like-
It does have a purpose. It does have a purpose,
Yeah.
but it's very poor at it.
It's very poor. That's it. You say?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay. Does it not keep us alive? Does it not beat and
It does, but
give blood?
it's designed in a way that causes. It's designed in a way that is very, very, very. How would you put this? Inefficient.
Okay, well, if you think it's inefficient or not, that's not even the point I'm trying to make here. It's like it has a purpose. So now it comes to the point of, yeah, us humans, we're humans infinite. Like, could we have our parents and our grandparents and their parents. Will that go on forever? Will that go on forever and ever and ever? Or was there a point where it had to start?
No. It does start somewhere, yes.
Yeah, it starts somewhere. And whether you believe in, the evolution from a single cell, or if you believe in Adam and Eve as the first humans, it had to start somewhere. And even the Earth itself
100%.
and space itself,
Sure.
yeah, like
But
it came from.
Yusta, before
yeah.
you continue, please, could you
Yeah.
read the topic on the screen?
On the screen? There's nothing on the screen right now.
The topic on the screen. Oh. So the topic on the screen is your God is imaginary. So
yeah,
God is imaginary is the word behind it is your God. So it is specifically your God.
Okay.
I don't think anybody on the panel has a problem with a possible deistic God existing. Like,
Oh,
we
is
don't
that what you
think
guys
it
are
does,
saying?
but
So you
if
guys
it
believe?
does, we don't.
Sorry.
No, it's not that we believe. We don't believe in it, but we have no problem with it existing. Justin doesn't have a problem with some form of deity existing in which it hasn't communicated with us, but he has a problem with Allah existing. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But I thought like you guys didn't believe in God, so I was gonna go and like.
Well, we don't.
We
see,
don't. That is the point. We
okay,
don't.
yeah. So yeah.
But the topic is specifically to your specific God.
Yeah.
That is the topic of
And
the
that's-
life. So
and that
we
is
talk
what
about
I'm
specific
also getting
God
to.
concepts, not.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So that was what I was getting to. Like, so we've agreed that it had to start from somewhere, and we know.
Wait, why had to
space
start from
itself-
somewhere?
Did you say why?
I said what? I don't think the universe
Or
had to
humans.
start.
First, we spoke about humans.
Oh,
We were
humans.
talking about humans,
I-
so it had to
I
start from somewhere.
Yeah, our species evolved at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it had to start from somewhere, and do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, we
That the universe
believe in the
expanded,
Big Bang,
and it was
but-
it started from a single mass at the start.
No, I don't believe that. I don't think
You
science
don't
says
believe
that. So it certainly wasn't the single mass of a star. I think what you meant to
No,
say
massive
might have been
energy,
the size of a star. Mass
Mhm.
and size are different. But no, I don't believe in a singularity, and I don't believe that there was nothing prior to the Big Bang.
Okay. So you think the universe existed forever and ever and ever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess then that's your viewpoint. I don't think many people agree with that because of the universe
That's a
expanding.
lie.
I think everybody on the panel does except you. The
Yeah.
thing is,
Okay. Then if you guys
as
all believe that, then that's
as
fair.
Justin was saying,
Yeah.
as Justin was saying, the Big Bang does not necessitate the start of the universe. It necessitates the start of the expansion. So you have a thing, and then the Big Bang is the start of its expansion. But
Okay.
this thing existed prior to the expansion.
Okay, then
Does
that's
that
fair.
make sense?
Okay, so whether you believe that or not, I still believe that there was a start of it. That universe had to be created by something that didn't need to be created, something that
Sure.
exists forever. Exactly. Okay, so my
Sure,
viewpoint is
and we
on
can
why
grant that
Yeah.
it's a God.
Okay.
But why is it
Yeah.
Allah?
So
Actually,
now,
also-
why is Allah?
Also,
Okay,
guess
go
who's
ahead.
here?
Dr. Blitz! Dr. Blitz!
Hello,
Dr. Blitz's
Oh,
ears
yeah,
were
yeah.
tingling with Big Bang
here, I was
discussion.
I was just scrolling along and I'm like, Big Bang, singularity, what's going on?
No, I was just
It's
making
like
this
when
point.
you
Okay.
say to like a puppy, it's like when a dog hears its favorite words, like walk, dinner.
The ears perk up, you know?
Hey, Dr. Blitz, this guy thinks that Allah created the universe out of nothing.
Well, that's certainly a take.
Sure. What would be the evidence that there was nothing and that Allah did it?
Because we were told that. Because there has to be someone that wasn't created, someone that's always existing, someone that's independent.
But
of
why is it a
everything.
someone, not a something?
Well, you can say someone or something, and that's what we're trying to get down to, what that
Sure.
is. Yeah, and that's why I'm
So
saying
it could
that
be
is
it could be a
Allah.
thing. It could be a thing
could
that
be a thing.
caused the universe to
It could be a
exist. It
thing.
doesn't have to be an entity.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
Sure.
But
Now,
then that's
why do you think it's
Yeah.
why do you think it's an entity?
Now, with me, because first of all, we have the Quran. That's what we have right now. Of course,
I
we're
love
not alive
Quran
for the
talk. We should talk
messengers.
about that.
We could talk about the Quran, but like, of course, we weren't alive for the messengers right now. But each messenger came with a book, a holy revelation
message.
from God.
Mhm.
Exactly, and then that was passed on to the people, and over time they get corrupted, and then after that, a new messenger comes to refresh that message to the people. And
How
then right
long
now, the
does
last
it take to
messenger
get
is
corrupted?
Muhammad. I mean, however long people corrupt at whatever rate, I don't really know an exact number.
Well,
But
what I'm saying is that
Yeah,
the
so-
Bible was claimed to have been
Yeah.
corrupted. The Quran
Yeah.
says it was corrupted.
Yeah.
And the time literally between the New Testament and the Quran is like a period of
600
like
years.
400 to 500 years.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that being the case, if it only takes 500 years for a text to get corrupted, why should we believe that the Quran's also not corrupted?
Because it's specifically been told to us that this Quran is the
So what?
final
It's
message,
corrupted.
and it won't get corrupted.
No, it is corrupted.
It isn't corrupted.
That is
We can talk about that.
That is
So
the funny
go
part,
for it.
Justin. So the Quran is not
So you
corrupted
have some
because the
points,
Quran
so-
says that this book is preserved.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
it's
And
preserved.
it's in the second page of the Quran, the second verse. It says
Yeah.
that this book has no doubt, and in Surah
Yeah.
Al-Najm it says that we have sent the scripture and we are the preservers of it.
Yeah.
So the Quran is telling you that it hasn't been corrupted, which is
Yeah.
circular, but we can grant it.
Hey,
can go
according
into
to the Quran, this is a trick question. Ems knows the answer.
Hmm.
According to the Quran, was the earth created first or the heaven created first?
By heaven, we mean the universe.
Right.
I mean, it's whatever was created first.
Well,
Well, whether the heavens or the earth, like it doesn't. I mean,
It
I
does
don't really
matter
know.
because where is the earth? Where is the earth located?
the
It's
earth
within the
is-
universe, right?
It's inside space. Yeah, it's in the universe.
Inside the universe. So
Yeah.
could the earth exist prior to the thing that contains it?
If God willed it to, by the way, God can create absolutely anything from nothing. So God could create the earth and
I
then
agree
create
with
the
you.
heavens around it. Yeah.
Sure. But then it would imply that the earth is older than the entire universe, correct?
And this implied.
Mhm.
I mean, can you show me the verses so we
it's-
can talk about it?
Sure, it's in Al-Fusilat 9 to 12. The problem, it's
Yeah.
41, I believe, chapter 41. The problem is
Yeah.
that, again, it would imply that the earth is the oldest thing in existence because it says that he made the earth and then he turned to heaven when it was shapeless. When, by the way, the smoke of in verse number 11 that is mentioned
Yeah.
according to the scholars means that or is described as the evaporated water of the surface of the earth when it was created. That created the smoke of the heavens, and then the heavens was layered into 7 heavens, each being given its mandate, with the lowest heaven being the earthly heaven, the universe, and that gets adorned with stars.
So
the problem is that the earth itself is older than heaven, and older than the universe, and older than the stars, and older than the galaxies.
Why is that a problem to you?
Because we know that the earth is younger than our solar system as a whole, and younger than the Milky Way, and younger than the universe. That would contradict what we know about the universe existing. And additionally, again, you would have to say that the earth existed in a different space, and then it was planted into the universe after it was created. Since the earth is contained within the universe, you cannot have something just randomly exist without the thing that contains it.
It also seems to be that there's a contradiction in Quran as well in 79:27. It seems to also suggest that the earth wasn't made first in another location. So I think it first of all, yeah, and I could be reading this wrong. M, you're the one that reads Arabic. Let me know what you find here. Which is harder to create, you or the sky? He built it, raising it high and forming it flawlessly. He dimmed its night, brought forth its daylight. As for the earth, he spread it out as well, bringing forth its waters and pastures. Is this giving a succession of events where the heavens were created first?
It does give a succession, but not in the case of, like, you could read it as that the earth existed and then he spread it out as a carpet after that. So he made the earth, then he made the universe, and then he spread out the earth. You could read it that way. It does indicate, it's not a necessary contradiction.
Fair enough.
Wait, so you guys see that, and then you say that the earth was still made first?
No, according to the other verse, the earth was made
explicitly.
First.
I mean, I don't know the exact tafsir of that, because obviously I'm not.
We can read the tafsir. The tafsir says word for word. It says it word for word, and Ibn Abbas says, and Ibn Kathir, that this is God describing the order of creation of the universe, in which He has created the earth before the universe, because you have to build the foundation before building the roof. And then He says that the earth was created first, and then the steam coming out of the earth's water created the smoke of the universe, and then the smoke of the universe, which was made from the water, was separated into 7 heavens.
Yeah, I've got Ibn Kathir pulled up, and it says, He it is who created for you all that is on earth. Then He, istawa illa, the heaven, and made them 7 heavens. So the earth, then the heavens.
Could you control F and say, and write the word foundation?
Sorry, if you said that again, I didn't hear that what you said.
I'm asking the host to just control F, the word foundation. It should be.
Yeah. See if it'll highlight. Sometimes when I'm trying to find something in the tafsir, it doesn't always highlight it the way that I hope.
How about the word roof?
Oh. Yeah, we got a bunch of roofs.
That is proof.
After Allah mentioned the proofs. No, we don't have roof.
Yeah. I mean, either way, it's fine.
It could be there. It's in the Arabic, at least. That's what I know.
Right.
So, but it should be here too. Did you highlight the word roof?
Yeah, I looked for roof. It only came up proof.
How about the word first? First.
I think this is one you're looking for. The one about smoke.
The word first.
All right.
Could you search up the word first?
There
you go.
Says these ayah indicate that Allah started creation by creating the earth. Then He made heaven into 7 heavens. This is how building usually starts, with the lower floor first. So He made the earth and then the heavens.
Okay.
And it describes it as a building. So you build the floor first, and then you build the ceiling. Which implies that the earth is a flat earth, by the way. But yeah.
It doesn't really imply that. They were,
It does, because you would have a foundation on the bottom and then the roof being built above it.
I mean, I know I read a different tafsir earlier, but I can't remember that, and it'll probably take some time. of many of verses when people try to explain it like this, and then there's refutations. I haven't got them. I don't remember them right now, and I can bring them maybe later on. But what I would want to say is, when, like, imagine there are some other scientific things in the Quran that people today might be like, oh, that's really basic. I'll say them in a second. But then we don't, right now, science changes over time. People experience, like, they look at different things and then they change their theories and they're like, okay, maybe it was actually this. And then things change over time. So the fact that
some things do, not everything.
Not everything, exactly.
Some things do. So, for example, do you think that we would ever wake up and realize that the sky was actually not blue and it's green?
I mean, someone in science might say that. They might say, oh, the sky is actually green, but we just see this blue part. You never know.
I'm talking about how we preserve it. Like how we not preserve, how we see it. So would somebody just wake up in the morning and say that we actually don't see the sky to be blue, we see it to be green, but we were wrong about the color?
I mean, what we see, we still see the color blue, but maybe someone in science in the future might be like, oh, but
so some things do not change.
Some things don't change. Yeah, exactly. Some things don't change. But some things do change, and a lot of things in science do change. And you have to remember, 1,400 years ago was when the Quran was revealed, and a lot of these things, there is no way for someone to know or like correctly. People say, "Oh, this already existed here. This existed there."
I've never seen anything in the Quran that you wouldn't have known in that time period. I've heard lots of people make claims, and every time I look into it, it's always something that they would have known in that time period. In fact, most of the times, it was already in the Greek literature.
Okay, so there's talk about the mountains having pegs.
The roots.
It is mentioned in the Bible. It is mentioned in the Bible verbatim. So it is not anything that is novel.
By the way, with the Bible talk, we don't say that the Bible is like completely false. Yeah, because obviously before. Yeah,
sure. The problem there is that if you assume that the Bible existed at the time of the Prophet, that you have to show me something that is completely novel, that I cannot trace it back to something else in which I could say the Prophet could have taken it from this prior source. Does that make sense? So you have to show me something that is novel.
What about the meeting of the seas?
What about him?
Sure, it is the Tafsir mentioned. Do you know what the Tafsir say about this?
What did they say?
Could you tell me what two seas are mentioned in this verse?
You tell me. It just says the two seas.
Okay. Sure. But when you go to Ibn Abbas and Ibn Kathir and Al-Qurtubi and Al-Tabari, the vast majority of classical interpretations mention that this is the meeting of the sea of the heaven and the sea of the earth, in which there's a barrier between the sea of the heaven and the sea of the earth, in which they do not meet.
I mean, that is their tafsir. Of course, I'm not going to say, oh, these people are wrong. They were scholars. They studied hard, and I'm not a scholar. But you can also see this as in being from the seas themselves, because we know fresh water and salt water don't mix. I know there's a specific ocean where there's an actual line.
They do.
But like they don't cross
they
over.
Do love.
A barrier.
The problem.
They do meet.
The problem here is that it is describing a freshwater sea and a saltwater sea. There is no such thing as a freshwater sea. That is number one. Number two, the scholars who haven't said that this is talking about heaven and earth said that this is talking about the Arabian Gulf and the Indian Ocean. And there, again, water is not separated. And there is no place on earth in which water is separated by a clear mark in which water does not cross. Because it says between them there's a line in which they do not cross. That is not true. They do cross. Water does mix.
I mean, you're taking it in the sense that there's a straight line and nothing can go past that.
I mean, I have to follow what the scholars said, though, right?
I mean,
the scholars, most of them said that this is talking about. If most of them have said either one opinion, that it is talking about the water of the sea of the earth and the sea of the heaven, which makes more sense in the context of the verse, because it says that between them is a barrier upon which they do not transgress. That would make sense in the context of the sea of the heaven and the sea of the earth, because they do not actually transgress. But if you look at the Arabian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, water does transgress. It's going to move. It's going to flow.
Okay, wait.
There is no barrier.
I would search up. I don't want to waste time, but I know there was an ocean that way.
You're talking about pictures of the Gulf of Alaska, in which you have glaciers melting and giving you a different color before mixing into the Pacific Ocean. It
Yeah,
is
I'm
not two
familiar with
seas
this
mixing.
picture too. They still mix.
Well, all I'm seeing is that they don't mix, so I
But
kind
they
of want
do.
to see
You're
where you
seeing
guys are looking.
you're seeing glaciers. You know what? I can tell you what to do. Go to the pictures of ships crossing through the Panama Canal from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and show me how water doesn't mix.
So I know the
Because again, the pictures you're referring to are pictures of glaciers melting off the coast of Alaska into the Pacific Ocean. So they're recently melted. Before mixing, they give a different shade of blue. That is all. But there's no mix. There's no difference between, again, an ocean and the other. That is not a thing.
That's the image that's usually used. As said, this is the Gulf of Alaska, and the water does in fact mix. But just like any two bodies of water, when they're different colors and temperature, when they meet, the place where they meet is going to have a small section where they're mixing, and then backwards from where they come from will be slightly different colored. That's just how it works. They're not going to be the same color because they have different sources. There's no barrier. They're still mixing.
And there is no barrier. Yeah. That's why most scholars have agreed that this makes more sense to be talking about an actual barrier that doesn't allow water to transgress between heaven and earth, which is usually understood as the firmament.
That's fair. If the scholars say it like that, then fair enough. But I've seen so much information saying that freshwater and saltwater don't mix because of their densities. But I guess fair. I'm not a scholar.
Sure, but then the problem there is that there are no seas that are freshwater. Do you know a single sea that is a freshwater sea?
I did know. Was it?
Seas by definition are saltwater.
Come on, buddy.
Okay, I don't
It's
want
a
to waste
fact.
time.
You're
I
not
like
gonna.
searching things
How
up
can a
online.
freshwater sea exist? How can that exist?
How about you showed us, you tried with two different miracles in the Quran. Do you have a third, or do you want us to present you something?
I mean, we can talk about others. I mean, there's expansion of the universe, but you're probably going to say he stole
It doesn't
from
say that in
somewhere.
the Arabic. It doesn't.
does
No,
say
it
that
doesn't say that in the Arabic.
What does it say?
Oh, really?
What does it say then?
You read it in Arabic then.
What's it say?
جميل. وإن والسماء بنيناها بعيد وإنا لموسعون. لموسعون is not a verb. It's translated in Mustafa Khattab's Quran as a verb, but it's not a verb. It's a name of an action doer. اسم فاعل.
See someone's Quran? What do you mean someone's
Yes, in
Quran?
Mustafa Khattab's translation of the Quran, yes.
So did you get just one person's
But the
translation of
Arabic,
it?
Sure, if you look at other translations,
So
it doesn't
what verse
translate it as a verb.
What verse is it
It is
specifically again?
translated 5147. The vast majority of translations translate it correctly into meaning expander. An expander is the name of an action doer. It is not a verb. And again, in the type of sentence this is in Arabic, Jamil, in the type of sentence this is in Arabic, it's a jumla shartiyya, which is a conditional statement in which the name of an action doer takes the tense of the sentence, and the tense of the sentence is in the past tense, because it is the sky, and we have built it with hands, that is the past tense. That same tense is carried forward to the name of the action doer. And the scholars, when you open up the tafsir again, they say that this means that God has made the universe vast in the past tense. It is not present continuous.
So you're just taking one person.
I know this is literally every single tafsir. No, this is literally every single tafsir.
This is not.
You cannot find that. You can't find an actual classical tafsir that says anything besides the fact that this is in the past tense. I've looked into every single one of them. And the verse is broken down grammatically by Ibn Hayyan al-Andalusi, who's a Quran Arabic linguist. He breaks down the verse and he shows you that, again, this is in the past tense, based on Arabic grammar, and also the scholars do agree. The scholars, when they open up the tafsir of Qurtubi al-Baghawi, Sa'di, all of them, they show you that this is talking about the past tense. It is not a present continuous verb, because it's not a verb in the first place.
I mean, from what I'm reading from his, it literally says We made it vast, and we brought its roof higher without pillars to support it, and thus it is hanging independently.
Exactly.
And
This
the
is in the
next
past
part, we have
tense.
made it a resting place for the created, and the next part is
Jamil,
meaning we
this
spread
is the
it for
past tense.
its inhabitants. We spread
Past
it.
tense.
So it's,
Past tense. Past tense. That is the point.
well, that's his one.
When it says, so the word si'a, no, this is literally every single classical interpretation. The word si'a
Not
could
from
also mean to
Abbas
fit.
Tanwir.
Say that again?
Abbas Tanwir al-Mikbah. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Where he says, we
You
have
mean Ibn
built,
Abbas?
created the heaven. Yeah.
You don't speak Arabic?
Yes.
Ibn Abbas says, Ibn Abbas is
I
quoted in
read
Ibn
it,
Kathir's
but
tafsir as
no,
saying.
I don't know the language. Say again, sorry.
So Ibn Abbas is quoted in Ibn Kathir's tafsir to again say that this means we have made it vast in the past tense. None of the companions or the classical scholars do say that this means that it is continuously expanding. The word si'a, which also means to expand, but in Arabic it also means to fit or be big enough to contain. Which again, why the scholars have also interpreted it to mean that God has made the universe big enough to contain the earth.
I mean, I guess
If you
fair.
find
I
the
need to look
classical,
into it more. Yeah, that's fair.
if you
I'll
find the
look into it
classical
more.
interpretation that says that this is continuously expanding, then you can present it, but not a single one does.
Yeah.
I will look into that because I know a lot of this will take time. I don't want to rush anything and just take any source.
Well,
it needs to
I'll tell
be
you
like
what.
an actual source.
Take your time, go look up some sources, and come back and hit us up again, and we'll discuss it again. I've got a bunch of people waiting to get in and talk tonight, so I'm going to move through the queue and try to get everybody involved. But thanks for coming up and chatting with us and being kind. You know, sometimes when we tweak people on their holy books, they get a little upset, but you seem to do well.
No, I love the discussions. No, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Cheers.
We didn't get to the semen part.
Oh, fuck. You know, we didn't get the semen or Aisha, but you know what? The night is still young. I think we'll still have an opportunity, won't we? All right, we'll take care of that.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen.
It's absolutely going to happen. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats, and I said we'd get Nameless Guitar in here next, and then Mark after that. So that's the order
sorry
we'll
for
grab.
sneezing on camera. I know that was loud.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Not loud.
User says, is it true everyone on the flood or in the flood were Nephilim? No. It doesn't say that at all. If that's true, couldn't there be an argument justifying the flood? If not, why? Well, the Bible never said that everybody was Nephilim, and it's clear that they're not Nephilim, and everybody's not Nephilim. That would imply that somehow God allowed all of his angels to entirely repopulate the earth with the Nephilim, but they weren't. In fact, the Nephilim are referred to as the warriors of old, meaning there seems to be that there was time that there were Nephilim, but they were the warriors that you knew about. They were like the special class of warriors. So it's just not true. Also, if everybody was a Nephilim, that would mean Noah and his family were also Nephilim. There's some discussion as to how Nephilim survived the flood, because King Og shows up in Deuteronomy and elsewhere. The Talmud suggests that King Og held on to the outside of the ark when the flood happened, which is a weird thing. But they show up again as well. They're in Numbers 13:33. There are Nephilim in the land still. So the flood didn't fix the Nephilim, and there's nothing in the Bible that says that all the humans were Nephilim. I don't know why anyone would think that. It's clear that prior to the flood, there are all kinds of not Nephilim. So like just prior to Genesis 6, we learn about people that are not Nephilim, like within a generation prior to the flood. So I don't know where we got the idea that everybody was a Nephilim. Fair question though. I don't know who told you that. I'd question them. Jameer says, a big fan. Your thoughts on Alex O'Connor? He recently did his first Christian debate in a while. Have you thought about calling into debate shows? No, I don't call into other people's channels. I don't think it's worthwhile. If we're going to have these debates, I'd rather have them come to us so that we can get the eyeballs and get our message out the best way possible. I would much rather the atheist debate streams be able to guide the conversations rather than us trying to compete with the nonsense of the apologists. That's why you don't see like
Alex
a whole lot of
O'Connor.
Yeah, you don't see any
He's
apologist debate streams because nobody cares to watch them. So it's not really worthwhile. Alex O'Connor, I like. I think he's really cool. I don't like when he talks about the Bible. It's kind of disappointing because it's clear he doesn't understand most of what he's reading, which is fine. I don't expect people who don't have training in this book to really grasp it, so I wouldn't hold that against him. That being said, the dude's really smart, and I think he's really capable, and I think he does a good job of bringing people to the the wisdom of atheism. So I got nothing against him. I think he's a cool dude. John DeFapta says, Justin, you're my number one mass debater. Keep cooking. Well, thank you, John. I don't know what it means to be a mass debater, but I think that's supposed to be a play on words, and I enjoy it. I know.
Mass debater.
I know. Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
Isn't that a reference from, what was it, South Park?
Oh, I don't know, actually. Good question.
They made the episode they made about Charlie Kirk.
Mm.
What was his name? The fat kid.
Hartman?
Cartman, yes. When he was like debating college kids, as like he was playing Kirk.
I didn't see that one.
He was telling his mom, master debating people online.
Oh fuck! I did see. Yeah, you know what? Now that you mentioned that, I did see that. That's really good. I totally forgot about the Cartman debate episode. That's crazy. Oh man, I wonder if they're going to remove that based on what happened to Charlie Kirk. But nevertheless, it was a fun play on words. It reminds me of the Fish Sticks episode with Kanye. But the toddler Jesus says, if Jesus came to die for our sins, why didn't they nail the newborn to the cross? I've had this discussion before. If they just need somebody that's innocent to shed blood, like any newborn baby is innocent, you could shed that blood. Like it didn't have to be Jesus. It could have been any baby. What a nonsensical thing to have a grown ass man do it. And Miss Meg, I'd love to see baby Jesus. Meg says, if everything doesn't line up, people would be blind. Amazing that he didn't know people are, in fact, born blind. Oops. That is a whole nother topic of conversation. But yes, the Bible God will make you born blind, Exodus chapter 4, and then also curse you later for being blind. That's Leviticus. Lancelot Cockblocker of Galahad, good to see you, says, so apparently there's a preacher who wants his members to show W-2s. Be sure they tithe enough. Grab your ankles and I'll give them you, buddy. Rock hard for Doug. So I'm aware of this, and it's not the first time. In fact, Creflo Dollar, the name alone should give you an understanding of what he's about. Creflo Dollar did a monologue a while ago about how he thinks that if people don't tithe, they should be able to line them up outside of the church and take care of them execution style, just for not tithing. So these types of people, they're pretty. These televangelist types are pretty serious about giving you all of their money. And XJW says, no matter how many holes Yeshua lets us observe, he'll never make us as happy as Justin. Gay for Justin. Well, thank you, XJW. And you're right. Jesus, while he may have been full of holes, he's never sent anything that's filling yet, which is why everyone's just constantly disappointed with this religion and this supposed Messiah. Reverend Nate says, Doug sent Rock Jeebus down to the world for summer vacation. Rocky Jeebus is perpetually stoned, so he crashed and burned off the coast of Mexico. No more dinos. Oh, he crashed and burned and caused the extinction event for the dinosaurs. That does check out. In fact, Morgan Lee has a video that confirms this of Caucasian Space Jesus. If you don't know about Caucasian Space Jesus, you need to check them out on Morgan Lee's channel. And Beard of Empathy says, it may seriously be time to reconsider the nuh-uh argument. A lot of people, well, not people, apologists, seem to think it's a powerful argument. And to be fair, if you don't know anything about anything, I can definitely see why you might say nuh-uh and just hope you don't get called out on it. It's a viable defense. It's not a good one. Brian says, yes, contradictions in the Bible and falsehoods in the Bible mean the God you personally believe, the triumphant God, split into three, but not split is fantasy. Yeah, the idea that you have a triumphant God, it's three separate persons, but also they're identical, the same person, is a preposterous thing to believe. It's absolutely asinine.
They're triplets, okay.
I got just 2 more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Dr. Fudge says, I'm not a real doctor. I think we do know this. I do perform pregnancy terminations at a discount. Oh, Now we've got an
Oh my god.
in the community. Not a doctor, but
Thank you.
we can perform probably even more abortions than what we were previously going to do. I
Do
think.
you do 2 a day? Because I've been having trouble finding one that does 2 a day.
Yeah,
Like on the
you
same
know, the one
person.
I like has 2 for Tuesdays. Like you buy an abortion, you get one free on Tuesdays.
Wait, where is this, Crystal?
Mm.
Where is this place?
You gotta come to Cali, Venus. Come out here. We Californians, we're so horrible. We love abortions every day.
We should go get an abortion together, Crystal. Oh my
Yeah.
So,
god.
and then
We'll
matching
BOGO.
tattoos to celebrate.
Matching tattoos and abortions together. I love that.
Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says Nardo is beyond low tier. He skipped into minefielding wearing clown shoes, and Justin buried him deep under the list. Yeah, that didn't go so well. He tried though. I mean, what are you gonna do? They do their best. It's just that their best isn't very good, and so you're kind of stuck with it. Last super chat from Shirley Temple Black. Good to see your friends. Is psyched for M's. I haven't heard him in a while. Venus is super cool too. Rocco for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, and Gay for Justin. And I agree, Venus and M's are rad. But also so is Critically Crystal, who's with us. Make sure you're following all 3 of my friends on TikTok. Don't leave them hanging. They're all amazing creators. And with that, friends, we do have a guest waiting to get in. They've been waiting patiently. It's Nameless Guitar, and then we'll grab Mark after that. Hopefully Nameless Guitar will maybe even have a proper argument. We'll see. How you doing, Guitar?
What's up? I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing well. Guitar,
I love you.
is there a name you want to be called?
Yeah, you can just... Actually, I would prefer you call me Guitar.
Okay,
If
Guitar.
that's fine with you. If it's not, I can just give you a name.
That's fine. Guitar it is. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 20, and I do believe in God.
Okay. And what God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Okay. Also, I'm getting some feedback in somebody's microphone. I don't know who. If you're not talking, if you could mute the mic, that'd be super helpful. I can figure out where the feedback's coming from. All right. It might actually be coming from Nameless Guitar, because I can hear myself talking and everyone's muted but Nameless Guitar. Maybe turn your speakerphone down a little bit, Guitar, and that'll fix it. All right. Let's see if that does anything for us. It should be better now. So I apologize. You said you were a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. What do you think is the best piece of evidence or the best reason or argument to believe in Christianity?
Was my best evidence?
Sure.
I don't know. I don't think that it would be just one thing.
I didn't say you can only present one thing. I'm just you can only do one at a time, right? We can't do 5 arguments at once. So pick your favorite one and we'll start there.
All right, I'll say the best evidence is that Christianity explains reality better than anything else.
All right, what does it explain?
Existence, morality, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Sure. Well, which one do you want to start with first?
What do you mean?
Pick which one you want to work on, and we'll work through it.
What do you mean? What are you asking me?
Okay, so
How
you
does
listed
Christianity explain existence?
right. You said 3 different things, and we can only do one at a time. So let's start where Crystal said. How does Christianity explain our existence?
Okay. Well, okay. Let me see how I can say this, because this is going to be a long topic if we're going to explain existence itself. So,
Well, I mean, you mentioned it. How does Christianity explain existence?
explains our existence by saying we're not here by accident. We were created on purpose by God. So instead of the universe just existing for no reason, there's a real cause behind it.
Sure. And why would we believe that?
If everything in the universe needs a cause, then the universe itself needs one too.
Well, I don't believe that everything in the verse has a single cause, like it goes back to a God. I believe that the universe has always existed, so it's an infinite chain of causes, just like your God would be.
Oh, okay, so you're saying it has no starting point?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And the universe has no starting point, just like your God has no starting point in your worldview.
Okay. So an infinite chain doesn't actually explain anything. It just pushes the question back forever. You still haven't explained why
Actually,
anything is
neither
at
does
all.
God. Putting it on God just begs the
No,
question,
but
who
here's the
created
thing,
God?
no,
So
no,
having an infinite universe is the
no,
identical same answer as having a universal God.
no. An
Yes,
infinite
yes,
chain.
yes,
No, the
yes.
thing here is an infinite chain doesn't actually explain anything. It just pushes the
It
question
does.
back forever.
Yeah, and so does
Okay,
putting it on
okay,
God.
okay, okay,
So
okay, okay.
having
All
an
right, all right,
infinite,
all right.
crash out's coming hard.
No,
Having a God
listen.
explain it just gives you the same question. The question really is, why is there something rather than nothing? That's really the base question. Now, nobody has an actual answer for that because you're going to explain it with God, but you have no explanation for why God exists. And I'm going to explain it by saying that the universe has always existed. We didn't need a magic man in the sky to create it.
Can I say something?
I'm hoping we're having a conversation. Usually when we're having conversations, you get to say things too.
Okay. If every cause depends on a prior cause and nothing ever really starts and you never get an explanation, at some point you need a first cause that is independent.
That's not true.
That's
Every
what I mean by
cause
God.
was
That's what I
caused
mean
by
by
its
God.
preceding event.
If everything is caused by something else, how does the chain ever begin instead of nothing
Well, so first
existing?
of all, everything doesn't have a cause because you believe in an uncaused cause. You think God is an uncaused cause. So first of all, your argument fails because you're saying there can be uncaused causes. Like you think there's no logical problem
No, I think
with
that something was I think
uncaused
something is
causes.
necessary and cannot fail
There's
to exist.
yeah, that's the universe. Universe is necessary. So let me explain what you've just done. You said everything must have a cause. And then you said my God doesn't have a cause. So what that means is not everything requires a cause, and it also means that you believe that logically it's okay. There doesn't violate any rules of logic for you to say that some things, whether it's a God or anything else, don't need an initial cause. Some things can be uncaused. So what that means is you can't then say that the universe requires a cause, or it can't be an uncaused cause. And again, it's kind of meaningless because I've already told you that if the universe is infinite, it's just an infinite chain of causes. And I realize that you've been told that having an infinite past isn't possible, but I will bet money that you'll not come up with a single good reason to believe that. Venus, what do you want to bet that he's going to bring up some bad, broken rendition of Hilbert's Hotel?
That or the Kalam cosmological argument, and he'll try and argue the universe is contingent.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
So I never said everything needs a cause. I said things that begin to exist need a cause. The whole
You
question
didn't say that.
I did.
Hold on. Demonstrate the universe has a beginning.
So listen, the whole question is, did the universe begin or not? If
He's
it
doing
began,
it. He switched to the clam. He just switched to the clam, like you said. I didn't even think that was going to happen. Now he's at the clam. All right.
They've evolved. They've started evolving. It's like a bacterial
Hello?
pathway. Like the common cold used to infect our cells.
I don't believe in the
injecting. Oh my god, bro.
All right.
God
we
isn't,
said
God
we
isn't
said
like the universe. God didn't begin, so he
Kalam.
doesn't need a cause. But the universe shows signs of beginning, so it doesn't need one.
It
So
doesn't.
it does need
All
one.
right.
That's
So
the difference. That's the difference you're missing.
So we'll do the Kalam
Do
and
you
show
have
you
any
why.
reason to think that the universe never began, or are you just assuming that?
Yes. So we'll do the Kalam for you since you wanted to do the Kalam, and then we'll do the eternal universe since you wanted to pivot. So the Kalam starts with everything that begins to exist has a cause. Now, listen, I think everything has a cause, to be fair. But I also agree that everything that begins to exist had a cause for it to begin to exist. Premise number 2, though, is where we're going to disagree, which is the universe began to exist. Can you support that? Guitar? Can you support premise 2?
Okay. So like I already said, I said we have a good reason to think the universe began to exist. Science points to a beginning, and also
I'm asking
an
for the
infinite
reason.
past.
Where in science does it point? Where in science does it point towards a beginning?
Can I finish?
Well, no.
Also,
I'm pushing you to give support for premise 2, and your support was science says so. But I'm asking you to demonstrate that science says so, because as it turns out, science doesn't say so. Science said it 100 years ago. They don't say it anymore.
What did they don't say?
They don't say that the universe didn't exist.
Who?
Science.
Science is one person?
No, science
Okay,
as a consensus. In fact, there was a survey done not that long ago about whether or not they believe the Big Bang was the beginning of time itself, and the majority of respondents said no.
So we have a new model of the Big Bang, the Lambda CDM model, and that no longer posits that the Big Bang is the beginning of the universe. So, good sir, the universe doesn't have an observable beginning. We can't go before Planck time. So, unless you can give me a physicist that says that the universe has a beginning, you're wrong. Cue in the Russell's Hotel.
Absolutely. Absolutely about to happen.
So I was just trying to finish, but I guess we're going to switch the topic.
No, we were just teasing you. Go ahead and give the support that the universe had a beginning.
Okay, so can I finish, or do you want me to switch to what I was saying?
I literally just asked you to finish. Do you not know how conversations work?
Yeah. So an infinite past doesn't make sense. You wouldn't ever reach today.
Like I said,
why wouldn't
he's
you?
going to Russell's. Holy shit!
Listen,
I'm
listen,
an oracle.
let me finish.
Justin, did you see that?
I know they have nothing. They have to resort to these bad arguments.
Sorry, go ahead, guitar. Go ahead, guitar.
Even if physics can't see before the Planck time, that doesn't mean the universe is eternal. It just shows science has limits. Logic still applies. Whatever begins to exist needs a cause, and the universe shows signs of beginning.
What are the signs?
Look.
That's what I'm asking. What are the signs?
Science can
what are
model
the
only
signs?
what we can measure.
What are
But
the
whether or not we
signs
see
that
the
the
exact
universe?
Star, actual infinite.
Hey, maybe if you just keep shouting into your phone, I won't have to mute you. I'm asking you to support your claim. You keep saying signs point towards. What signs? What's the evidence that the universe had a beginning? You haven't given us anything yet.
Okay. Okay. So the evidence comes from both science and logic, first of all.
What evidence?
So science, the universe is expanding. If you run that backward, everything comes to a point showing a beginning. And
No,
not a
the singularity
beginning.
is not a point.
An actual infinite path is impossible.
No. It's a singularity. If it's first of all, the singularity has to exist
So have you
before
gone
the
through an
expansion.
infinite sequence
Otherwise,
of...
can't stop. Listen. What the fuck is expanding if the universe began? If the universe didn't exist before it expanded? That's like stretching imaginary slime. It's got to exist to be expanded, buddy.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
the problem that we have here is there's a dozen different models of an eternal universe that does also result in an expansion event. There's like quantum foam, inflation theory, rebound theory, or they used to call it rebound theory. They even called it rubber band theory at one point. But right now they call it Big Bang, Big Crunch. So basically the idea is that the universe expands, and then eventually it stops expanding, and then gravity pulls everything back in. Then you have another hot, dense state, which leads to another expansion. One of my favorite theories is that this is caused by black hole bounce. Once the universe gets so hot and dense, it's basically a giant black hole, then we have a black hole bounce event, which causes the next expansion event. Now, it's also true, we have no idea if our observable universe is all there is. It's possible that our observable universe, or even the part that's expanding, is a tiny fraction of the universe that's expanding in a pocket. There might be an infinite universe outside of what we're able to observe. Just because we're expanding and we're observing some expansion doesn't mean that the entire universe is expanding. Just means that what we can see is expanding. Wonder how long he was shouting into the mute.
So, like, you said a lot of stuff just now, but I understand what you're saying. But those are just interesting ideas, but they are just theories, not proof the universe is eternal. We're talking about reality, not speculation, and the observable universe still
you're
points to a
speculating.
beginning logic. And
You're
also
speculating, not me.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Between you and me, I'm the only one that understands the law of the thermodynamics.
I don't think so.
So again, you're speculating. There is scientific evidence that I'm willing to point to that demonstrates the validity of my position. The evidence that I'm going to point to is the DESI data. I think the DESI data is good evidence that the universe will eventually crunch back in on itself.
You're cooked on your own court.
Getting cooked. Are you out of your goddamn mind right now? Think you're cooking? This is insane that you think you're cooking right now.
How are you gonna cook with no ingredients?
Yeah.
That's my question. Are we making
imagine-
saltwater soup?
You all have to read his bio. It says he cooks atheists with undeniable facts.
He's cooking, isn't he? He is on fire, that's for sure.
Wow,
So-
saltwater soup. And for dinner, we have sugar water soup.
Help.
That's crazy. So anyways, my point is, like, we have a number of different theories about what was prior to the Big Bang, and the reality is whatever you're going to posit is also a theory. Something being a theory doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong. Something being a theory just means it's a possible explanation. It just happens to be that the theory you like is not well supported in science. Whereas the theory that the universe doesn't have an initial beginning is well supported currently in the science and by scientists. I'm more than happy to show you a study that was done, or rather a survey that was done not that long ago, where the scientists agree with me and not you.
Okay, so what am I claiming? What am I currently? Wait, what am I claiming then?
What your claim is...
No, this is
What am I
Matthew.
claiming?
What's that?
What am I claiming right now?
Well, hold on.
Chat,
Crystal
what's
said
your-
something.
Matthew.
Who's
So
Matthew?
This is Matthew, the guy. I guess he's a guy who doesn't want to talk about the Bible with you, even though he says the Bible has no contradictions.
I'll talk
The
about
chat
the Bible.
seems to
That's
think
why.
you
That's
know.
why I came up here. That's why I came up here to talk about contradictions. But this got into a whole entire different thing.
Wait, is your name Matthew?
Yes.
Oh, so the chat was right.
Yeah. It's in my actual name.
Have we
It's in
have
my
we talked
name.
before?
Matthew's in my actual name.
Have we talked before?
Yes.
What did we talk about?
We talked about God existing, and that's pretty much about it.
I bet I wrote about it actually. Give me a second. I keep a documentation or a document with people that I talk to. I don't see a recent Matt, so maybe you're not a Matt that I've talked to recently, but I'm sure at some point we'll get to the Bible since you said you're a Christian. So we'll take care of that.
Past is impossible. You can't pass through an endless sequence of moments to reach today. Also,
Yeah, you
the
keep
second law of thermodynamics was
you
the
keep
beginning.
saying it. You keep saying it, but you haven't demonstrated it. So what do you want to do? Do you want
We
to
have
do
good
the
reason
infinite?
to think the universe
Do you
began.
want to
thing is,
do?
your
Science points to the
God-
beginning.
Just shouting talking points is not helpful. Listen, gish galloping through points will never help you here. Every time you make a claim, I'm going to ask you to support the claim.
You're running.
So your claim
Stop
is
running,
that
stop
you
running.
can't have an infinite past. Do you
Stop
want to talk
running.
about that, or did you want to talk about
Why
the
would you-
other point that you
How about-
mentioned? Because
how about-
as it turns out, we can't debate
about you
two
listen?
points at the same time.
Well, we're not. You just won't listen.
Awesome. Welcome in, everyone from the Mama Bash raid. Great to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Tell Mama Bash I said hi and thank you. So
Can I
now,
add something real quick?
sure.
Stop running. Stop pivoting.
So we need to address this, the fucking elephant in
No,
the
we need
room.
to address
The
that.
point is, why are you talking with me? Anyways, the
Well,
point is that if you don't think there can be an infinite sequence of events, then you also don't think that your God is eternal, because it would require him infinitely regressing into the past as well, like the existence of the universe, unless you can give us a symmetry breaker between the relevant qualities that allow God to exist eternally, but not the universe. Until then, we will forever be stuck here.
Yeah, agreed. We agree that you and I at least agree that God would live in an infinite regress. Otherwise, he's not capable of doing anything. God can't exist outside of time. But I don't know if this caller is willing to admit that, but we might get there in a moment. So
Okay,
you
what is
brought
the
up
plan?
you brought up two talking points, and I'm just going to ask you which one you want to actually address. You brought up the infinite past, and then you also brought up the second law of thermodynamics. Which one of those would you like me to break down for you?
Let's talk about the infinite past.
Sure. Why can't there be an infinite past?
Because you would never reach today if time never started.
Why wouldn't we?
Okay, so okay, I just want to make sure that you understand that.
I
you
do
think that we would
understand.
have-
I've heard the argument
that we-
100
that-
times.
No, that we would have to go through an infinite amount of time to get to today, right?
No, you wouldn't. All points on the timeline are finite.
But
Okay,
I
so
think,
wait,
Justin, I think that
what theory of time do you
crystals,
think?
just a second,
It's
guitar, please. I think Venus's point was, or should be addressed. Wouldn't the same apply to God if God existed eternally? God would never get to the point God is at
But
if
here's
he
the thing I'm
regresses in
trying
the
to
past
say.
eternally.
But here's the thing
right,
I'm trying to say.
but the guitar is going to say that God doesn't exist in time, so they're going to apply
I
different
won't
rules to
say
God.
that.
So
I don't want to.
it's not worth
I don't want to talk
it's
about
not
that
worth
right now.
derailing the current discussion to do that. But I would like to get to that because I agree 100% with Venus on this point. I don't know if it's worth side railing our current discussion to get to it, but I would like to get to it actually. So anyways, what we're asking you to do is to demonstrate why an infinite past wouldn't be possible. And what you're going to say is that, well, if you start at infinity, there's an infinite amount of moments between then and now. But the problem you have is infinity doesn't have a start point. So you can't say at the start of infinity because you've created an error. You can't put a start or an end on something that has no start or end, which is why your statement is stupid.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, if there were infinite moments before now, how did we ever get to now?
Because
what is now? What is now? What is now?
You can't finish.
Okay, what is now?
Countdown. You can't finish.
Guitar,
an
what is
infinite
now?
countdown.
Guitar, what is now? What is the now that you're talking about that we need to get to? What is
So
now?
what theory of time do you believe in?
B theory.
Irrelevant.
So what is now? What is now?
So look, everything that you just now literally said was exactly my point. An actual infinite past
No,
can't
what
exist.
is now? What is
Listen,
now? Because you're saying we
hold
can't
on.
get to now. So tell me what the present is, right?
What
It's a
is
gift.
actually
That's
like
why we
what
call it the
actually
present
is now?
Venus.
Okay. Now is the
All right, I'll see myself out.
now is the present moment we are experiencing. It's
Yeah,
real.
but
and
what is
exists.
it? Yeah, but what is it? Is it
And it's
before the
It's
past?
the present
Is it
moment we're experiencing.
is it after the past and before the future?
The fact that there is now shows time is moving, and the
Yo,
past
is it
isn't
after the
infinite.
is it after the past and
You
before
can't
the
point to an
future?
actual infinite past. Every moment depends on the ones before it.
Answer the
Since we have
question,
a
dummy.
Since we have a present moment, the past had to.
Here,
Okay.
we'll silence him so you can get the question out again.
Let me put it in an analogy that my cat can understand. If I'm at number 1, right, and numbers are infinite, can I count to 2? And can I count to 0, even though numbers are infinite, Guitar?
If numbers really went back forever, you could never reach 1 or 2. That's
Answer
exactly
the question.
I just did.
Can
No.
I count
No.
from so I can't count from 0 to 1?
No. You
You
said.
failed primary
That's not
school,
what you
then,
said.
That's
and you
crazy.
fucking failed
That's not
primary
what you
school.
said.
He
That's
just
not what you
denied
said.
math. You have
That's
to
not what
deny
you said.
math to be a
That's
Christian.
not what you said. You said if
Then you
I'm at
failed
number 1,
primary
right,
school,
and
cunt.
numbers are infinite, can I count to 2?
Yeah.
And can I count to 0, even though numbers are infinite?
Can you
How
go
many numbers are
backwards?
there?
And said if numbers really went back forever, you
How
can
many-
never reach 1 or 2.
How many numbers are there, Guitar?
What do you mean?
How many numbers exist?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
How many numbers exist? Do you not know what numbers are?
What do you mean?
There has to be a point where there has to be a
Okay,
point
what's
where.
the first number? What's the first number? And what's the last number?
All right.
No, let him answer. What's
There
the
are
first number?
Obviously, the first number is one,
Okay,
and
listen.
the
There
last is
are
100.
infinitely many numbers, but infinity
No,
has
what's the
starting
first
point.
number? What's the first number? You
Listen.
said that I can't count to
Listen.
1.
What's the first number?
You said
Even though numbers go on forever, actually count them. You need a starting point.
What's the
To actually
first
count them,
number?
you need a starting point.
exactly. Oh, he got it. Exactly.
Yeah, so
to
you
count
agree that
them,
we
you
need a starting point. We need a
No.
starting
No,
point, yes.
no.
Oh, you
Nope.
agree? Okay.
Nope.
You are
Just pay
so
pay attention and you'll
Yeah.
fucking get it.
No.
He's
You got
explaining the
no.
thing that I already said to
Don't
you
fight
10
it.
times,
Don't
and
fight
if
it.
you would shut the
Don't
fuck
fight
up
it.
for 5
You guys
seconds,
are-
you would
you guys are
actually
dumb.
hopefully grasp
You guys are
it,
making
which is
yourself look dumb.
every
Almost
number
there, almost there.
compares to every
Wake
point
up.
on the timeline, which means between any 2 points or any 2 numbers, it's just a finite movement. Anytime you point to something on the timeline or the number line, it's finite to go from here to here, and we can do that because it's finite. We're in time. We exist in time, and our moments in time are finite. So we can always go from point A to point B no matter what. That's why we can have an infinite amount of numbers, and we can go from 1 to 2, even though there's an infinite amount of numbers before 1, because it's in a finite location moving to another finite location.
Exactly.
okay.
It's like yesterday
I'm
always
understanding.
changes.
I'm
It's like,
understanding now. Can I talk
okay,
now?
let me
now.
explain. Yeah, let me explain something. It's
I
like,
don't
let
need
me
any
add this. Let me
explanations.
get, no, it's not
I
just for you.
understand. I don't
Okay,
need
no,
that.
this is not just for you. This is
Tar,
not just for
stop
you.
interrupting her.
It's for the audience as well, because this can be confusing. So when we talk about
These
yesterday,
are ghost
every
arguments.
day, holy shit,
Ghost arguments.
your God is a ghost God.
Ghost
So anyways,
ghost
when we have,
arguments.
so yesterday,
Right?
so anyways, yesterday changes every
Ghost
single
arguments.
day. What the fuck? Can you shut
Imagine
up?
being on a live stream just shouting in between mutes,
Like,
thinking
what's wrong with you?
that you're moving the needle here.
You requested me to unmute.
So we're always at 0. If we were to put time on a number line, we're always at 0. Yesterday is going to change every single day. Yesterday, today would be, for me, I'm in Australia, so today's the 19th. Yesterday would be the 18th, but tomorrow, which is the 20th, yesterday would be the 19th. And then 2 days ago would be the 17th. As we go to tomorrow, 2 days ago would be the 18th. We are not moving anywhere. It's why I believe in B theory. We're not jumping up the number line in any way possible. We're always at 0. Yesterday will always be 24 hours before, which is a made up measurement. And tomorrow will always be, depending on what time it is, a few hours ahead. Time is always relative, right? Because it's always at now. We're always measuring and forming these number lines from now. That's the referential point on the infinite number line. Now, 0.
What is time?
T0. Time is the sequence of events, so the instantiation of change.
Okay. All right. Can I respond to what he said now or no?
And that's usually the
ahead,
goal.
like-
When we stop talking, we're hoping you're going to respond. It's crazy that you don't know this
a
yet.
explanation to the chat. So okay, now that the chat understands, right? Okay, yeah. So listen, I understand everything you're saying, literally. Okay, and you don't understand that. Yes, every moment or every movement or moment we experience is finite, right? But that proves the past can't be infinite because you can't traverse an actual infinity to reach now. Time had to begin.
Nobody said that you could,
you
dummy.
can go from A to B.
We'll do this for the millionth time. No one's saying that you can traverse infinity. What you're asking...
You're not moving, bro. You're not moving. You're not traversing anything. We're always at 0. That's the point. You're not moving.
The problem you keep making is you're saying you need to traverse infinity. By saying traversing infinity, you're reading from the beginning of infinity to now. There's no beginning of infinity. Nobody's traversing infinity, and there's no beginning of it. The minute you talk about traveling from the beginning of infinity to now, you've made an error. You can't travel from the beginning of infinity to now because there's no beginning. But you can travel between any 2 points on the timeline easily.
Exactly. Between yesterday and today, today and tomorrow, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, they all happen from now. That's where we are at the number line. It's like I'm on an infinite road, right? I don't know where the beginning or end is, but I can take a step forward and I can take a step backwards from my relative position, right? And we're doing this for nothing, man, because your God is infinite. How does your God exist in the present if he's always existed, man? This isn't a good argument.
Magic.
Okay,
Buns.
listen. All right, listen.
It's really buns.
Listen, this is about the universe being infinite.
Yeah,
Okay,
whatever
what's
you do,
the
don't talk about my
distinction?
God.
Okay, look,
Wait, this is the question I asked in the beginning. I'm an actual oracle because this is the question I asked you before. You want to special plead? No, you want to special plead your God and say that God can exist.
I get what you're saying.
Okay. So what am I
You're
saying?
making a bunch of false assumptions right now. Also,
No. I'm asking you a question.
Let's not get off topic.
No, we're on topic.
Let's stay on topic.
No, dude, we are staying on topic.
Let me talk now. I think you're mad.
No. You made a statement. You made a claim.
You
You
don't let
made
me
a
talk. You don't
claim,
like.
so I'm
You
going
don't
to.
like
I'm
boys.
going to.
You
I'm
don't like
going.
boys. You don't like.
I
You don't like boys. You don't
unfortunately
like
I'm
boys.
attracted to males.
You guys don't let me talk.
Unfortunately, I am.
You guys don't like
So
boys.
buddy, but you do this thing, and I mentioned this before.
You do this thing where you don't let me talk.
We've done your whole, but dude, we've done the whole
You do
meta
this
thing.
thing
We've
the whole
entertained the
time.
whole. We
The whole
can't.
time.
Oh my
The whole
God,
time.
we've done the
You're
whole.
switching topics.
Okay, let me make
Switching.
my microphone louder. So
Running.
we've done the whole thing
Pivoting.
where we
Dodging.
do essentially, oh, how do we get to traversing
Running.
infinity? So now you're going to
Pivoting.
the, oh, God can be
Running.
infinite, but not.
Pivoting.
Can we
I
just
said
like drop him?
I said I understand. I said I get it.
So he's
Why are you
obviously not capable of engaging in the conversation that you're actually attempting to have. I would say the only reason to keep him up here is for one other thing, which is to ask him if he actually does want to engage in addressing the Bible contradictions with me, because the audience says that last time you were up here you wouldn't, and you said just now that you would.
All right, we'll switch the topic then. Okay. Can I say one thing before we switch it entirely?
No.
So even if we don't travel through moments, the fact
Rooted
that we
Venus,
exist
You won't
in
let me
that's
speak.
happening.
You won't let me
just
speak,
like
so
you
I'm not
talk
letting
about
you
it.
speak.
I'm
I
gonna
get what you're saying, but the
interrupt
point is the
you.
past is not like points in time.
You're not gonna talk. No.
We are jolly good. You're not fucking speaking.
Venus.
All right, we can switch.
You're not.
We'll switch topics. We just agree to disagree.
All right, we're gonna
Yeah,
switch, and I don't want to
that's what
hear nothing
happened.
about this.
Yes, I'm in love with you.
Just to agree to disagree. Yeah, you're so low tier, Venus.
Yeah.
All right,
I
I'm gonna
win.
ask.
You got cooked.
I'm gonna ask you about the
Can you
same
guys can you
contradiction
go just come
that
get me a
I've
drink real
asked
quick?
3 other
Let me
people
go get
here
something to
tonight.
drink. Can I go?
You don't need something to drink. This is only gonna take 30
I'll be right
seconds.
back.
I'd run too. The minute you open the Bible, I'd run for sure. He's gonna have a 10-minute drink, isn't he?
Surely he's gonna come back.
Yeah, surely. So this is an easy passage. We've got a parallel passage. I've already talked to 2 Christians tonight that didn't seem to have a solution for it. It says, Gad came to David. This is the prophet. Gad came to David and said to him, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. Either 3 years of famine or 3 months of devastation by your foes while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on land." So the option is 3 years, 3 months, or 3 days of these punishments. But in the parallel passage in 2 Samuel, the options are different. It says, Gad came to David and told him, and he asked him, "Shall 7 years of famine come on you and on your land? Or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you? Or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land?" So which is it? Is it 7 years or 3 years? Did he not go to get his drink?
Okay.
He's getting it.
All right, yeah, so
Well, he has to
now let's
traverse
talk about
infinity
this.
to get to now to
But
answer
first
your
of all,
question. So
first of all, this isn't actually a contradiction, it's a textual variation, not a contradiction in the event.
Oh, interesting. Where's the textual variant?
So in 2 Samuel 24:13 it says 7 years, but in 1 Chronicles 21:12 it says 3 years. The most widely accepted explanation, even among scholars, it's a scribal transmission difference. Okay.
Sure. Where's the other one?
Listen. So ancient copying issue. Okay, these texts were copied by
I'm
Hayden
asking
for
you,
centuries.
where is
Hebrew
the
numbers were
evidence
especially easy
that there's
to miscopy.
another
3
copy?
versus 7 is exactly the kind of variation you would expect in manuscript transmission.
He's just
Okay,
gonna read
dummy.
Apologetics website.
We know that texts get corrupted. Nobody's disagreeing with that. What we're demonstrating to you is that the Bible has a contradiction. No one's caring like why it's contradicting. Like if it's a corruption, we don't care about that. We know it's fucking corrupted. The entire Bible is corrupted. That's why it's full of contradictions. No one's asking you to say why it's contradictory. We're asking you, is it in fact a contradiction?
I said it's not a contradiction in the event, it's a textual variation.
Can you show me the other text that fixes it?
What do you mean?
Can you show me the other manuscript that has the alternative rendering?
You want me to show you what?
Show me another manuscript that demonstrates the validity of your point.
Okay. Show you another manuscript that demonstrates the validity of my point. Okay, so listen. The Greek, how do you say this?
Septuagint?
Yes.
But
yes.
you're wading in
Actually,
waters that are going to be way too deep for you. I can already tell you that.
So, okay, yeah. Anyways, that is older than most Hebrew manuscripts we have read.
It's not.
I mean, we have.
And you'd be wrong.
Reads 3 years in 2 Samuel 24:13, not 7.
Again, you're wrong. The Hebrew manuscripts are older. The Greek Septuagint is from after Jesus' time period. In fact, our earliest source, like complete source for the Septuagint,
But we do have
is in
manuscripts
fact
that show the variation.
is
They don't
in
agree with
fact
each other. That's exactly the point.
what you have is a Greek manuscript from hundreds of years later.
What do you mean?
You have a Greek manuscript from hundreds of years later that tries to correct it. What you don't have is an actual Hebrew manuscript with the correction.
You want a Hebrew manuscript with a
The Old Testament was written in Hebrew.
Okay.
So what I'm asking you for is show me in the actual Hebrew text where it says the appropriate number.
Okay, so that literally runs away from the whole entire point. So in the standard Hebrew text, we have the Masoretic text. It says 7 years in 2 Samuel 24:13.
You got it. The Masoretic text is Hebrew.
But listen, but in 1 Chronicles 21:12, also Hebrew, it says 3 years, okay? So even within the Hebrew tradition itself, you have a numerical discrepancy.
Discrepancy. Yes, that's what I said. In the Hebrew text, which is what the Bible was written in, there's a numerical discrepancy. You figured it out.
But listen, yes, I'm not saying listen. Look, we don't have an alternative surviving Hebrew manuscript of 2 Samuel that reads 3 instead of 7.
Except
what we have,
that we
what we have is Hebrew Masoretic 7, okay, Hebrew Chronicles 3, and then Greek, the other one we already talked about, 3, okay? Textual criticism uses all manuscript traditions to reconstruct the most likely.
I agree, which is why our Bibles have the contradiction still, because if you look at the critical edition of the Hebrew Bible, it's going to say what it says currently. It's going to have the contradiction there.
Okay, I understand. Let me ask you a question. So are you trying to show contradiction in the original event, or just pointing out that different copies of the text don't perfectly match?
What I'm showing is that within the same Hebrew text, there is clearly a contradiction. You can't make claims about the original event because we have no documents from any of the original events. So what that means is all you can do is rely on what the manuscripts actually say. And what we have in our Hebrew manuscripts is a contradiction. Did somebody come along a couple hundred years later and correct it? Probably. In fact, they certainly did. I know that there are some Septuagint manuscripts that have this correction in it. Not all of them.
Okay. Well, I've heard about, these things. It's just textual variations. It's not actually a contradiction.
It is a textual variant because it is a contradiction. That's what a contradiction is. A contradiction is when you have two claims that can't both be simultaneously true. And those claims happen to come from the Hebrew text itself.
Yes, but a contradiction would mean the text is affirming both 3 years and 7 years as true in the same account, but that's not what's happening.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
it's affirming.
24:13, one
it's
manuscript
affirming.
says 7,
It's
and 1 Chronicles 21:12 says another says 3. Okay.
Not
Those
in Hebrew.
Parallel accounts preserved in different textual streams.
In Hebrew, there is a contradiction, which is what the Bible was written in.
I already said it's not a single statement asserting both.
It is. They can't both be true. So either it's 7 years or 3 years. Which is it?
What?
Which is it?
What'd you say?
How long is the first punishment according to the Bible? 7 years or 3 years?
Well, the Bible, as we have it in manuscripts, gives both numbers and parallel accounts. So one passage says 7, the parallel says 3. That's a textual discrepancy between accounts.
Yeah.
But the story, it remains the same. It's not an actual
I'm
contradiction in
asking the
anything.
question. Did you hear my question?
That would just be a flaw in how we copied.
Did you hear my question?
historic text. That would just be a flaw in humanity.
Did you hear my question?
That would just be the human
Did
fault, wouldn't
you hear my question?
it? I did.
Okay, what was my question? Were you going to answer it?
Your question was, how long is the first punishment according to the Bible? 7 or 3 years.
There you go. And was it 7 or was it 3?
I'm answering you honestly. Okay, in 2 Samuel 24:13 it says 7 years, and 1 Chronicles 21:12 it says 3 years. So look, what's
I know.
the answer?
That's why I'm asking you. Yeah.
So you're
What's the
asking
answer?
what's the answer, right?
Yeah.
This is my answer. The Bible, as we have it in manuscripts, gives both numbers in parallel accounts.
So you can't tell me which one.
One passage says 7, the parallel says 3. That's a textual discrepancy between accounts.
There you go. So what we have is a textual discrepancy, don't we?
That would just be because of humans. That would be
It doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter why. I'm not asking you why. I'm just asking you, is there a contradiction in the text? And the answer is yes. Now, you can speculate as to why there's a contradiction.
There's a contradiction in the text.
There's a contradiction in the text because the Bible was written in Hebrew, not in Greek.
No, that would only be if God actually wrote it himself. That would be a contradiction.
No one said God wrote it himself.
Yeah. Give me an actual contradiction, bro. This is weak.
Well, it was a contradiction. It's okay if it's over your.
It's not an actual.
It's okay if it's over your head.
It's not an actual contradiction.
It certainly is a contradiction because 3 and 7 are not the same number.
What does that even matter?
Do you think 3 and 7 are the same number?
No.
Oh, I didn't think they were the same number either. So it was either 3 or it was 7.
If we begin at 3 because you can't traverse infinity, essentially you'd have to count 3 times 4, 5, 6 to get to 7. So that's actually still 3.
Can I ask you guys something?
That is absolutely the case. But I can give you a really easy contradiction that won't go over your smooth brain, which is who is the father of Jeconiah?
Why does neurons firing feel like
this crazy pivot? Why does Matthew get the father of Jeconiah wrong?
What?
Why does Matthew get the father of Jeconiah wrong?
What passage is this?
Matthew chapter 1 and 1 Chronicles 21. So in Matthew, he says that Josiah is the father of Jeconiah. He's counting the generations between David and Jesus. And he says in these genealogies that Josiah is the father of Jeconiah.
Okay, and what would the contradiction be?
That's not the father of Jeconiah. That's the father of Jehoiakim, who is the father of Jeconiah. In fact, it says it in 1 Chronicles 3:15. The sons of Josiah were Johanan the firstborn, then Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, and the fourth Shallum, the descendants of Jehoiakim, Jeconiah, his son. So he got the wrong guy. And he does it again with Joram and Uzziah. Oops.
Okay. So, okay, you're saying wow, you just said a lot of stuff. Holy shit. All right, listen. So, what you're basically saying right now is in the Gospel of Matthew 1:11, it says Josiah would be the reason that Jeconiah is there, right?
No, it says is the father of Jeconiah.
Yes, that would just mean that he's the reason he's there, right?
Nope, that's not what that means.
Well, can he exist without his father?
Existence is not the same as fathering. So, for example, if I said I am the father of I don't know, my cousin, it doesn't matter. If I'm the father of my great-great-grandchild, it doesn't matter. The text isn't asking
in the bag, bro.
who is a proximate cause. It's asking who is the father.
But it's saying Jakim is his father. in Chronicles 1. In 1
Chronicles, yes,
Chronicles.
says Jehoiakim is the father of Jeconiah, because
Jehoiakim,
Jehoiakim is the father of Jeconiah.
Okay, so wait, is he his father though? Like in the Gospel of Matthew 1:11, that means
in
no,
Matthew it
Gospel of
says
Matthew 1:11.
Josiah is the father of Jeconiah, but Josiah is not the father, it's
But
Jehoiakim.
Josiah would be the reason that Jeconiah exists in Gospel of Matthew 1:11.
It also doesn't matter, because he's counting the actual generations, meaning 1 generation, 2 generation,
Yeah,
3
I
generation,
understand. So yeah,
which means the objection is Josiah
Matthew
isn't
skipped.
the father. Josiah is not the father of Jeconiah. There are more generations, numerically speaking, that were left out.
I
And
already heard all
remember,
this, bro.
you haven't. That's why you won't shut up right now. You're drowning with a teaspoon of information and your head is spinning. So what I'm trying to help you to understand is that in Matthew, he's literally counting physical generations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It says, so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. From David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations. And from the deportation to Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. So what that means is these are literally father begetting son, father begetting son, father begetting son. They're actual 1-to-1 generations. So if Josiah isn't the father of Jeconiah, that means his counting is off. It's not 14 generations because he missed a generation. Do you see the problem? He's fighting the mute button so hard he keeps muting himself by accident.
Can I talk now?
I'm asking you to talk, dummy.
Okay, yes, I am currently talking now. So genealogies in the Bible often skip generations. Father
Where?
of doesn't always mean immediate father.
Where?
It
Show
can
me.
mean ancestor of.
Show me.
Example pattern all over the Bible. X begat Y equals X is in the
Show me.
ancestral line of Y. So
Show me.
Josiah begot Jeconiah can legitimately
Show me
mean
in
Josiah
the
was
Bible
ancestor
where
of
it says
Jeconiah.
that so-and-so begat so-and-so and they didn't
Listen.
begat them.
What do you want me to do?
Show me the evidence of your claim. Show me in the Bible where it says somebody begat somebody that they didn't begat.
Okay, so same thing with Jerome, Uzziah. In Matthew 1:8, Matthew skips multiple kings also.
Yeah, on accident, by the way. And I know why that happened. You don't.
It's not a mistake.
It is a mistake. I know why it happened, idiot.
Yeah.
Do you know why it happened?
Do you think ancient Jewish genealogies were required to list every single generation without skipping because historically they
that's
didn't?
that's how genealogies do work. That's how genealogies do work, dummy.
No, historically, no.
That's exactly how they work. That's exactly what you do. You have to know who fathered who for your genealogy to work. And I'm going to explain to you why Joram and Uzziah is missing 3 different generations. And it's because they're copying again from the Septuagint. They didn't have access to the Hebrew manuscripts because they're idiots and they couldn't read Hebrew. And in the Septuagint, there are 3 missing generations, and they got the wrong one.
Get cooked. Okay,
But
anyways.
you're too dumb to even understand the argument right now.
Yeah, so actually, no, you are. So the question isn't, did Matthew skip a name? He clearly did that multiple times. The question is, does skipping names in ancient genealogy equal an error?
It is an error because he's counting physical generations on a timeline. He says there are so many generations between this person and this person in reality.
Okay.
If I said there are 3 generations between me and my great-grandfather, and then there are actually 6, that means somebody's wrong. So my great-grandfather, his name was...
Historically, that's false.
My great-grandfather, you dumb motherfucker, is only a certain number of generations away from me. So if I said my great-grandfather, we're going to call him Jerome. That's not his name. I'm not going to give you my real family names here.
Get it wrong here.
If I said Jerome is 3 generations away from me,
I am Matthew.
That's a counting of actual
me?
generations. We can count how many generations are between me and my great-grandfather. Matthew is doing that. He's saying between these individuals, there were in history this many generations. But in history, there weren't that many
I've already answered the
generations.
question.
And even the last
You're lost.
section, he says, from the deportation
like
of
a
Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. There's actually 13 in there. He accidentally double counts Jeconiah.
Answer your question.
No one heard your
Historically,
question
false.
because you were busy mumbling in the
Historically,
background of
false.
me explaining to you how stupid you
Historically,
are.
you're false.
Prove it.
Anybody disagree?
Prove
Venus,
it.
do you disagree that he's historically false?
Prove it.
I don't have any words. Women aren't allowed to assume authority
Okay.
over a man.
Wait, Venus, let me ask you, do you think ancient genealogies were required to list every single generation with 0 gaps?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes? Okay. That would be historically false.
Prove
According
it.
to,
According to who?
yeah.
Prove it.
I thought you guys were smart about all this stuff.
But
Prove
this
it.
is your argument.
How can
wait,
you guys be
wait,
making
why
claims
the
if you don't
fuck?
even know what you're
Why
claiming?
the fuck would
Prove it.
I have evidence for your argument? Like, does that make
don't even know
sense
what
when
you're
it comes out your mouth? Why would you expect me to have evidence for your argument? Like,
What kind of evidence?
You anything?
Please
bro.
give me evidence for
Anything.
my argument.
These guys, you want evidence? Go search up on Google right now.
Prove what
Wait.
you claimed.
Imagine thinking just a Google AI
You know how
overview is
many
an
clips?
answer.
You know how many clips I got of you using Google?
Clip them.
They're in this live stream about 30 minutes ago.
Clip them. I told you. I've told everyone here that
Nah,
Google AI
Ad-
overview is not a
oh,
source.
pivot, ad hominem. I don't even know anymore. What's going on here?
That's not an ad hom. I didn't
Yeah,
just
what does ad
insult you
hom
in lieu
mean?
of an argument.
You did.
Apparently you don't even know what ad hom is. You're too dumb to even know what an ad hom is.
So what is the
An ad
contradiction?
hominem.
This is
an ad
super
hominem
this is super
attempt-
embarrassing
What is
right
the
now.
contradiction?
An ad hominem
The contradiction's
fallacy.
pretty easy. He says that there's 14 generations between these two individuals and there's not.
Okay, Matthew is intentionally structuring the genealogy. Matthew literally tells you he's organizing it 14 generations. 14 generations,
I'm
14
aware,
generations.
but he makes a claim about reality that's not true. He says there are 14 generations between the deportation to Babylon and the Messiah. He says there are 14 generations between David and the deportation. There are not 14, there are 18.
Okay, Matthew didn't get it wrong. He abbreviated the genealogy, which was a normal practice.
How many
If this is an-
generations are between
Listen,
David
if
and the
this- If this is an
deportation?
error, then you'd have to call.
We'll make this really simple. Matthew, how many, in reality, how many genealogies, how many begats are between David and the deportation in reality?
Oh, I was muted. What'd you say?
How many generations in reality are between David and the deportation?
Oh, I thought I heard like a gad. Or I thought you said some word like that. I must be tripping. Or you said
Mhm.
Yeah,
begat.
you must be.
Begat. Oh, you said begat. I mean, my bad. Okay. Well, okay, yeah. So with Gospel of Matthew, Matthew 1:17 says 14
That's-
generations from David.
That's my
Listen,
question
let me
is,
finish. Let
is
me
it in
finish. Can
reality,
I finish?
how many generations are there?
Can I finish?
Are you going to answer
already
my
heard
question?
you.
Because my question needs
I
to be a
am.
number.
I am.
Then what's the number?
Listen, that's about 18
He's
to 20
never going to give me a
generations,
number. Okay, 18
depending
to
on how
20.
you count
Gotcha.
transitional figures like.
Well, there's only one way
Okay.
to count a generation.
So here, you're asking me a question. Let me give you my answer. Okay, so what's going on?
You
right?
already
So
gave
what's
me the
going on?
answer. You gave me 18, and that means
No.
Matthew's wrong because Matthew says
Yes.
there are 14
No.
generations, and
I'm
you're trying
saying-
to invoke that
Listen,
Matthew's
you're not letting me
actually
finish.
right.
So
he
what's
just
going on,
he just
right?
purposely left
So
out
let me
a
give you the
certain
answer
number
to
of
what's going
people
on here.
because he
Let me
wanted
tell
to
you what's going
rewrite
on.
history.
Let me tell you what's going on.
I already know what's going
Okay.
on. I just told you what you're about to tell me.
No. All I'm saying is I'm trying to tell you what's going on here. Okay?
I just
Now
told you
listen.
exactly word for word what you're about to tell me.
Matthew compresses the genealogy to fit his 14 structure. He
Yeah, that's what I said.
said.
He compressed the genealogies. He left some out, which
in
means
reality 18 to 20
the-
in Matthew 14 by
the reality is that
By design.
Matthew
design.
Matthew can't
By
count even his
design.
own genealogies because
By
in his
design.
own
I
genealogies,
am Matthew. Don't tell
You're-
me about
you
don't tell me
dumb
about Matthew.
motherfucker, you're
I
not
am
Matthew the
Matthew.
Bible writer. You're just the dumbest person named
I am
Matthew I've ever
Matthew.
met in my entire life.
I know
Maybe dumber
Matthew,
than
though.
Matthew, the actual evangelist.
Yeah.
So
I'm
my
agreeing.
point
In
is,
reality,
Matthew
it's
is making an argument
in
for
Matthew
Jesus
14,
being really
by
special
design.
because he's 14 generations.
not by
but
accident.
As it turns out, that's not reality.
In reality,
He gets it wrong, and the reason why he gets it wrong is because he's got a copy of the text that is different from the actual Hebrew source.
Not by accident.
It's on purpose, and it's stupid. He copied the wrong source.
By design, not by accident.
He copied the wrong source.
18 to 20 in Matthew 14.
In reality, he lied.
Matthew isn't giving a full genealogy. He's giving a structured, compressed one.
He didn't say that. He
So
said there are
ancient genealogies weren't allowed to skip generations because the Old Testament itself does that too.
He said, no, it doesn't. He said that so-and-so fathered so-and-so, and that there were a certain number of these fathering so-and-sos in a row, and neither one of those two were actually correct. Because as it turns out...
This guy to do rap god. He needs to do rap god.
Yeah, actually, he might be trying out for a job as what the fuck do you call those guys that do the auctions? He wants to be an auctioneer. He could be an auctioneer, although
no, I'm trying out for the guy.
If I was going to hire this jobless guy, I would hire him to push buttons because he's been fighting this mute button literally all night.
I'm looking for a job like you.
Yeah, I'm sure you are unemployed. This is definitely what I would expect from someone who's unemployed.
I want to be like you.
You'll never fucking do it because you're not smart enough, dummy. I'm here because I can do shit that you can't do, and I can actually explain things that you can't explain because I've actually read the literature. Oh yeah, how many people are in your live stream right now?
I get more viewers than you.
Show me, what's your channel?
I get more viewers than you.
I'll pull it up. What's your channel?
I get more.
Show me, what's your channel? I got YouTube. I got YouTube right now.
On this account.
Oh, on TikTok. How many views you got right now? How many views you got right now? Are you live?
TikTok. I'm not live right now, goofball. No.
Oh, how many viewers you get when you go live?
How can I be live if I'm live with you?
I'll follow you right now. Hold on.
I'm an atheist.
What? Let's see. Actually, let me. I'm going to follow you on the web because I can't follow you on my phone right now. Your name is nameless. It's guitar, so I can't follow you. What's your handle, dummy?
Hey, pause that, dummy.
What's your handle, dummy?
What is the handle like? What do you mean?
What's your @ on TikTok, smooth brain?
Oh. Matthew Red's live.
Oh, you changed your fucking name. I know exactly who you are. Matthew Red's live. You're an idiot.
What do you mean I changed my name? What was my name before that?
You actually had that name. I'm gonna follow you back, and I'm gonna troll the fucking shit out of you.
Put my last video on the screen.
All right. In fact, I talked to you. Hold on. Let's see. Matthew Red.
Yeah, guys, look at that. I even got Dean Withers.
I don't. You definitely didn't got nobody.
I got clips cooking up of you right now.
I'm sure you do. I can't wait for you to post it for all 271 of your followers. I bet you bring in.
When you said the universe is the chemicals that allow to.
I bet you bring in massive views on your live stream with 271 followers. Your most popular video got 500 views. Wow, this guy's really fucking cooking. Holy shit.
No, my most popular.
What am I going to do? He's going to release a video of me. He's going to clip me, and 300 people might see it. I'm terrified.
You get clip farmed, buddy.
I'm literally shaking in my boots right now that Matthew Red's live. In fact, I'm going to change your name here. Matthew Red's
when you go
live.
I'm going to come in the chat and I'm going to say I got a video.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. No one's going to actually care.
No, look.
All right, I put your actual handle in my my clip list so that we know who you are next time when you change your name and come back again like a coward. So we've given you 2, and you haven't been able to deal with either one of them. I'm going to give you next one of my favorite ones, which is Jeremiah 7:22. Tell me about Jeremiah 7:22, big boy.
What do you want me to say? You have to tell me what the contradiction is.
In the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. Is that true?
What did you say?
Is that true?
Is what true?
The statement I just read, Marshmallow Brain. In the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices.
Okay, this is What verse is this?
Jeremiah 7:22. I already stated it. Why, you need to go Google it?
What is the contradiction that you're claiming that is there?
The day that they left Egypt, or even the time period, whichever you want to interpret it, God did command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. It was the first thing he did.
Okay, how would that be a contradiction?
Because he said he didn't.
Okay, where did he say he didn't?
The verse on the screen, idiot.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I understand now. Okay, so Jeremiah 7:22 says, if I did not speak concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices, but in Exodus, Leviticus, God clearly does command sacrifices. So they say contradiction. So you're saying a contradiction. Okay, I understand now. All right, so listen, it's not denying that God ever commanded sacrifice. It's denying that they were the main point.
Here comes words mean words. They definitely don't mean words here.
Okay,
so
it's not denying.
We'll just go
it's
word.
Not denying.
We'll just go word for word in here, and you can tell me what the word means so that there's no confusion. Okay, so we'll start. In the day that I brought your ancestors out of Egypt. That's a single phrase. What does that mean?
I just now read it.
What does it mean?
I'm telling you.
No, the phrase, in the day that I brought your ancestors out of Egypt, what does that mean?
All right, you want to get technical? This is a prophetic emphasis statement, not a literal denial. So same pattern all over the Bible. Not X, but Y equals Y matters more than X.
You literally said the dumbest thing possible in response to my question. My question is the words on the page that say, for in the day that I brought your ancestors out of Egypt, what's that mean? Does it just mean, hey, during the time period I brought your ancestors out of Egypt? Is that what he's talking about?
I'm reading it literally what you said, okay?
Okay,
I'm telling you.
So it means exactly what it says, doesn't it?
Listen, it's not denying that God ever commanded sacrifice. It's denying that they were
we're not there yet, idiot. We're not there. We're going to step into it real slow for your reptilian brain, okay? So we'll try again. The first clause is a temporal clause. In the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt. Do we agree that who's ever speaking here, it's God speaking through Jeremiah, that who's ever speaking here is using a temporal clause to mention something about the past? Can we agree on that?
Where is this at?
On the screen.
Where is this at? Like, what is it called in the Bible so I can find it?
Jeremiah 7:22. That's the third time I've given it to you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know. Okay, all right. Now listen. This is like...
Yeah, he's grok stalling for sure.
Look. Okay, yes.
He's like, I really need to buy time to chat GPT this.
Look, Book of Jeremiah 7:22 is referring back to
read the verse.
I'm agreeing with you right now. Okay.
Okay, so Jeremiah 7:2 is talking about the past, is it not?
Let me finish.
Buddy, you've never let a single woman finish in your life. I'm not about to let you fucking finish. So the question is,
weird.
So the question is the opening statement about this passage describing history, yes or no?
Does that mean you let other people finish?
No, it means you're an incel. If I was with a guy, I would let him finish and I'd give him a fucking reach around, but it wouldn't be you.
Why would you say something like that?
Because you're a homophobe and I'm not?
No, it's not even about that. It's just like, it's kind of weird. I never claimed to be that.
You are now. You just demonstrated it. So again, we can agree that the opening clause is a temporal clause about the past. Yes or no, and we can move on.
You won't let me talk. That's the problem here.
Yes or no?
You're trying to spread... Oh, I see what you're doing here now.
Yes or no?
Now I see.
You're not mature enough to get full sentences now. Look, I need a yes or no. Do we agree that the opening clause is a temporal clause about the past? It's just yes or no.
Okay, I'll answer your question, but are you going to let me talk after I answer the question? Are you going to let me talk
yes
after
or no?
I answer the question?
No, I won't.
Okay. Why?
Because we're not done with the verse yet, idiot. I'm trying to get you to read the verse
Okay.
for the very first time and agree on what these words mean, so then we can talk about why it's a problem. We can't talk about the problem until you tell me what these fucking words mean. So the first words, the first clause prior to the comma, is obviously a temporal clause. It's referring to something that happened in history, is it not?
Oh, I was muted. It's a temporal reference.
About the past, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so the next thing we should ask is, what does it say about the past? The next part of the clause, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. So I'm going to go real slow with there. What does it mean to say, I did not speak to them?
Yeah, there's so many things that you're missing. Can you just let me talk?
I'm asking you, what does it mean when he says, I did not speak to them?
This was my live stream. We would have got cooked so long ago.
I'm asking you to talk, dumb motherfucker. What do these words mean?
No, you're not asking me to talk. You're telling me to answer a question.
I'm demanding you to enter the verse with me so we can determine if there's a problem here. What does the phrase mean, I did not speak to them?
What does what mean?
The phrase, I did not speak to them. What does it mean?
Are you okay? Like,
He is
why are
not
you
okay.
doing? Why the actual fuck are you doing?
A temporal clause doesn't automatically mean nothing at any point.
Answer the question. What does the phrase, I did not speak to them mean?
I already know what you're gonna say. I talked about this before.
Answer the question then. What does it mean?
You're not smart.
I know you're not smart. That's why you won't answer it.
No, you want to keep jumping from topic
You
to
know,
topic. from
you
claim to
know
claim.
that the answer is going to cook you. So just answer the question.
No.
All right. Well,
You keep jumping from
I'll
topic
tell
to
you what
topic.
then. Since you won't actually engage in the passage because you're a coward, I'll give you an entire 2 minutes to explain
No,
why
I
it's
will.
not a contradiction. And then
Okay.
that's the end of the conversation. You get 2 minutes and that's it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay.
All right. And we're moving on. But we will get Crystal back in here. And we'll hopefully have some conversation. Welcome back, Crystal.
Justin, you have so much patience. Oh my God, you are Saint Justin. I do not know how you do it. I have no idea. That was so painful.
Crystal, he cooked me.
Oh yeah, he just like he cooked Dean on Santa Claus. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I actually wrote it in my notes. He crashes out and cooks host. So I guess I'll take my first L, guys. Holy shit. All right, then. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Mark LS has been waiting the longest. We're going to get Mark in here. Amin Ra, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. In the Catholic early tradition, all are born with sin. The Immaculate Conception doctrine is complex and creates to prove Jesus was born sin-free. Well, kind of, the Immaculate Conception is actually about Mary. So when you ask the question, how is it that Mary is free from original sin? Because if Mary has original sin, wouldn't she give it to Jesus? So rather than just explaining that, well, Jesus magically wasn't touched by original sin because he was God, they actually say that Mary was miraculously born without the sin, which is a weird workaround. I don't know why they would do that. It seems completely unnecessary. But you do at some point have to figure out how Jesus wasn't tainted by original sin, because he would have been. And that was the solution they come up with. I can't say it was a good solution, but it,
I have a question.
Mhm.
So Mary didn't have sin. That's why Jesus didn't have sin. Does that mean Mary's mother didn't have sin because she wouldn't have sin, so Jesus wouldn't have sin?
It
So
was
then
a
Mary's
one-time
mother's
miracle.
mother-
It was a one-time miracle, apparently. Yeah. Side, good to see you, friend. Says, love you. I'll take my money, please. I will. And thank you for supporting the stream, my friend. Really appreciate you. And Dusk, thank you for the $10 super chat as well. It says, if angels can get it on with humans and make Nephilim, what else can they breed with animals? Demons could make for an interesting story. I agree. And I've always found it weird that God, knowing the future, would make it so that these angels would have baby batter that is compatible with humans, or that they can even be up in heaven lusting over the humans, saying, I want a piece of that. What a weird thing for God to do if he's all-knowing. And Gretchen, thank you for the super differences. So did we just 86 the Fildo timer then, Johan? No, not really. It's just that I didn't actually expect that they had a real syllogism, and I didn't expect that it would take very long, so I didn't bring it up. I should be more regimented with the Filbro timer. I apologize. In fact, I'm getting cooked for it now. Dracos Rose says, you forgot the Filbro timer for guitar. You know what? I did, and maybe I should have. I feel more compelled to bring it out when I have real philosophy types that I know are going to drag out a really long, boring conversation. When I know it's just going to result in a crash out and a bunch of nonsense, I guess I'm less inclined to do it, but I should. I'm sorry. Matt Vernon, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Nephilim would be a great name for a topical chlamydia ointment. Hey, you know what? You get a little problem down south. Get yourself a tube of Nephilim. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend it. You might end up with giant children, though.
It comes with a free abortion too.
100% comes with a free abortion with every tube. Emrek Kipman, thank you for the super chat. It says, let's assume universe had a beginning. So what? How does that prove God? I don't get it. It actually doesn't. Sometimes I'll grant the Kalam anyways, just for funsies, and make them explain why it was God that's the prime mover, and they can't do that either. But they try. Tracy, good to see you, Princess. I don't like the hoodie. Oh, I'm sorry. It's cold, though, up here. It's hiding all the glorious holy chest hair. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Gay for Justin. Praise Puff. John. Well, thank you, Tracy. I'm sorry that the chest hair is not out, but it's cold, and I have to do what I can during these cold winter months, and this is how we're doing it. But soon, once the sun comes out, my friend. And Bacon and Bush, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And also, Spiritual Animal of Chaotic Capybaras, again with another super chat. Thank you so much. How can you tell how much?
You sent me one.
Maybe. How can you tell how much Matt was bothered by a woman calling him low tier? Dude was hanging onto that wound for the whole conversation, waiting to throw it back at Venus. He's going to cry on the incel forums about it for years. That is 100% accurate. People get really bent out of shape when Venus cooks them because their manhood, they think, is on the line here. They don't realize that they look stupid no matter who's cooking them. Oh,
Black
true.
And the woman. Double whammy. So they're racist on top of it.
All right, I'm going to read one more super chat, friends, and then I have to run to the bathroom. I'm going to play our commercial from our sponsor for 1 minute and 30 seconds when I run to the bathroom. Retired Bomb Tech, and keep in mind, I got these sponsors so that I don't have to run ads on the replay. So everyone who doesn't get to watch it live, when they watch the whole thing back later, you can do it without any mid-rolls. It's fantastic because I've got a sponsor for a couple episodes. Retired Bomb Tech says, I hear a lot of Christian apologists say the religion never did anything wrong in war and battles in the name of the religion, and always point at others instead. Have you ever done an episode comparing these different wars? Not yet. I actually talked to Brandon at Mindshift about doing an episode on this. I've been putting together notes for it. I am planning to do some content showing the horrors of the Holy Wars and the Inquisitions and the Conquistadors and the end of the Crusades. I am working on doing some work on that. I haven't put it all together yet because I'm constantly doing live streams, but I promise we'll be getting to that. Now, with that, friends, I'm going to leave you for 1 minute and 30 seconds with a word from our sponsor. I'll be back shortly. Just got to go relieve myself. And thank you all so much for being here. Feel free to check out our sponsor while I'm gone. Friends, if you're an atheist or a non-believer like me, one thing you never have to worry about is a magic man in the sky looking down, worrying about what you're doing with your genitals, or perhaps looking at your search history. That being said, there are real people who exist who do actually have access to your computer and your search history. They can access your IP address, your browsing data, and that's stuff you need to keep private. In fact, I was once working out of a hotel without a VPN, and another guest was able to access my banking credentials merely being on the same Wi-Fi network as me. That's why I want to talk today about our sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access keeps your personal data unexposed to would-be hackers and thieves. This is even more important for those of us that are terminally online in the streaming community, as our accounts are constantly under attack. All of us are using a VPN for security reasons. In fact, I'm using private internet access as I record this video. Now, I know my audience is made up of critical thinkers, and you might be asking yourself right now, why would we pick private internet access over any other VPN provider? Well, there are some really good reasons. One, it's headquartered in the USA, and it's got 24/7 live support. It also gives you split tunneling access for free. It's got customizable encryption, adware, malware blocking, and you can get a dedicated IP address. It also allows you to have multiple devices on just one account. You can also select locations outside of your country of origin if you want to get access to things that might otherwise be off limits. Not only that, it's got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you try it and don't like it, you can get your money back and cancel the service. And last but not least, it's still currently 83% off with 4 months free of charge when you sign up. So use the link on the screen, tiavpn.com/DZ debates. Get a VPN so strong that even fictional entities can't access your data. Awesome. Welcome back, friends. Thank you for allowing me to take a restroom break. We are going to move Mark LS in here. He's been waiting at this point for a couple hours, but we had a long lineup of people, and you guys know I'm going to try to get to as many people as possible. So if you're in the queue, don't run. We got time left in the live stream. I'll try to get to everyone that I can. And with that, we're going to bring in Mark and keep the conversation rolling. Mark, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am 52 and I don't believe in God. But I did have a quick question. I've been listening to Bart Ehrman, and he talks about how Jesus was, he brought out the idea of love your enemy, which he thinks is a new idea from that time period. And I wondered what you thought about that.
No. I mean, we find it in some of the Greek philosophers talking about how you should treat your enemies with respect because it's logical. We even find, like in Seneca, talking about how you should treat your slaves well because you might be one day. There seems to be quite a few notions in the ancient world about loving those who don't deserve love for various reasons. But I don't think Jesus did anything novel. I'd certainly understand why Bart Ehrman might be inclined to think that. So maybe he's trying to be generous to the opposition, but I've seen quite a few people say that kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Sure, man.
Bye.
Yeah,
I think he cooked you.
Speaking of getting cooked by atheists, I got to clip John Masterson. I haven't clipped that crash out yet. That's one of my favorites. For those who are around for the John Masterson crash out, I will definitely be clipping that soon, friends. All right, let's get DS then. Maybe DS will be some opposition. Welcome in, DS. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, to both.
You sound 12. Do you know what a W-2 is?
What?
Do you know what a W-2 is?
Nah.
Nah, yeah, because you're like 4 years old. Okay. Move on from that one.
To be fair, I have no idea what that is either. So
if you're not American, you might not know what that is. Fair point. I need something more universal. But yeah,
margarita.
True.
You could ask them what is Garfield's favorite snack.
Maybe it's lasagna.
Someone
obviously.
said Mezzo's kid again. Yeah, tell Mezzo to put his kid to bed, letting them join these lives.
Damn it, Mezzo.
On the iPad.
Well, let's bring in Marcos and then Tom, and hopefully we'll get some conversation. How you doing, Marcos?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. It's my first time here. I called in on the atheist experience before. What are the rules? What I can discuss about?
The
We can
rules
discuss about.
are you have to be at least 18, you have to be a believer, and hopefully you're not a clown, but that's not really a rule, more or less a desire.
Oh, okay. I consider myself now as a mesotheist. I believe God exists, but like I don't like him. I don't like.
Okay. Is there any particular God that you believe in, or is it just generic?
I believe in the Christian God because that's what the miracles, what make miracles make me believe.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Are you under the impression that miracles only happen in the Christian religion?
Uh, no, but I never seen miracles that are uh, unex- out of other religions are unexplainable, like the Christian one. I come from a religion that has a prophet, and she did some weird stuff, and nobody cared to debunk it. And
Well, they're probably
and
parlor tricks. There's a lot of them, like what was her name? Catherine Crick. She does all these fake like casting out of demons and like hearing supposed autistic kids. It's all show. If you watch her show enough, you'll discover that a lot of times it's like the same person acting. These types of miracles are not impressive. I've been to many healing services myself of various Christian
yeah,
churches where people pretend to be healed. Oh, one leg is longer than the other. Let me pull your shoe off. These are
yeah,
nonsense healings. But my
yeah, I seen
suggestion
it.
is that none of there's no people actually getting healed. If you could heal, like using the power of God, they would be showing up at the hospitals. They wouldn't be asking injured people to show up at church.
Yeah. I discuss some of the miracles that she pulled out?
Who's the person?
It's Ellen White, from my religion, Seventh-day Adventism.
Oh, you're an Ellen White believer. You're Seventh-day
Yeah,
Adventist. Oh my gosh.
yeah. I
So,
used to be a Seventh-day Adventist. I now consider myself more of a
but
mesotheist.
she's dead, man. You didn't see a
Yeah,
single miracle she performed.
yeah, but there's like all this. Even on the Wikipedia page, you can see that she did all this weird stuff, like she didn't breathe through 2 hours during visions, and she was analyzed by doctors. And there's
Yeah,
eyewitnesses to that.
well, there were eyewitnesses to all the healings of Asclepius too.
Script,
As-
scriptures can.
Asclepius, the god Asclepius, has healed hundreds of people, and we have their testimonies literally etched in stone.
Yeah, but like this is ancient, isn't
So
it?
what?
Uh,
So what?
these were the miracles of Pharaoh were posted on the 18th century. What? And they
Yeah,
had many
and their
opponents.
lies, just like the miracles of Joseph Smith.
Yeah, and they had many opponents. Why did? Yeah, so if there were lies, I know this is a bad argument. They said this was a bad argument on the eighth experience, but I still have this doubt
So
in me.
you called in on
Who-
the atheist experience. They told you this was a really bad argument, and then you called here, thinking it would get better.
No, it's just well, I didn't call about the exact same. I discussed another miracle with them, but
What about the
uh,
What about the failed predictions of Jesus's return?
yeah, I know all my church explain this. They say that they say that Jesus was going to return, but like since the Adventists were really getting naughty, he didn't return.
Yeah. She predicted in what 1844 that Jesus would return, and then didn't, obviously. So and then she also predicted at one point that England was going to start a war with the U.S. That didn't happen.
Yeah, they say that when she said when, she meant if. That's what
Oh,
they
if means when now. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's because she said if before, so she said a bunch of ifs. So when she said when, it should be translated as if.
Oh, yeah. When she said, when she's speaking English, by the way. Ellen White was English. Like she spoke English.
Yeah.
Okay, so when she says when in English, we know what that means. It means when it happens, not if it happens.
Yeah, but yeah, it comes down to Victorian use of the phrase when and how they read. So I know. Let me rephrase the argument. They had many Seventh-day Adventism had many Christian opponents. So if they are all lies, why didn't they simply go to the doctors that analyze her and debunk it? Like this doctor didn't say that.
Well, they
You're
didn't.
making this up.
So again, show me the records from the doctors.
Uh, there isn't none, but there
I
is
know there
the,
isn't none. You've got a woman who said she went to the doctors and the doctors confirmed it. You don't have any records from those doctors.
Yeah, but you have the like 3 white witnesses from like
so what?
saying that the doctor said that she couldn't
So what?
didn't read.
There are 11 witnesses that claim they saw the golden tablets. Why do I care about witnesses?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if I said that to an advent to someone in my church, they would simply say, "Oh, Joseph Smith did saw an angel of light, but it was a demon."
No, what I'm saying is that there are 11 witnesses that saw Joseph Smith's golden plates. Just having witnesses doesn't mean that what they're claiming happened, unless you believe that the golden plates of Mormonism actually existed.
I'm not familiar with Mormon history, but like I know there are witnesses to Joseph Smith handling the golden plates.
Mm-hmm.
But what if they exist? What if I'll simply go to someone in my religion, I'll simply go to the part of myself that still believes in God and say, well, Joseph Smith saw a demon, and that's how he got the golden plates.
No.
So
there are no golden plates. They don't exist.
How do you know that?
Because
sorry, I'm not familiar about gold.
Joseph Smith
Mormon
himself said that they're gone, they're missing, they were taken away.
Yeah, but you don't know if they never existed, and if there were eyewitnesses that swear they existed.
Okay, so you're Mormon now, just to be clear.
No, I believe. No, if I go to the part of me that still believes in God, I am a mesotheist. I believe in God, but I don't want anything to do with it, not anymore. Since I think doesn't make sense to call God evil, but I think he's
non-existent.
Damaging. I think he's damaging
I think he's
humanity. He's a
non-existent.
danger to humanity.
He is a danger to humanity, that's for sure. But we're not questioning whether or not he's evil tonight. We're questioning whether or not he exists. And I have no reason to believe that your God exists because the book that demonstrates or claims the validity of your God is full of errors scientifically and historically, and it's full of contradictions, and it's full of prophecies and predictions that don't come true either. And Jesus himself is 100% a liar and a fraud as a Messiah. So, I mean, while there might be a God, the Christian God absolutely doesn't exist.
Well, I would be way comfortable. It would be amazing if he didn't exist. I
Well, it's
believe
not even hard to demonstrate. You believe in the Trinity, don't you?
Yes.
Right. So Christianity fails right out of the gate because you have to accept the Trinity. The Trinity is logically absurd. It says that Jesus is God and also not God. You can't be God and not God at the same time.
Well, Jesus is God, the Father is God, and the Holy Spirit is God.
So then
And they
there's
are
three
one
gods.
God.
Nope, three gods.
So no, they are the same
what makes
in
them
essence.
one rather than three?
Because they said they're one in the Holy Book.
Oh, it's true because they said it. Well, they didn't say it in the book. Jesus prayed that his disciples would be one with the Father as he is one with the Father. So that doesn't mean a Trinity unless you think all believers are part of a Trinity.
Yeah. Yeah. He also said he's in the Father and the Father is in me.
So what?
So there's a claim to divinity.
But that's not a claim to divinity. It just means that the Spirit of the Father is in him. It was in many people in the Bible.
And the Spirit of them was in God?
No.
Where does it say? Because Jesus implies a familiarity, a connection between him and the Father that are way close when he says that.
I think you're probably referring to the passage where he says that the Spirit of the God dwells in me, or the Father dwells in me. I don't think it says the second part where he dwells in the Father. Unless I'm forgetting it. It might say it somewhere.
Yeah, he said. Yeah,
is it in John? Because if it's in John, I'd believe it.
He says it. Believe that the Father's in me and I'm the Father.
Fair enough. He also says in, I mean, you didn't quote me the verse, but I trust that you're quoting it. Yeah. He does also say in John that if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. And that's a pretty interesting quote. But I think this is probably because, like, the, what are we going to call it? The divine name, the authority of God has been given to Jesus, which he says on multiple occasions that all authority in heaven and earth has been granted to me. Which is how, divine eminence typically works in the ancient world. So somebody who's a divine emissary gets to take on the characteristics and roles of the divine person in place of the divine person. The same language would apply. That being said, that doesn't solve the problem, even if I granted you that Jesus thought he was God. It still only gets you to three different gods. Now, you're going to say that it's one God because they share a divine essence. And that's where we actually get to the meat of the conversation, which is that's going to cook you when you say that. What do you think essence is?
Well, I'm not familiar with philosophy. It's philosophy and theology, but like it means that they're one in mission, objective, and being.
No. What's the definition of essence?
Yeah, the definition of essence, that's going to be a tough one. I'm not a philosopher, I'm not a philosopher. It's what the thing fundamentally is about.
So the definition of essence is something's fundamental nature and identity. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what that means is Jesus, if he has the same essence as the Father, must be identical to the Father. Right?
No, not according to Trinitarianism.
We're talking about just doing basic definitions, okay? If essence is the fundamental nature and identity of something, then in order to share that same essence, you must be identical to the indispensable qualities defined in that essence.
Things can be shared the same essence without being the same thing, exactly the same thing.
I didn't say exactly the same thing. I'm saying you must share all the fundamental parts of the nature in that identity. Meaning, if I'm talking about cheese, it's fundamental in the nature of cheese to include dairy. You can't have cheese without dairy. So when we're talking about the essence of God, there are fundamental, indispensable qualities that they must have to be considered God.
Yeah.
Okay. And those characteristics are typically like the omni properties, right? So, for example, God is benevolent, omnipresent, omniscient. That might be true, but Jesus is neither of those. He's not omniscient. He's not omnipresent.
Yeah, there are instances in the Bible that show that Jesus wasn't omniscient or omnipresent or omnipotent, at least when he was here on earth. But you know, that's something my prophet says, and going back a little to Ellen White, she says that Jesus lay his divinity aside and took on humanity. So he took on human with
So then
limits.
he wasn't God. Now, you can make all the excuses you want for why he wasn't God, but the reality is, if Jesus didn't have the essential characteristics of God, the essence of God, then what that means is that Jesus, at least when he was on the earth, was not God.
Yeah, actually, that's something my prophet says. She says Jesus was not Jesus when he was here on earth was not all the Almighty God.
Okay.
And all the
So
other
then,
Christians are going after her throat saying, heresy, heresy.
so all the data we have on Jesus is that he wasn't a God. He doesn't possess the divine characteristics of God. So then why would I go on and say, well, he died and now he has the characteristics of God? Why would we believe that?
Because he laid his humanity aside when he died. His humanity died and his divinity resurrected. And it's complicated.
But even after he resurrected, he wasn't omniscient or omnipresent.
That's because he wasn't going to the Father yet. So,
did he have a new body?
No, he was physically resurrected.
He had a different body. He could walk through walls.
Yeah, but that was just his divinity working, or the Father working. I don't know exactly.
He couldn't have the same body. It had to change somehow. Human bodies can't walk through walls.
Well, he can if it's a miracle. Well, you're saying God can do that if he wanted to.
Okay, so you think he could just miraculously walk through walls. You also think he can bleed for 3 days without losing enough blood to be dead? Remember, his wounds never healed up.
Yeah. It's just scars. It's scars.
Didn't say scars, it says wounds. In fact, he says the hole in my side.
Yeah, but it's a miracle. He's God. He can do whatever he
It's
wants.
a miracle, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Okay,
That's the point.
You're going to say it's a miracle. Jesus has unlimited blood because a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, you can't disprove these either ways. Honestly, if it was just the Bible, I mean, I am aware of the Bible. I'm aware of its alleged inconsistencies.
You're doing a terrible job.
Yeah, you're doing too much. We're still talking about the Trinity, right?
Yeah.
So everything we know about Jesus is that when he was on the earth, he wasn't God. So we have no reason to believe that the Trinity makes sense. If he was here, he didn't say he was identical to the Father. He does make some statements that make you wonder in the Gospel of John, to be sure. But he does at least identify as divine, and we find that in the Bible for sure. But I still don't see how this gets you one God as opposed to multiple gods, because they don't share the same essence. You just told me that.
Wait a minute.
So if Jesus came to earth and his nature changed so he can come to earth, that means God's nature can change. But according to classical thinking, God's nature can't change.
And according to James.
Yeah. God's
So are you
change,
gonna
God's
keep like
nature changes
pretending
to what?
like you're not? Are you gonna keep pretending like you're not getting cooked? First, you said you're not a 7-day Adventist, and then you keep calling her your prophet, which is completely weird. I don't know why you keep bringing her
Yeah,
up. Like we're
it's
talking to
part
you,
of me.
not this
It's
random old white. Yeah, but she's not you. You're you, and she clearly
yeah,
believes something different. So why are you doing this? Just like stop doing that.
yeah. I
I don't really
say
care
I
about.
say a prophet
Look, I don't
because
really look. I don't look. I don't really care about this random old white lady, right? That she's not relevant here. You have to demonstrate to us that you can somehow be God without having any characteristics of this God, any necessary ones. How are you going to do that?
uh, like I said, God laid his divinity aside and took on humanity.
So then you admit that he wasn't God. Can we get a yes or a no?
He wasn't
Hello?
Almighty God.
Okay, so he wasn't God then. Well, there's no, is there a different kind of God other than Almighty God?
Uh,
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So you're either God or you're not God. There's no Almighty or all weak kind of gods. That doesn't make any sense. You're either God or you're not. Was Jesus God or not?
he was God. He was God, but he laid it aside for a moment.
So
And
then, okay, so was he Jesus before he was born?
he was Jesus, yes. He was before
So
he
he
was
was
born.
Jesus in heaven. So Jesus always existed. He just wasn't in a body, right?
Yes,
Okay, so then he went into a
but
body and threw away his divinity, became not God, went into a body, then died and resurrected and became God again.
yeah, kind of.
Okay,
It's
so Jesus, what did he lose when he died on the cross?
well, he went to a stream. I don't like
Well,
talking
the
about the
problem is
cross.
when you say stuff like this, you undo the whole point of sacrifice. When you pretend like Jesus has always been Jesus and always was and will be Jesus, then you nullify the whole sacrifice.
Yeah, but he went through extreme pain and separation
That's
from his
actually a
father.
really good point, Venus. If Jesus is not God, that his blood is now meaningless as a sacrifice to atone.
Uh, the majority of Christians think that just Jesus' humanity died on the cross, not
Why
his
would we
divinity.
care? But why would we care about what they think though? Christians say all sorts of different things depending on what denomination you're from. Well, you kind of did solve the Trinity by removing Jesus temporarily, I guess, by saying he threw away his God properties and resurrected and got them back. But now you have another problem. He doesn't lose anything. He can't die. So there's no sacrifice.
Also, Venus, I don't think that's true what he just said that most Christians don't believe his divinity died. When I was a Christian, I believe he died. Anything apart him a part of him was on that cross and died at least for 3 days. I don't believe that part of him was living somewhere while his physical body was dead. I believed he was
Like,
dead.
he's either immortal or he's not. He's either existed
Tô
before
falando.
he went into Jesus and was still Jesus after, or he actually died and no more Jesus forever. He
Yeah.
can't be immortal and mortal at the same time. It's why he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's why you doing the whole, oh, I believe he exists, but is evil doesn't work because he doesn't exist.
Can you just wait a minute? I
Also,
need
it
to.
does seem the passages that he brought up earlier would be wrong. If Jesus wasn't God while he was on earth, he was only mortal, then you can't say that I and the Father are one. You can't say if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. You can't say that I'm in the Father and the Father's in me. None of that actually makes sense if you think that Jesus was just a man while he was on the earth. Wait, who's he? What's he?
I think we've broken him.
What's he watching right now? Is he watching a YouTube video?
An apologetic video, probably.
Oh boy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
He's got to go watch an apologetics video.
Justin, you're so nice to these guys. You're so nice to them.
I try to be nice to him. I realize it's boring for the audience sometimes if you're too nice to him, but you know, like, they're still people, right?
It's good. I'm just like, cut the shit. Like, he's way too old to be acting like that.
I know.
Like, you were too old to be doing that.
Is he gonna watch the whole video? What's happening right now? I don't know if I have enough Triscuits to make it through this video.
Watching an apologetic video is crazy.
Marcos, bro, we need you here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're lost.
All right.
I'm gonna have to leave, guys.
Okay.
Just something came up here.
Fair enough. Take care of yourself, buddy.
Right.
So, thank you.
Cheers. You know what?
Bye.
At least he recognizes that the biblical God is evil.
That's the first step. First, evil. Evil posits a contradiction. Next step, therefore he cannot exist.
Right. And also, if you
almost
believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but if you believe in an evil God, what's the point in worshiping this thing? Like, you're like, well, maybe it'll send me to hell, but you're not guaranteed it's going to send you to heaven just because you worship him. Why would you think he's not just lying to you?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Well, we'll get John Ashton in here next. I'm going to read a couple of super chats and then we'll keep the conversation rolling. Kyle, good to see you, friend, says Spaceballs. When well, then be now. Soon? Wait, hold on. When well, then be now. It's been ages since I've seen Spaceball. That quote is probably hilarious in context of the movie, but I apologize. I don't have the context in my brain anymore. But highly recommend Spaceballs. And Kyle, thank you so much for the chat, friend. Hope you're doing well. Carl Grimes, thank you for the $10 super. It says Venus is a blast. We agree. Thank you both for making these horrifying debates also fun. It hurts to live in the USA where Philbros and nationalists who believe the earth is flat run the show right now. It's terrifying, actually. Like, it's a little bit shocking, too, because I grew up thinking that people were sane and normal for the most part, and it turns out at least half our country are out of the goddamn minds. That guy Fox, thanks for the super chat, friend, says, Doug be praised. Indeed, the prophet of Doug is a virtuoso with how well you played that guitar. Oh, fuck. Yeah, guitar did get played a little bit, didn't he? He was a goof. Imagine being that annoying and then thinking that you're cooking.
So if he's a guitar and an airhead, does that make him an air guitar? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll show myself.
Win. 100% with you on that one. Misha, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says, good Doug. I thought Matthew Guitar was just dumb, but he basically goes, huh? That's the question every single time because he's feeding it into Chat GPT. And it did seem obvious at some point in that conversation that the delays and pauses were so he could ask Chat GPT. Which is fine. We get that sometimes. But like, if you just blindly trust what Chat GPT feeds you without analyzing it further to see if it's correct, you're going to say stupid stuff like that kid. ChatGPT is notoriously favorable towards all religions. Ask it any religious question, and it'll always give you an answer that is avoiding saying anything demeaning about the religion. Hold on. Apparently, I can't.
Need some biscuits?
Apparently, I can't eat and do things at the same time. I'm not evolved enough for that. But Gretchen, I will apologize. I did keep Matthew on too long. It says, please end this Matthew madness. I did end it eventually, friend. I knew it was going to be nonsensical, but I did want to beat him into the ground enough to make him think maybe next time he comes back, he might be a little more better behaved. Shirley Temple Black says, a thing I love, Jackass talks down to Venus. Venus slams his head in a window and Justin backs her up. That is one thing we all love. And Bryce Aroni, thank you for the super chat, says, whenever they hear a woman's voice saying something they don't like, calm down, sit down, be quiet. They worship Paul. He said to hate women. I mean, the New Testament does say that basically. Muslims too get really touchy when Venus talks to them.
Especially them. Do you remember that other guy that was like, I'm not talking to you, woman? And he was like
Yes.
Orthodox or something. It's either the Orthodox Christians or the Muslims that absolutely don't like us.
Every time.
Yikes.
I'm actually really excited to clip that video when it comes time to clip videos. That's going to be hilarious. Andy Haltlings says, good scholarly biblical Hebrew lexicon at a decent price. Any ideas? Yes. You can use the Klein's lexicon on the Sefaria website for free. You can get a copy of the Brown Driver Briggs for free on the internet. That's the most used one. And if you've got money, you can get a copy of the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, which is currently, it's got to be cheaper than what I paid for it nowadays. But let me see what it's priced at nowadays. Lexicon.
And while he's looking that up, Crystal, Venus, how are you two doing?
Hi, I'm
Cyber.
good.
And also, I just want to come up real quick. I can't spend too much time on here, but one thing that I've always found goofy when it comes to the Trinitarian idea is I always ask, like, let's say we're in heaven, I'm at a party, I'm talking to Jesus, I'm talking to the Son, we end our conversation, but now I want to talk to the Father. Do I stay there and keep talking to Jesus, or do I need to walk like across the room to go find the Father? Like,
Right.
how does this work? Because they'll say like they're different persons. So how do I talk to a different person? And I don't know. It's just something that's always been goofy to me. And it's hypothetical I like to pose to Trinitarians, and they lose their mind. They never know how to answer it, and they'll crash out.
I mean, that seems to be, the analogy seems to be spot on for what you're trying to demonstrate, which is it's absurd to think that they're the same but also different. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
But anyways, I'm going to hop down and keep on listening, keep on cooking.
Hey, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for popping up.
Bye, Cyber.
Thanks for coming up, Cyber. Sorry I couldn't interrupt earlier to tell Justin you were requesting that, but
Sorry
No
guys, I'm
worries.
not looking at the comments. I'm looking at my iPad. I'm reading stuff.
So the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament in print is $305 on Amazon. The electronic copy, the one I have, is currently $159 for the Hallett 5-volume series. When I first bought it, I think it was like $350, but that was like 15 years ago. So nevertheless, if you get the electronic copy, half price. A print copy, $300. If you're really studying the language, though, it could be helpful. But if you just want a good, cheap Hebrew lexicon for a beginner, get the BDB print or PDF. Rahavika says, the teachings of Doug were lost since the Stone Age, but then the prophet Justin found the Doug Z scrolls and now preaches the word of Doug to all of us. And that is the case. They were found right next to the Red Sea scrolls, as were found by El Oso Rey. They're now on their way to a museum near you. David Ismay says, lots of love from Brazil. You're doing the Lord's work. No pun intended. Well, thank you, David. I appreciate that, friend. I'm going to grab just 2 more super chats, and we're going to get John Ashton in here. After that, I'm going to grab Mr. Anderson. Good question. Good to see you. Says, men offended by women speaking can be disregarded as nutless brutes. It tickles me how self-righteous these proto-humans be. Yes, self-righteous
Proto-humans.
indeed. Proto-humans is a good word for them, perhaps, I think. And Sneak says, the holy bile of Christianity has an extra N, is bile. Genocide, slavery, and public participation, torture to death, frenzies, not to mention hell. Hell's crazy doctrine, by the way. But isn't it crazy that there are cultures today that will be like, listen, if they put their pee-pee in the wrong place, you can pick up stones and throw rocks at them until they bleed out. What a crazy thing to believe. But no, it is what it is. All right, let's bring in John Ashton. Welcome in, John. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Well, I am, yes, but I don't believe in the God I would say a lot of Christians, quote, quote, Christians believe in.
But you do believe in
And
God, right?
I don't. I do. I believe there is a God. Yes.
Okay. Do you know anything about that God, or do you believe anything about that God?
Well, I think that we have fragments of that God within the quote unquote scriptures that a lot of Christians like to claim are, well, true. But I don't think there is any one scripture anyone can point to that is solely true and without error. Now, I do think that the best one that we can point to would be the King James version of the Bible. There are many reasons. But
That's how you know they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
That's how
Rule
you know
number
they don't
1.
know shit.
If you think the King James Bible is a good translation in English, we got to put the kindergarten training wheels back on and start from the beginning.
You just need to put the size in the bag, bro.
Also, can Guess get closer to his Wi-Fi or something? He is cutting out for chat. I don't know if
He is
you
cutting
guys
out
hear it,
for
but he's
everyone,
cutting.
yeah.
Excuse me. Can you hear me now? Am I still cutting out?
We can hear you loud enough. It's just that your connection's kind of glitchy.
I don't know. I'm very close to my internet, but
Fair enough.
may I ask you, why
Are
is
you
it that
best
you don't
friends?
believe the King James? I'm sorry. What was it you just said?
Nothing.
I
I was
didn't-
making a joke. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Why is it that you don't believe the King James Bible is the best version?
Because I
To
would
point to.
Yeah, because I went to school and learned Greek and Hebrew, and it's just not. There's a reason why when you go to school, they don't recommend the King James Bible to you. It's because it's outdated. And sometimes there were mistakes. Now, the translators did a decent job of updating the Bishop's
I
Bible,
agree.
which is what it is. It's an updated Bishop's Bible. But we've got
Yes.
lots of new data and lots of new manuscripts since then. And it turns out that it means that we have to change what's in the text. So one of my favorite examples of this is Asherah, the deity, the goddess Asherah, shows up in the Bible like 40 plus times in the Hebrew text. It doesn't show up in any Bible prior to like the 1800s because we didn't discover her existence until the 1800s. So the documents that explain who Asherah is in the Semitic languages didn't exist prior to this time period. So they didn't know what to do with the name Asherah in the Bible, and they translated it as a grove of trees every time. Asherah is not a grove of trees, it's a female deity.
Okay. Well, I want to point out one thing that I made clear from the beginning was that I believe that there is no true word of God out there. I think there are only fragments in each translation. And the King James Bible, although I believe it is the best to look at as a Christian, or my belief, my idea of a Christian, I also believe there are many, many errors in it. Okay, so I'm not someone who is hard and
Translation
fast.
errors.
to stand, yes, many translation errors and other things, amongst other things. But
what did you use? What metric did you use to determine that the King James is a superior translation to the other English translations?
well, I compared it. I read the King James Bible through several times, along with other translations side by side, and compared them. But that's besides the point. This isn't what I
You
wanted
compared
to
them
talk
to
about
what?
at the moment. To each other, to how sentences are phrased.
How does
to
comparing multiple
to how
English
eloquent they
translations
sound.
tell you which one is a better translation?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that?
How does comparing multiple English translations tell you which one is a better translation?
Because of my belief. Now I need to finish here.
No.
There was something else.
I need a tool here. What I'm saying is, if you put
I understand that, but
if you put 3 English
I don't really want to
translations,
discuss.
well, we're almost done. If you would actually disengage, so if you put 3
Okay.
English translations of any text side by side, how would you know which one of them is superior?
I just told you it's all based on belief. Nothing I can prove. Okay, I was just stating what I believe.
Oh, we know what you believe. I'm trying to tell you that it's not a good thing to believe. It's a silly thing to believe, because the way you determine if a text is a superior translation is you compare the translated text to their text that it came from, and you just ask the question, did they translate this correctly, given the information we have now? And the information we have now is that it's not always a great translation.
I understand that, and I have done that, but not to the extent that I have to other English translations. But I'd like to put that aside. That is something I'm still personally iffy about. What I came here to mainly say was, while I cannot prove whether or not God is real, I'll admit that. I have no proof I could bring to a court and say, well, look here, this proves God is real and is true. I have no way of doing that. I also don't believe there is any way for you to prove that God doesn't exist.
Oh, whoa, mic drop. Holy shit. Atheism debunked. Whoa. Whoa.
I thought that's what we were here for. I'm so confused.
We got to pack it up.
How would you go about?
We're done, Venus.
How would you go about proving? How would you go about proving God doesn't exist?
I need to delete my fucking account now.
Yeah, we got to go. Holy shit. Well,
would you answer the question?
Quick, take down the stream.
I will answer the question, but I'm going to ask you one question first, and it's only to illustrate something. Can you prove that the tooth fairy doesn't exist?
No.
Oh,
I
just
cannot.
check them. So your God is equally as plausible as the tooth fairy?
Technically, yes.
Fair enough. Okay, so my favorite argument for the God not existing is typically God is like something outside of space and time that created the universe, which I think is preposterous. There's no reason to think that the universe...
Why do you think it's preposterous?
Because there's no evidence to suggest that the universe once didn't exist. And all the evidence we have says that if you exist outside of space and time, you don't exist. In fact, things that exist outside of time can't do anything because time is a sequence of events. Doing things is a sequence of events. So if you exist outside of time, you can't do anything.
How have we ever seen anything outside of time? You can sit there and say, well,
we
know that anything outside of excuse me, please let me finish.
Were you
Please let me
listening?
finish.
No, you weren't listening. No, I'm not gonna let you finish. You weren't listening. And Justin doesn't need to repeat himself 9 times.
Here.
Okay, you're also being dense. That's fine. But nothing can exist outside of time, sir. That's what Justin has just said.
May I please finish what I was saying?
Yes, now you can continue, as long as you keep that in mind.
Hello, are you still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up there, and I did something with my internet.
How does something existing outside of time do anything?
Well, I'm not. That wasn't the question that you said before. That I
It
had a
literally
question that I
was.
asked you, and that
Okay.
question was, can you please let me finish? I keep getting interrupted over here.
Because you didn't just
Stop
engage in
crying.
the
Whether
point.
Christian or
So
not,
I
it's Christian or not,
provided
it's
you
disrespectful to.
I provided you a reason
Yes,
why I don't believe God can exist.
and I'm
And it was
trying to counter that,
because
but I can't because I keep getting interrupted.
I'm not
You're doing
interrupting
a
you.
bad
I'm
job.
bringing you back to
She
my
interrupted
question
me.
so that you can't dodge it. So I
I
told
didn't
you
dodge
the
it. I got
reason
interrupted.
why I don't believe God can exist is because God can't do anything if it exists outside of time, which is why I'm asking you, how can something do anything without time?
If God exists outside of time, if there
This is why I
truly
interrupted
is a
him.
God, if there
Just
truly
continue.
is, I'm talking. If there truly is a God that is infinite and all powerful, and it can exist outside of time and space, that if we go off that belief, if we decided to believe that, we could say
Even though
God
we
could
wouldn't.
have an infinite being would have control over everything. Now, my question
Not
to you
without time.
was,
No, not without time.
my,
Doesn't
if
infinite
God,
doesn't
you're
mean outside of
restricting,
time.
if
Something can
God
be
is truly
infinite and be in
existed,
time.
if God truly existed and was infinite and all powerful and created everything, he clearly wouldn't need time to exist.
No,
When you
he
Well, how do you
would,
need
God,
and
when
time
you
I
to
confine God to human,
Holy
when you
shit.
confine God
okay.
to
So
human
John,
rules,
just pay attention. We're
you're
not
taking
defining
away the
God
infinite
using
from
human
God, the all
rules.
powerful.
We're explaining to you how time works. So in order to do anything, you need a sequence of events. You don't get sequencings of events without time. Meaning, if God wanted to create, he would need time to already exist. Creation is a sequence of events. If God wants to have a thought, God needs time. Thoughts are a sequencing of events inside of the mind. So, in order for God to do anything, even to think or to have a feeling, time must already exist.
That is not true, because
Then
time is
explain to
only
me.
something.
Explain to me how
I'm
you
trying
can.
to.
Explain to me, and don't just say God's magic. Explain to me the process
I didn't just say
for
that, but you're.
doing a sequence of events when there's no time.
Of course, I wouldn't be able to. Now, please don't interrupt me. I wouldn't be able to explain that to you because it's something that we cannot comprehend. Let
There,
me
it's
ask you this
magic.
question:
There you go. You can't do it.
Do you believe humans are perfect and all-knowing?
No, but it's irrelevant. We know how time works.
Okay,
And if you don't have time,
Just
you can't have a
just
sequence of
answer the
events.
question, please. You don't believe humans are perfect and all-knowing. That's a given. There is no human that is perfect and all-knowing. Exactly.
Do
You
So,
don't have
do
to
you
be
have to be?
perfect to understand what time is. This is insufferable, dude.
oh
Yeah,
The
this
my
is
goodness,
definition
crazy.
of
can I please
existence,
finish
the
here?
definition of existence requires time. You don't get to special plead and say, "Oh, but God exists in a magical hocus pocus way." That doesn't require the prerequisites for existence. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Oh my
Not
goodness.
only that, you're about to tell me that God can't do illogical things because you think God can do things without time. Can God do
God
illogical
can,
things?
if God truly exists and is infinite, you know,
See, he
if
keeps saying infinite and outside of time as if those are the same thing. I think he thinks because God is infinite that means outside of time, and that doesn't mean
Maybe.
outside of time.
Yeah, he has no
no,
idea how
I
any of
know it
these
doesn't
words
mean that.
work.
I know it doesn't mean that. If God is all powerful, okay, and infinite. I didn't say just infinite. I said all powerful and infinite.
Wait, I think
An
he's
all powerful,
realizing that
being
I
would,
think he's
excuse
realizing
me,
I
an
think
all
he's
powerful being
realizing
would be
I
able
think
to
he's
exist
realizing I
outside
think he's
of time
realizing I think
because they
okay, this
created
is why I
time.
cut him off
While
because
you
I
can
knew he
say
would
it
say this
takes
dumb shit.
time
Can someone mute
to
him?
think,
You're glitched out as fuck and you're repeating yourself again. I think maybe he doesn't understand that this is the problem with a tri-omni God. You can't be all powerful yet be restricted by logic. And if he's all powerful and all knowing, then the tools that he gives us restricts himself. So he gives us tools that restricts his own omniscience. This is the problem with the tri-omni God, and you run face first into it. You can't
Right.
create everything because you can't create time.
So
Like
maybe it's worthwhile to at least make a show of him by asking him
Please
some
just stop
basic
interrupting me
logical
and
paradoxes.
let me finish what I'm saying.
Well,
Does
you
he
didn't
not
have
realize he's
anything
been
of
muted?
value to say. He has no idea. So, John, it's actually really easy. We'll demonstrate that God, your God that you believe in, has to abide by logic.
No,
right?
I have still not gotten to finish what I was saying.
It's not. No one needs to hear it. It's not worthwhile. It's not going to get anywhere. We agree. God is great if he exists. Cool. We need to demonstrate whether or not he can or cannot violate logic. So, in order to ask this, it's going to be really simple. Can God make a rock so heavy that he cannot lift it? Yes or no?
You are right now, what you are doing is you are not letting me finish. You're asking questions just to try and
You are
stall
not
for
letting me
time.
finish, sir. Sir, you are
We're
not
not-
letting me finish. I need to do my red herring fallacy. Otherwise, I don't have an argument anymore if I actually listen to you, sir.
You're just proving my point by
Sir, please.
Actually-
sir,
Whether or
you're
not
proving
what
my
I'm-
point.
whether
You're proving my point, sir.
We'll just put it. I'm going to put it on the board. I'll make a notepad to keep track of your argument so you can see why this is happening. So you're saying God can do illogical things like actions without time. That's your claim. So I'm giving you a test example. I'm testing whether or not you think God can actually do things that are clearly illogical. And the first one I want you to answer is whether or not God can make a rock so large that he can't lift it.
May I finish what I was saying?
After
You're
you answer
destroying
my
my
question.
argument, sir.
Okay. Yes, of course God could create a rock so big he couldn't lift it.
Then he's not all powerful, because if he can't lift it, then he's not all powerful.
That does not make God not all
That's
powerful.
a level 3 straw man,
But
sir.
what's that? But the reason I didn't want to answer
Level
that
3.
question is
What do you
because
think all powerful
that's gonna
means?
May I finish what I
Level
was
3
trying to
straw
say from
man,
the
sir.
beginning?
No, I'm helping you
Why
understand the
not?
stupidity of your statement. If God can't do something,
Oh
it
my
means he's
goodness.
not all powerful. That's what
Level
that
3
means.
straw man, sir.
In the land of make believe, anything is possible. Okay,
Not
so in the
anything.
land
not.
of anything, no matter how illogical it may be to the
This guy really is in the
to
land of
actual
make-believe.
existing, to the actual
Buddy.
existing laws of physics, no matter how fake it actually is in reality, if you decide something, if you want to make up a world to write a book, that world may not become existent.
Logic
It may not come
applies
into
to
existence,
every.
but it will not apply in that fantasy because it's a fantasy, okay?
You
Because
can't
it's
conceive of
not
something
bound by
illogical.
reality.
Okay, I get it. But
You
you can't conceive of
no,
something
you
that
don't
is.
get it
You
because you're
can't
not
conceive
listening.
of.
Because you
Yeah, I
can't.
do, and I'm about to tell you. Everyone knows what you're gonna say. It's pretty apparent. But you can't even conceptualize something that is logically impossible. The tool of logic applies to things that we conceive as well, even though they may be imaginary, like unicorns. A unicorn can't have a horn and not have a horn at the same time. An all-powerful God can't be all-powerful and not be all-powerful at the same time. That's something that is not even fictional. It's just simply impossible. Just because something doesn't exist within the physical realm doesn't mean that that automatically violates logic. Concepts also have to abide by logic, otherwise we can't even conceive them. What does having a horn and not having a horn look like?
He definitely can't conceive it.
Of course I cannot. I have admitted to you that
Okay.
as an imperfect human being who is not all powerful, I have no way of picturing that in my mind.
Okay.
It's because
Is it
it's
possible,
impossible
though?
according
So
to
it
the
doesn't
rules that
exist.
we have as humans, according to the rules of reality that
Is it
have been
possible?
set up by whoever you want to believe or
But
whatever.
is it possible
Is what possible?
for a horn to
But
exist and not exist at the same time?
Technically, it is possible. However,
Where?
it's not
Where?
something I can
Where and
prove.
when?
That's the thing. It's nothing I can prove, but
Okay,
it
Then
cannot
how
so
do
be
you know it
disproven
can?
either. It cannot be disproven. It can only
Yes, it
be
can.
quote unquote. It can only be quote unquote disproven by the laws that we
Anything that's
have
not
that we know about.
anything that's not parsimonious already debunks itself, buddy. So the fact on the basis that you
Because
can't demonstrate this thing to be no,
you're
it's not
confining yourself to a
confining. It's called
finite
logic.
world,
It's called
to the
logic. It's
finite
called
world we
logic.
live
It's
in.
called logic.
That's why.
And you can't prove no, first of all, the universe isn't finite. We actually don't know the bounds of the universe, so most people seem to believe it's infinite. Either way, that can't be substantiated, just like your claim that this God can totally violate logic. I just can't prove it. Then how the fuck do you know that he can?
At the same time,
He can.
that's the
Doesn't
thing.
that just make him illogical?
While
Literally,
we
isn't he? I'm
have
sorry. Isn't he just?
many
I'm
things we
sorry.
could
I'm
say,
sorry.
there are many things we could look at that could say, well, God doesn't exist. We can do that, and it's very easy to do. But also, we
No,
can't
why are
just
you
sit
running? Why are you
for
running?
a
he didn't hear
complete
anything you
certainty
No,
that
said.
God doesn't
how do
exist,
you know?
because we have no
How do
way of
you
proving
know?
that
How
God
do you,
doesn't.
no, no, that's not how it works. Just because we don't go to the edge of the unicorns and debunk every single concept that could possibly exist doesn't mean that they do exist. That's not
Ross,
how understanding, that's not how, no, stop. That's not how understanding or logic works. Just because I can't disprove it, that means it exists. That's completely ridiculous. By that logic, you make the whole word of existence redundant. Because I haven't been to the edge of the Milky Way galaxy to say that there's not unicorns, flying spaghetti monsters, and fucking manticorns there. So by your logic, every single imaginary thing would exist in the same sense as every physical thing. So you make the definition redundant. You have to prove that it exists. We're not operating off of a no one can debunk this, therefore true. That's like caveman
I can
logic, dude.
reply
So
to. You can
you're not
say
even
caveman logic.
listening. Fuck. No, it's
No.
not just caveman logic. It's completely like stupid. There's nothing to say to that. You have to give us
Beginning of
evidence,
this,
or what are we going to talk about?
you have disregarded whether or not you disagree with my beliefs, but to interrupt someone while they're trying to make
Dude, a
trying to
little
have
while ago,
a nice normal conversation with
Can you
rude.
stop
That's
being a
degenerate. That
crybaby and
no matter
respond to
what,
my
no
point?
matter what
Stop
you
being a
believe
He's
in, no
definitely
crybaby
matter
and
not
what
going
you
to be
respond to
believe
my
doing
in,
that.
or
point.
what you don't believe
He
in, it
absolutely
is
will
respond.
never
rude. It is rude
respond to
and
that.
obnoxious and
Stop
annoying to try and talk
crying.
over someone.
It's
Hey,
so it
listen,
is
stop
To
rude. I
talk over
crying.
agree. It's
someone,
so
it's
rude.
Can we mute him so I can
wrong.
reiterate my question? I'm sorry if I took too long to ask it. I kind of had to debunk the
Of course,
million
you're gonna
other
mute me
stupid
because you
things
don't
you
want to let
said.
me finish.
Yeah, we gave you a chance to speak. Funny thing is, you always give these cunts a chance to speak, and the first thing they do is whine. So I'm going to repeat my question to you. If your understanding of existence is that things that haven't been debunked automatically existed, then how do you know that there isn't unicorns and every other imaginary concept resting on the edge of our galaxy just outside of our observation? That's my question. How do you know that everything that's conceptual doesn't exist just outside of our observation?
I don't. It's as simple as that. I have no way of proving that it doesn't.
Fuck.
So how can you assert that it therefore exists then?
Lisa, the rainbow draft
That's the thing.
exists, y'all.
I told you from the beginning. I cannot assert that it exists.
So you're just talking shit then.
No, I'm not. I'm not, because if I can get you to accept that you cannot disprove God or prove him, that would mean
No. So
that
we
there is a
can
possibility
disprove him
God does
because
exist. Just
the
since you can't
characteristics of a tri-omni God are contradictory, and things that are contradictory cannot exist. So it debunks itself. It's that
Yeah.
simple.
So what we know about reality is that
tell me why
contradictions.
can't it exist?
What we know about reality is contradictions cannot exist. You can't be a married bachelor. You can't have a round square. These contradictions can't exist. They're definitionally
You can't
impossible.
be an all-knowing God or an all-loving God who makes things that he doesn't love. That doesn't make any sense. You can't be an all-good God
You
that
don't even
makes
know what my
bad
beliefs
things.
are about God, yet you're
I never mentioned. Wait, so I wasn't personally addressing your belief. I was addressing a tri-omni God, right? So I
Which
don't
I
know why
think
you're
he
still
said he
running.
believed in a tri-omni
In
God,
with all the other quote unquote
unless I
Christians.
didn't
Now
hear
he
him
wants
correctly.
to. No, he did, but he wants to pretend like he didn't because he's been dog walked.
Yeah.
Like I didn't what?
All right. Well, listen.
Oh, you weren't listening?
John, listen. It's been fun, but
I was trying to talk.
I've got other
I
guests
was,
waiting to get in. I assume they're going to bring more substance than you. I can't imagine somebody bringing less substance than you. So I'm going to move on. But next time, we would love to hear an argument for your God, or at least you admit that illogical things don't exist. It's crazy that you think something can exist and not exist at the same time, or that the laws of logic somehow just don't apply to God. It's kind of embarrassing. Yeah.
It really is.
Let's get him out of here.
And it's just like he just kind of admitted, oh, I don't have any evidence. This is just my belief. And it's like, what are we doing here? Like jerking each other off? Like we're not getting anywhere if you're just gonna like claim that you don't believe in anything the moment we cook your belief.
He's clearly
Like,
lost.
what are we
Has
doing?
no idea where he's at. Hey, Zipple, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, if Jesus didn't care about rip the nuts for the kingdom's sake for some people, why would he care about rip the baby for the kingdom's sake for some people? Do you know what rip, R-I-P-P means? Am I missing something here?
I don't.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask the internet. I know rip like R.I.P. like rest in peace. I can't see anything for this. But if you're asking,
Great. They're saying grape in
really,
the comments.
it says if Jesus didn't care about grape the news for the kingdom's sake, I think what you're referring to is destroying the nuts, meaning becoming a eunuch. So in Matthew 19, he says that you should become a eunuch for the sake of the gospel. And I think what you're talking about is 86ing somebody's nuts and making them a eunuch, which might be the case because you mentioned Matthew 19. So if he says you should be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel, why would he then care about the baby or becoming like a baby for the sake of the people? But I'm not sure I know what you mean. Jesus doesn't say anywhere that you should have babies. He just says that you should come to me like a child. That's all. So unless I'm misunderstanding your question,
children.
He does like children. Yeah. A naked one in Mark like 14 or something. William Rogers, thank you for the $12.34 super chat. Said Revelation 12 is cited by Catholics as a reference to Mary's coronation as queen. Yeah, it is actually. Bertram, thank you for the race car. Says, is there another interpretation of this, or is it just nonsense apocalyptic rambling in Revelation? So there is definitely some nonsense about the Queen of Heaven. You could definitely go to Mary.
The lady with the six-headed dragon that looks for her after 70, and then she rests for 70-something days and nights is just absolute hogwash in my ears.
I mean, the whole book of Revelation is complete nonsense.
It's like holy discovering acid. Literally discovering acid is the book of Revelation.
I mean, okay. So listen, there's a lot of interpretations of the book of Revelation. I think it's nonsense. However, Mary seems to be the reference to the Queen of Heaven. That's always been my impersonation. There's a secondary interpretation that says, no, the figure must be greater than Mary for different reasons. I don't recall the reasons other than I think why some people would say it is because I think the Queen of Heaven in Revelation 12 has multiple children, and they think Mary only had Jesus, but she certainly didn't according to the Bible. So she would still definitely fit the description. But I mean, that's a fair question, William. I haven't dug super deep into some of these interpretations of Revelation because it's meaningless, right? Even when I was a Christian, I was like, reading Revelation's meaningless. It's not a roadmap.
It's like an esoteric thing. It's like an esoteric thing. It's what the Gnostics like to do. So
it was a roadmap for the first century, and it all failed. So I guess it really doesn't matter what it means. Alien says, Matthew being unable to read Matthew was more painful than my most painful dentist appointment ever.
It was more painful than my armpit Botox, which I was
Oh,
crying
shit.
during. Yup, so bad.
Wait, why are you getting armpit Botox? Is that a thing happening now?
You don't want mucus in your
Hyperhidrosis.
armpits.
It's for hyperhidrosis. It's like a treatment, and it sucks.
Okay.
Did
Makes
not
sense.
know that. I had that
It's
when I
very
was
rare.
younger. Yeah, I had that when I was younger, and they wanted to do an operation, and I was like, I don't want an operation.
Like, I was literally
And
crying, and I told the doctor after that I hated him.
fair enough. Elliot says, I hope you at least had some anesthetic. There we go. If not, here's some money to get some for future use. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Alien. And I don't have any anesthetic, but I can definitely get some Advil and Tylenol. And thank you for the follow-up. Super Chat says, listening to callers today, it seems that if you want to be a Christian, you have to abandon reason, logic, and reality. I don't think I'm ready to do that. This religion really rots people's brains away. And that's my point. Listen, if you have to abandon logic and reality to participate in the religion, I'm pretty much out there, friends. Sand Sensibility, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, thought of a fun age verification question for you. If I told you to star 69 someone, what am I asking you to do? Yeah, making an anonymous phone call to somebody back in the day when caller ID was fucking everybody up. Rock hard for Doug. Good question, Sands. But there might be some people outside of the Americas that might not know that. I don't know what it was like outside of the Americas. Peace Loving Cake, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says 3 shall be the number. Thou shalt pivot, and the number of the pivoting shall be 3. 4 shalt thou not pivot, nor pivot thou 2, except thou then proceed to 3. Once the number 3 being reached, then lobbest thou apologetics and snuff thy foe. Amazing quote from Monty Python. And remember, 5 is right out. Absolutely not 5. Do love a Monty Python quote. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right, now we said we're going to get Mr. Anderson in here next, so let me get Mr. Anderson, and then we'll keep the conversation rolling. I think Truth Teller comes after Mr. Anderson. Welcome in, Mr. Anderson. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am over 18. Full disclosure with respect to the belief in God thing, I have my doubts, but treat me as if I fully believe in God.
We're not going to play devil's advocate with you, though. Like, we're not. If you believe, you believe. If you don't, you don't. I'm not open for a game of devil's advocate.
Look, I
Waste
mean,
of time.
I have my doubts. So, if you don't want to talk because I'm being frank with you in terms of like my level of belief, then.
But do you believe or not, though?
So I've just told you I don't know. That's my position.
Okay. Well, it's okay to not
But
know.
for our purposes today, yes.
Nope. Your
No.
purpose today is no. You either do or you
Like, what
don't.
the
You don't get
fuck?
to pretend. Imagine just
Like, for
admitting
real.
I don't know, and then for our purposes today, I do. No, you don't. You just told us you don't. We don't do
Here's the
devil's
thing,
advocate.
he was a Christian though, because he had that Holy Spirit Wi-Fi going for him. He had that,
Yeah.
do you notice Christians have the worst Wi-Fi? I
I
love
don't-
Satan. He gives us the best connection.
It's true.
It's because the Holy Spirit interferes with the 5G waves.
I believe that. Yeah. It's the Holy Spirit is the supposed ether, and it's slowing down their signal right now.
It's really lagging.
Well, let's try Truth Teller 61 and see how far that gets us.
Hey guys, let me
Welcome in.
just make a here. Can you hear me?
Well, yeah, we can hear you. How you doing, Truth Teller?
I am doing pretty good. How about
Good to hear.
yourselves? I hope you guys are doing good tonight. Well,
Yeah, I'm
right
doing all
away,
right.
I am not a Christian.
Are you a
know what
believer in God,
Christianity
though?
falls apart? Oh, none of the gods I've been introduced to.
But do you believe in a God?
So, no, I do not.
Oh, okay. Well,
But I
you're an
came-
atheist just like us, so congratulations. But we're just doing debates. No monologues, no preaching, even from atheists. Just debates. Okay. Get the next one in here. I think next in line is BMC. Give me a second. We'll bring in BMC. Oh, and BMC ran. Folded like a lawn chair, scrambled like an omelet. Okay. Sorry, BMC. Didn't mean to cook you so fast. All right.
Session. I think that one was all on me. I won that one.
Well, we only have one other member in queue, which is Regular John. We spoke to Regular John on the 16th on our last live stream, so there'd be second time up. Let's grab Regular John and we'll move forward. How you doing, Regular John?
I'm good. How are you, Justin?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Regular John, we already know that you are a believer in God and that you're over the age of 18 because we've had you on before. And if I remember correctly, you believe that personal experience via healings is evidence for God, but I forget, which God do you believe in?
The Christian one.
Gotcha. Okay. And what kind of argument did you have for us tonight in favor of the Christian God?
Yeah. Well, if I could just touch on the last guy that you talked to.
No.
Okay, fair enough. I was just gonna make a joke about, can God make an object that he can't lift because it's so heavy?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he can, and then like on Monday he could lift it, and maybe on Tuesday he's too tired to lift it. I don't know.
Can God get tired if he's all powerful?
No, it was a joke, man. Sorry.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. It's funny, the Bible in Exodus actually does say that God rested and was refreshed on the seventh day.
Right.
Anyways, so what do you got for us today?
Tough crowd. Don't worry, buddy. Let's just continue.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, if you remember, like you do remember correctly, I go off of personal experience and things that can't be proven, like scientifically. I think that's what faith is, and it's definitely something that I wrestle with, and that's why I'm calling. If you remember, like I go off of names and what they mean. Like a lot of names are biblical. And so I look at the name meanings and then I look at the person. I'm like, well, that looks like maybe there's something to that. And I fully understand that sounds psychotic. But I just want to give you like 4 examples, and maybe you could look into it like on your spare time if you care. That's up to you. Yeah,
Go ahead and give me the argument. I'm at the edge of my seat.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the band Ghost?
I've actually heard of them, but I can't think of what they've done.
Great band. So they're like a satanic band, but they would tell you it's like tongue in cheek. The guy is like a demonic pope, and the music is like beautiful, and they're obviously always like trashing God and how stupid religion is. And
yeah, because
stuff
they're
like
atheists.
The guy, the songwriter, the main dude, says that he wants to believe in something, but he most certainly doesn't believe in Christianity, and takes that opportunity to bash it. So his name, okay, we're just gonna go down the psychotic rabbit hole if you don't mind.
I mean, you're already here. Might as well take us down the rabbit hole.
Okay. So his name is Tobias Forge, right? So I look at that. His name is Tobias, which means God is good. And to me, that's kind of like God's kind of sarcastic joke. Like, here's a guy who's a leader of a satanic rock
Do you
band.
have any evidence?
I don't have. See, this is my evidence. Is the personal experiences and
Some guy's name? Well, I'm sorry, I don't really care about some guy's name in a rock band.
well, that's
Like,
fair.
you got any evidence? Yeah. It is fair. I don't want to put like I already had a nap and I woke up and you're still talking about whatever that is. You got any like evidence, or you just come up here to like
So I
tell
don't
us a
have a,
story?
I don't have like a selfie with God or anything, if that's what you're asking.
That's not what
'Cause
I asked for, so don't be dishonest. An argument, some sort of historical contemporary witness, or you pointing to him somewhere would help.
Yeah, I don't know
So
what Tobias has to do with this.
uh, like just the
Aren't
name.
there other names that mean that same thing? Like, I know there are other names that mean.
Probably, sure.
great. What's
So
the
it's
evidence?
actually something that a lot of Christian people did was name their children names that had something to do with God and Jesus, and then eventually people didn't even know it meant that, and they still named their kids that. So any name that has a Christian reference doesn't really mean anything.
Well, that's certainly a logical take that you have there, but I mean,
Okay, great. Do you have any evidence? You got
uh,
cooked. There's nothing you can say. You've got cooked. Like, why the fuck does someone's name matter? Christians name their kids all sorts of things. And just give us the
right.
evidence.
So what I'm saying is like you have to kind of buy into a spiritual aspect of things,
What's the
and
evidence of a spirit? What's the evidence of spirits?
well, I mean, there's the logical way of how
Great. Let's take it.
human beings think is they think with their logical brain.
Okay,
There's a
what part of that is spiritual?
well, a lot of people go down that path and then they find
What
themselves
part
in
of that is spiritual? What part of the human body is spiritual?
I don't know if anything like
Okay,
has to
so
do
don't
with
talk about spirits then. So don't talk about spirits if you don't think they exist. What's the evidence of your God? Because you all like to play games in people's faces with time.
no, I'm not trying to play any games, sorry. But I
It's
mean
okay,
the
so it's not that serious.
spirit is not physical, so you can't like point to it in a body or anything like that. So I mean like
So how
a
do
lot
you know it exists then?
you don't.
So why do you think it exists if you can't prove it? Do you just believe in all sorts of shit?
um no. No. I
Okay,
believe
so
in
why do you believe in it then?
because it's well, a Christian would say that the Holy Spirit points to Jesus in Christianity. And
No, so you can't use something imaginary to point to something's existence. That's like building a house on sand, right?
well
That
the
completely falls apart. So why do you think that spirits exist? I'm not asking about the average Christian. I'm asking you.
so I think that spirits or the spiritual realm may exist because people have spiritual awakenings and then they kind of realize that they're going down the wrong path or they have the wrong mentality about life and then they could
But
What
change it.
is a spiritual awakening, though? What is that?
It
we
could
talked about this last time. This is meaningless. Why are we doing this again?
And the people
Listen,
complaining about me in chat, I don't want to waste people's time. If you want to hear some stories, watch YouTube. We're here to hear the truth, to hear interactions, to get evidence. If you think I'm rude for cutting people off before they monologue for hours and waste people's time, then you can go watch some stories on YouTube. But some people want to get straight to the point and not have their time wasted by very, very long stories. You'll know I'm not rude to people for no reason.
yeah,
I'm
in fact,
straightforward to the point, I'm concise, and if you like to dilly-dally, then you're probably going to have a problem with it. But most
yeah,
people won't. Most people want to get straight to the point, the meat of the argument.
I've been watching
So
Venus for a
ask
very
whatever
long
your name
time.
is, keep complaining, ask whatever your name is, or as myth or whatever. I don't care.
I've never actually seen Venus be mean to somebody or rude. She just keeps you on task. And it's okay. Your teacher in class would do the same thing when you were children. It's sad that Venus has to do it here. But nevertheless, regular John, I think her point is well made. And we did talk about spiritual awakenings. Spiritual awakenings are meaningless. It just means that people believe something. Like they believe an entity is helping them. But their belief in it doesn't validate the entity.
Yeah.
It's just funny to me how you're pretending like I had a nerve struck because
No.
I decided to address you. It's not you. I'm talking to someone in the comments. You're just
Oh.
being cringy. Like now you're responding to me because you think you have my attention, but this is going to be the last time I address you. I don't give a fuck how long you've been a fan of Justin's for. You're being a whiny bitch, right? And you're constantly talking shit about me in the chat, derailing shit and intentionally trying to target me. So you can just keep swiping. And I'm not here every day. I join Justin's live once a week or once a fortnight, maybe. So you can come back on another day. Okay, baby? You'll be fine, okay? You'll be fine. I'm sure some warm milk will help you out.
Love you, Venus.
I'm sure some warm milk and a heat pack will calm you the fuck down. I promise. It'll be okay.
Emotional damage.
Not the soundboard.
Okay, so I'm so,
Back on topic.
I have more what you would say nonsensical garbage with names and stuff, so I could just skip all that stuff if you want, maybe call back later.
Sure.
But I have some questions for you because I know that you have a lot of biblical knowledge, and I kind of just want to take advantage of that because although I identify as a Christian, I try to keep an open mind, and I try to, and I told you this last time, deconstruct whenever possible, because honestly, being a Christian is a lot more complicated than just being an atheist, because you always have to second guess yourself, and it's a pain in the ass. So I just want to I'm going to give you some layups here.
Well, I mean, I will be doing a Q&A soon, within the next couple of weeks. So typically, if I have a Sunday night where I'm not on the line and I'm not on AXP, I've decided to start doing Q&As on Sunday nights. So stay tuned. If you got a list of questions, you're welcome to stop by on like a Q&A and run your barrage of questions by me. But we do keep these, we're trying to keep these debate nights for debates only because, you know, everyone's filed in here to watch a debate. That being said, it is also 11 o'clock, which is when I stop debating and I have to close out the live stream by reading what's left of the super chat. So I'm not here till 2 a.m. So unfortunately, we're kind of out of time anyways.
Okay. All right.
But I mean, thanks for coming by and chatting with us. I mean, I wrote down last time we talked as well. I've got on both times that we talked that you seem to be a nice and cordial individual, but you do have to understand from our perspective, like, we are hoping you're going to bring better arguments, you know?
Yeah, listen, I'll pray about that one. I don't.
Okay. Amen.
All
right. Let us know when God answers. All right.
All right. Will do.
All right. Cheers. And we almost had.
We could have had a conversation. We could have had a whole debate if he didn't do that. We could have had a whole 2 debates if we stopped 2 monologues. If we got that, I believe in God, but he's evil. If we got that guy out of here quick, we could have had another debate.
True, but you know what?
Stop on that.
So John was our last caller. The queue has we worked through everybody that was in the queue. And so we don't have any more. We didn't have anyone else to bring in. That one guy that was an atheist that wanted to pretend to be a believer did come back. I don't know why he came back, but it seems kind of odd that he. In fact, he's here again.
Oh, and he looks angry too.
He does look very pleased with us.
He's back and he looks angrier than before.
Mr. Anderson, why do you want to LARP as a believer?
Well, I don't think it's LARPing. I think I really do believe that that Jesus fulfilled some prophecies. I just really not sure about the whole God thing.
Oh fuck! What prophecy did he fulfill?
Zach 9:9.
Oh no! Don't do it. Is he fucking trolling me right now?
No, I'm serious.
There's no way he thinks. Chat, is he fucking for real right now?
Well, let's see.
This motherfucker, he cannot believe that he's gonna pull Zechariah 9:9 out on me. Okay.
We'll find out
I know
shortly
you
if
know it. I
he's
know your
serious.
whole Bible better than me.
I certainly do know about Zechariah 9. This can't be for real. He's got to be trolling. All right, have you bothered to read the very next verse?
Yeah, no, I read like a few like before and a few back.
Sure, yeah. Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the rivers to the ends of the earth. What part of this did he do other than riding a donkey?
The king part, the ruling part.
Sure. Oh, sure. Show me a passage where he was a king.
So, would you say that? I mean, okay. First, let's talk about what's a king. Would you say that like the emperor of Rome was a king? I mean, technically he's an emperor, but like, would you give me that one?
A king is someone who rules and reigns over a physical domain, like a territory, a land.
Right. So, would the emperor of Rome be a king?
I would. They didn't use the word emperor, but you can use the word king in place of that. Yeah.
Sure. What about somebody who is the ruler? What about like a boy king, like Edward VI, who was king of England for, I don't know, like 8 or 9 years, but like there was a regency that was
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
ruling in his name. No, I don't want you to interrupt me.
sorry
Kick me if you have to.
Wait, no,
I'm talking to
no,
Justin.
This fucking
my
guy.
God. What a crybaby.
Now I'm
It's
starting to believe
about
he
your
is a believer.
microphone.
I want to talk
It's
to,
about
I
your
wanna talk to
microphone,
Big
sir.
Justin.
It's about your microphone anyway, sir. The audience is saying it is too loud, and I was trying to tell Justin, so you can keep your misogyny and your attitude to yourself.
Oh, I'm not misogynistic.
I
I
want to
love.
talk to Justin. I
It
want
is
to talk to Big
misogynistic for
Justin.
you
I
to
don't want
say
to
that
talk to
to me.
women.
Yeah,
My
we
mommy
hope
says
you
women are scary. I want to talk to Justin.
don't become an atheist because we don't want you on the side if this is the way you are. Thank you for that, Crystal. I wasn't looking at the volumes. I can definitely turn his volume down to even it out. Not a problem.
I want to talk to Justin.
So a king is somebody
I'm
who
not carrying on.
who exercises authority over both people and land. I do understand there were some kings in history that had their land stripped from them and people still considered them a king. But when we talk about what a king actually is, they had to at least have the title of a king granted to them by people who actually had a dominion.
Right. Right. And they could still be a king even if they weren't personally the ones exercising power, so long as they had a people who had a dominion who granted them that power. Is that fair?
Well, yes or no. If you're a king and you're a king in title only, then it's kind of useless. So, for example, when we talk about the Queen of England, yeah, it's cute that we still call her a queen, but she's not really a queen. She's not doing shit. It's just an honorary title. So, no, I wouldn't say she was a real queen. True, I'm the king of my castle.
So are you saying for the?
So I'm a king. I'm a king. Hold on, where's my fucking crown?
Well, I mean, you don't have a bunch of people who
Yeah, I do.
are controlling like a contiguous territory that all think that you're a king who exercise real political and or military power, right?
Everybody,
the king.
Everybody who thinks I'm the king, put a 1 in the chat. Put king in the chat if I'm your king, y'all.
Right, but I mean, those people don't have any political power. They're not like a country, right? If a country says you're the king.
We are.
Pardon?
What does a country consist of? A country consists
A
of
contiguous
people. We
territory.
are people. Yeah, but we're stakeholders. The territory is our houses.
They don't have an army, right?
Yeah,
you have to have an army to have a kingdom.
Okay, well, I mean, I think you're making it easier for us to say that Jesus was a king, not harder. Like, I mean, my definition is like a little bit more.
Kings. We're all kings. I fulfilled that
Okay,
prophecy.
this is why I just want to talk to one person.
Why can't you talk to Venus?
I want to talk to women, crybaby.
It's not that you're a woman. I don't have a problem with the fact that you're a woman. I have a problem with the fact that you're interrupting.
Every time Venus talks, his pee-pee shrinks as far back as his hairline.
Well, you can talk to me then. You can talk to me
You
then.
want me
Don't
to
worry
just
about
talk to
it.
you? You want to
You don't
just?
want to
I
talk
just
to
want to talk to
Justin.
one
Yeah,
person. I
so
don't care
you
who
can
that
talk
person
to me.
is.
Yeah, so
I
just
just
talk to
think that
me.
Justin knows
Just
more about
talk
the
to. Yeah,
Bible.
so
That's
just
all.
talk to me. Yeah, just you don't even know me, so how would you know how much I know about the Bible?
Well, I don't. I just think that he knows more because I've listened to him
Hey,
talk about it. But
everybody on TikTok,
whatever.
send Venus a bunch of crowns. Send the
Wait,
queen a bunch of crowns over on TikTok. I know there's crowns in the gift shop. I want to see
Like,
some
how would
crowns
you know
flying.
that?
All right, so let's
Like,
talk. Let's talk. I want to talk to Venus then. So Venus, then. So
okay.
would you
So
agree
if
with
a
me then
king,
that? Sorry, just listen to my question before you answer it. So Venus, would you agree with me then that a king could be somebody who is exercising real political control, but not personally? Somebody's exercising it on his behalf.
no.
Would you say that
What does
person could
that
still be a
mean?
king?
What do you mean
Like
by
Edward
exercising
VI,
political
who was a
control?
boy king, right? He was the king. He was recognized as the king of England, but he ruled through a regency, right? His uncle was the one who exercised power on his behalf because he was still underage. He was like 9, but he was still the
Jesus
Yeah,
king, right?
sure. Let's hit. Yeah, sure. That's a
Okay,
king. Now,
okay,
show me how that applies to Jesus.
okay. Have you ever heard of the Holy Roman Empire?
And was Jesus ruling over that, or what?
I just asked you if you've heard of it. You've heard of it. I'm sure you have.
Yeah. Was Jesus ruling
Yeah,
over that, sir?
yeah. So have you ever heard that the emperors of the Holy Roman Empire said that they were vice regents for Jesus? That they were
Well, that's
exercising
something
earthly
they.
power in his name and that they
And can
recognized
you
him as the
demonstrate
king?
that they? Yeah, so they can claim that. Some
Yeah.
people claim the sky is green. Do they have any evidence that they're actually speaking on behalf of Jesus?
Well, so that's not really the point. The point is,
Oh, well, that is really
are
the
you
point because that's
aware?
the whole
No, here's
criteria
my
for being the
question.
king.
So here's my
You've asked a
question,
couple of
Venus.
questions.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I know, and I just want an answer to
So I
some
just
of
want to
them.
make
So,
sure we understand
Yeah, I've given
the
you an answer to
argument.
all your
yeah,
questions. So we're not
okay. So
gonna be like,
answer it
I just want
again,
an
just so I
answer.
can
I've
understand it,
given
because
you
I'm a little
okay, so
slow,
let
and
me
remember, my hairline is
okay.
receding faster than my
Yeah,
penis, so that affects
yeah,
my
so
hearing.
the
No,
yeah, so
actually, I
if
didn't
you
say that. I
so
said
if
your
you
penis is receding faster than your hairline. Go ahead, Venus.
So the whole point of this is, in case you forgot, was that you're trying to apply this notion of a king to Jesus. And the reason why you brought up the Holy Roman Empire is because you're saying that they're sort of vicars of Christ, the same way they are sort of political representatives that would somehow make Jesus a king. But there's plenty of other criteria that Jesus did not fulfill. And aside from that, these people are simply claiming that they are messengers for Christ when they all say different things. There's many different councils of Rome and many different people who supposedly represented Christ with many different opinions. So when you can demonstrate that they are actually messengers for Jesus, which you have to demonstrate is God, by the way, then I can agree that he's a king.
Demonstrate that at all. All I have to demonstrate is that he fulfilled the prophecy. He
He
could
Well,
didn't.
not be
Jesus is a
God and
physical
still fulfill the
person.
prophecy.
Jesus
You
is
were
a
muted
physical
that whole time.
person.
So the
Yeah, I don't
question is,
think
I
you
mean,
muted. No
and
one
you know
could
what?
hear
You asked me
you.
if I believed. I really do believe that he fulfilled the prophecy,
Except
right?
he didn't, because
That
he was
aspect
never
of
a
the
king.
prophecy. Was he a king?
This is
Did he exercise, was real political power by a polity exercised in his name? I mean, I think
He was
Justin,
dead. I don't know if you
even
know
you're
this.
going to have to admit that he did.
Dead people don't get to be kings, idiot.
Oh, dead people don't get to be kings?
I don't know if you know this. When the Holy Roman Empire was on the earth, he was dead. He's been dead for 2,000 years.
That's true. That's true. No, you're quite
it's
right.
why I
So
told
what you're
him it's
saying,
why I
Which is
told him that Jesus has to be God in order for this to work. He has to like still exist in the form of God. It's why I told you that. But no, you insisted no, he existed. So we'll take it there.
yeah.
so no, so what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, is that if he were acknowledged as king by the Romans while he was alive, then that would be different. But since he was only acknowledged as king by the Romans when he was dead,
No.
doesn't count.
He would
Is that
have
what
to
you're
be
saying?
acknowledged by the Romans and the leadership of the Romans. So the Romans had a governmental structure. The governmental structure would have to recognize him in some way as being an actual king of that particular empire or some other empire, but that never
Right.
happened. So
Well,
you don't
it did
get to
happen. We know that.
It
did.
didn't happen. He was dead, you dumb motherfucker. You don't get to be king once you're dead. So just because somebody comes along later and no one can hear you, Just because someone comes along later and says, "Oh, he's my king," that doesn't mean that he was a king. He's dead.
And if
Until
we
you
want to
can
call Jesus a
demonstrate.
king as well, Muhammad is also a king. He rode a donkey. He had people who he supposedly spoke for a god. He had people speaking for him. He had territory. So by this definition, Muhammad is a king. Everyone who had a group of people, every single tribal leader is now a king. Like this
Yeah,
completely makes the definition of king redundant again.
it's true. I've ridden a king.
Well, I mean, you've ridden a donkey, but you've never
I'm sorry. I've
exercised
ridden
political
I've ridden
power
a
by
donkey.
polity.
Sorry, I've not ridden
Right.
a king.
Justin, I want to know
Yeah.
about the king.
But I mean,
I
here's
have
the
a good
problem,
fuck.
right?
That'd
So,
be a
like,
great
he was
night, wouldn't
acknowledged
it?
as a
Let me
king
tell you
while
about
he
that
was
night I
alive,
was riding
right?
the
He had
king.
a sign nailed up above him that said "King of the Jews."
Okay, did
And
you? Hey, dummy, did you not know the purpose of the sign is to mock him for not being a king? Are you that dense?
oh no, I was aware. It was a
Okay,
joke at
so
first, and then it
when
became real.
somebody mocks you for not being a king, that doesn't make you a king.
But for the purposes of fulfilling a prophecy, Justin, do you think that's dumb? Like, are
It
you
is
really
dumb,
like,
yeah,
are you trying
because
to insult me to get a rise out of me? Or
mocking somebody for not being a king will never make them be a king. The fact that you
Sure,
think
well,
that being
except-
mocked, the fact that you think being a king, being mocked as not being a king makes you a king, would only mean that I'm a king. Do you think I'm a king right now, Mr. Anderson?
Well, I don't. And you know what
Oh,
the
are you
difference is
mocking
between
me?
you and Jesus?
Now I'm a fucking king. You heard it here. I'm not the king. He mocked me for not being the king, which means I am the king. Thank you for reinforcing that I am the Messiah. I really appreciate that.
The point is that that he was acknowledged as a king by a real physical quality. So
No, he
I
wasn't.
think there's a reasonable argument there that
He wasn't.
that he fulfilled
Wait, who
He was
called him a
not.
king?
purposes. I mean, give me a break. For the
He was
purposes of
not.
fulfilling a prophecy, you're saying that doesn't count?
No.
Why doesn't it count?
Which polity recognized him as king?
We talked about this. It's called the Holy Roman Empire.
He
In
was
fact, not
dead
just
when that
them,
happened.
lots of- What's that?
He was
Yeah, he
dead.
was dead when it happened. So now we're introducing
you can't be a
more
dead
and
king.
more
There
and
are no
more
dead
requirements.
kings.
Okay, what metric did they use to call him a king? What criteria did they use?
So they think he's still alive too. Remember, right?
Yeah, but
they
he's
think
not.
he's still alive. You don't, and I mean
We'll
that's
demonstrate that he's alive.
Okay, he's alive, and that
They
automatically
think he's
makes
alive. So he's
so you've got
recognized
to be
as a king.
alive. So you've
For
got to
the
be
purposes
alive, and
of the-
people have
for
got to
the
call you a
purposes of the
king for you to be a
prophecy?
king.
For the purposes of the prophecy,
For the purposes of the prophecy, it has to match reality, not what people believe. And this is where you're wrong. Just because people believe he's alive doesn't mean he did fulfill the prophecy. To say that somebody did fulfill the prophecy, you have to demonstrate that it is true that he fulfilled it, not that people believe he fulfilled it. If the people of the Holy Roman Empire believe that he's alive, it's meaningless. To demonstrate prophecy fulfillment, you can't just say people believe he did it or they believe a thing. You have to demonstrate that he actually did do a thing.
Also,
well,
does
I
he
mean,
know
here's
the
the thing:
Roman
is
Empire
he did,
and the
no,
Holy
Venus,
Roman
I've been
Empire? I'm
muted. It's
sorry,
my
I
turn to
am
talk
talking.
now.
No,
That's
I
not
am
you're
even
talking,
muted.
me.
and I just
What the
talked for the
fuck?
first time. Do you know that the Roman Empire and Holy Roman Empire are not the same thing, Pumpkin?
I don't think he does, actually.
Sorry, what was that? I was laughing at you. Go ahead.
Do you know the Roman Empire is not the same thing as the Holy Roman Empire, Pumpkin?
Yeah, Muffin, I do. I'm talking about the Holy Roman Empire, not the Roman Empire.
Okay,
The
you
Holy
don't
Roman
sound
Empire is
like
the
you know
later
what you're
one.
talking about at all. Actually, you came in here saying you weren't really a Christian, and you sound just like a Christian.
He's acting
I
just
mean,
like
I guess I'm
him.
doing a good job.
Yeah.
I don't know. The thing is, like,
I mean,
it
I'll
seems
I'll
like
give you
guys-
this.
guys
You're
are so
just as
used to
big of a
twisting
douche as
Christians
every
up that
Christian
you're not
we've ever
actually
talked
that
about.
good.
So you get some points there for being as big of a douche as we've seen.
I honestly don't even
I
like
mean,
want
I
to do
think you
this
match me,
meta. Like, what
Justin. So if you
criteria?
look in the mirror,
Okay,
you'll find a
great.
big a
Enough
douche as
meta.
I am.
Enough meta. Okay, enough meta. So, what criteria did the Holy Roman Empire use to call Jesus a king? Right? Because them calling him a king does not automatically make him a king. So, what was the criteria that they employed to call Jesus a king?
What do you mean? What was the criteria?
So you think
What does that mean?
is it that complicated? You don't know what a
Yeah.
criteria is?
Sure, I know what a criteria is, but it doesn't make sense in this context. Like, you're using words that have meanings and they don't
I'm
fit together
asking,
in a way that
what
makes
the?
sense.
This is so.
Maybe not in
I
your pea
honestly,
brain.
like,
Well,
you
yeah,
can't
I
be
know. I
this
mean, it has a
dumb.
very
Like,
small
okay, I
brain, but
get
it's
it.
certainly
Okay,
not
I get
working
it. I
here.
get it. I get it. We're joking, but you can't be this dumb. The
I
criteria for
can.
what makes
You'd be
someone a
surprised.
king is the criteria for what makes someone a king is a complicated sentence to you.
Well, I mean, I thought that we laid out, like, I started with that it's a polity which exercises real earthly power, which recognizes
Okay.
somebody as their leader.
Being
Right?
alive.
I
And
mean,
you've got to
those
be
are the
alive,
criteria
right?
I thought we
You've got to be
agreed, but I
alive,
mean,
right?
as soon as you realize that Jesus might
Can
You've
you
got to be
exercise
alive,
authority while
right?
being dead?
arguably, even just arguably, right?
Can
The
you
thing is,
exercise authority as king while you're dead?
here's maybe, let's try and bridge this gap.
Can you exercise authority as a king while you're dead?
You can, Justin, if you're doing it
No,
through
you
a
can't.
regent.
You're
You
dead.
can if you're doing it
No,
through a
you
regent.
can't. You're dead.
Because the regent is exercising that
Wrong
power
again.
in your name.
Wrong
You're
again. You have to be
No, you're wrong
alive.
here.
You have to be alive.
Much power as you would if you were a boy.
Regents exercise the authority of
Tell me
living
why I'm
kings,
wrong.
not dead
You can say I'm
kings.
wrong until you're blue in the face. Why
You're
am I
still
wrong?
wrong.
But why?
But how do you?
Because they exercise the authority for the living king.
No, they exercise the authority for Jesus. They said so.
For
Do you not
living
believe them?
kings. No, obviously I don't. Obviously I don't, because he's
Something you're
dead.
inserting.
The thing is,
I know
historically,
you think he's
if
dead.
kings could execute authority while dead, there would be no need for us to ever have any new kings in history. This is completely stupid. All
This is
throughout
the dumbest thing
Mesopotamia,
I've ever heard.
if it's possible for kings to exercise authority and be kings while they're dead, then every king would fucking the kingship tablet would say infinite. It would have the infinity symbol. If you could be a king
No.
after you were dead,
No, it
the
wouldn't. I mean,
Mesopotamian
no, it
kingship
wouldn't,
tablet.
because you can exercise
Well, then you
authority
can't
on
be a
behalf of
king.
something that can't exercise authority itself. We do it all the time. Look at
Yeah,
democracies,
the thing has to
right?
be alive.
Are
The thing has to
democracies
be
alive? No, it
alive.
doesn't. Are
The
democracies
people.
alive?
Yeah, it does.
Bro, can you be a president if you're dead?
Can you exercise the
Stupid.
power
Can
of a
you be a
presidency
fucking
through a
president if you're
regent,
dead?
through a representative? We have
Yeah,
a
and
representative
who are they
democracy.
representing? Can you
The
represent
polity
a corpse?
itself is not
Can you
alive.
represent a
It's an
corpse?
ephemeral
Can you
concept.
represent a corpse in parliament?
Are you an attorney?
Sorry?
Yeah, she said you're an attorney, and I'm having a hard time believing that you're
No,
an
he's not an
attorney. Are
attorney.
you an
He's not an
attorney?
attorney.
Oh,
He's not.
I hear this one all the time when people are losing. Go ahead.
He's not an attorney. Let's just there's no way he's an attorney.
Yeah,
You
imagine
can't
just
represent someone who's dead.
Go
You
on.
can't.
imagine just asserting that you're winning as you're getting your ass handed to you because you don't understand basic definitions. Basic definitions, kings are alive. Kings don't get to be kings when they're dead. You could be a dead king. You could be a king that has been dead. That's a thing. But you don't get to be a dude that then dies and then gets to be a king because you're dead. So the point of drop off here is you can't actually demonstrate that Jesus was alive. You don't even believe that he was alive. You believe that he was dead. So the best you can say is that some people who think that he was alive also thought that he was a king, and they'd be wrong on both accounts.
I don't know, man.
I know you don't know. Not only does it not
$100 like you promised people.
Not only does it not fulfill the prophecy, you also ignored the entire 10th verse. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. Let me guess, he's going to do that at his second coming?
No, I wouldn't do that. That would be too easy for you.
Then tell me, when did he do this?
Peace of the peace of the nations. Have you heard of the Pax Romanus?
The Pax Romanus is not about Jesus.
Well, I mean, if he's the king during it,
he wasn't.
Well, they say he is.
He wasn't. You said he was king during the Holy Roman Empire, and that's not the Pax Romana.
They say he is. You must believe them, Justin. These random
men
claiming things.
Yeah, the Pax Romana
during the time of the Holy Roman Empire? Was Justinian
No,
was there peace in the Levant
there
during
wasn't.
the rule of Justinian?
There was not. There wasn't peace during the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire wasn't even in the Levantine region. It was in Germany. It was centered in Germany.
No, that's not right.
I'm going to show you.
The Holy Roman Empire extended from during the rule of Justinian. The Holy Roman Empire extended well through the
Holy Roman Empire started with Charlemagne in 962.
Sorry, I'm talking about the Eastern Orthodox, like I'm talking about
The Byzantine Empire?
Maybe I'm using the wrong term. I'm talking about the when Rome was split and and they were ruling from Constantinople, Constantine, whoever it was, and then Justinian and those guys. That's the period. And in that polity, whatever you want to call it, what's it called? If I'm wrong, what's it called?
The Roman Kingdom?
No, I don't think it's the Roman Kingdom.
Just like I said to you
I'm
earlier.
talking about the Byzantine Empire. Shall we say the Byzantine Empire? Is that better?
She nailed it, actually. She called this out like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I got mocked by this clown. Wait, did
You're
you
right. I'm
actually
wrong.
debate
I
Kent
apologize.
Hovind?
I apologize. I owe you an apology. I was wrong.
You owe everyone an apology for being like a dickhead.
No, not you.
but
Her.
That's fine.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
I'm talking
You
about
do,
the
but that's
Byzantine Empire.
okay. Okay. And Justin said that too. Like, where the fuck are we going?
Yeah.
Can we? Jesus didn't fulfill the prophecy. He
Yeah.
didn't
And
lead
then,
a
and then
war
if you want to
horse
say
or
that it
intercept
extended from the river
anything.
to the ends of the earth, then
Yeah,
I mean,
when did
arguably
he-
it fulfills that too.
When
right?
did Jesus cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem?
Well, I mean, those ones we're going to say are metaphorical.
Ah, of course, a metaphor. Yeah, because you're just as dishonest as the Christians. Yeah, obviously.
You're doing pretty good.
Obviously, the parts that I don't like are metaphorical. All right, listen.
You've been doing a terrible job. You've been doing
Yeah.
a terrible job. Not a single point you have landed. You can't be a king after you're fucking dead. Jesus didn't have territory that he ruled over, right?
Actually,
He didn't do any of that.
I'll
But
do
we
him.
can
I'll do him
grant
one
him
favor,
that he
Venus.
had Israel. That he had Israel. We can grant him that, right? Since that's what we've been doing. We've been so generous to him. And then Jesus hasn't done anything else. He didn't come here to command peace. In Matthew, it says the opposite, right? And aside from that, he didn't. He rode a donkey. So what? Muhammad rode a donkey. Muhammad had territory. By this, and Muhammad was actually a general. So it would make more sense that Muhammad fulfilled this prophecy more than Jesus did. And he's dead, so he can be king too.
I do think, though, that we need a second opinion. And the reason why is because Matthew Red's live came back, and I think he's a real Christian who can give us a second opinion. Maybe Mr. Anderson and the real Christian agree. Who knows? Matthew, let me ask you the
I
question.
didn't even know I was in here. What the hell?
Who do you think?
Hello?
Who do you think fulfilled this prophecy? Did Jesus fulfill this prophecy?
Hey, do you know the Septuagint LXX is older than the Hebrew Masoretic text?
Get him out of here.
Fuck out of here,
wait,
you
no,
idiot!
let's not.
It's
just
not
drop-
you, dumb motherfucker.
Oh my god.
The Septuagint is a
Tweedledee,
translation
Tweedledum.
of the Hebrew text, you moron.
Fuck.
Oh well.
We got Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Fuck.
That's all right. Well, listen, it's way past quitting time for me, and I think I've had enough of the LARPer.
Yeah.
I'd hate to be
just
in
not-
whatever like law courtroom he's involved in. That'd be terrible.
He's definitely not an attorney. Trust. He's not an attorney.
Like, he's not even smart enough to know that we've got him muted right now.
He's
No
gonna
attorney.
this guy did it, and the judge is gonna say that guy's dead, and he's gonna go, yeah, but still, maybe like he did it, like maybe judge.
It's not,
Judge,
he
we
could
need to
be
lock up
defending
the.
corpses. It's not. Maybe he's an attorney that specializes in defending corpses, but. It's like, oh, your grandfather's dead, and he got accused from stealing the shop. Don't worry.
Oh my God.
I got you. The Holy Roman Empire recognizes your grandfather.
Oh boy.
Oh my
Well,
god.
He actually debated Hovind twice and cooked him, I guess, twice.
I
Is that a
guess.
I
brag?
mean,
Why would
anybody
somebody
could,
brag about
I
that?
guess. I don't know, but that's what they're telling me in the chats. You know,
He
he's
cooked
a
Kent
lawyer who
Hovind
debated Hovind. Yeah,
on what?
on whether Jesus was dead or alive. I don't know.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
I
cooked him
mean,
spiritually.
it was definitely a metaphorical cooking.
Yeah. And by metaphorical, it means whatever we want it to mean. So the reality of that metaphor is he got cooked by Ken Hovind, but since we turned it into a metaphor, we can just make it say the opposite. Because that's what
Yeah.
metaphors mean.
Well, I'm going to write down that he comes twice, so I get the first clip and the second clip. I think and he's had enough now too. I think what we can learn from this is that even some atheists, I hope he's not an atheist, can be stupid.
He's not an atheist. No, he's not an atheist.
No atheist would be so mad that I exist that they would go through all that trouble. He's obviously LARPing so that he doesn't have to bite off more than he can chew. He thinks he bit off as much as he can chew, but he has no idea.
I've never heard such nonsense. A king can have authority while dead. Like
Yeah.
maybe he can if the people think he's alive. I can agree with that, but he can't be a king after he's dead. Like yeah, you
No.
can still have authority after you've died if you convince people that you exist, like Emperor Nero, right? If
Right.
people are convinced you exist, you can still do that, but he didn't. So he's not a
Yeah.
king. The whole point is it's a hoax. Is Jesus a hoax?
Also, if Jesus was king when the Holy Roman Empire or even the Roman Empire said so, does that mean that he wasn't king until then? Like the whole time they were calling him king, he actually wasn't the king. He only became king once the Roman Empire formed under just like Charlemagne, Justinian, I forget. It's a nonsensical idea. Oh well. Anyways, friends, it's 11:30. I'm going to read what's left of our super chats, and before I do that, thank you, Venus and Crystal, for hanging out with me. Always a blast.
Well, thank you for having me. And before you read your super chats, if you guys are over on the YouTubes, you please go subscribe to my YouTube. I'm close to 1,000 right now, and I'd like to hit that mark. I am Crystal, CrystalJae, and I'm going to plug one more thing. I have a podcast called Anti-Sermons, AUNTIE, and it is about every single woman, named or unnamed, in the Bible, chronologically and methodically. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out, go check that out wherever you stream podcasts.
Absolutely. And I've got a website right here. Check her out. It's Critically Crystal J's lives. Are your lives going to be on the same channel as your podcast?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the channel is Critically Crystal. Actually, this is from the Deconstruction Junction. Hold on.
Yeah.
There we go.
My podcast is actually not on my YouTube. It's wherever you stream podcasts, but that's my YouTube channel.
Okay, YouTube channel at 945 followers for I Am Crystal J. No reason why we can't get that thing over 1,000. We've got like 1,500 people in here still watching. We absolutely should be able to bump her YouTube page up over 1,000. I Am Crystal J on YouTube. Goes by the handle Critically, or by the title Critically Crystal. She's been streaming with us for a long time. She's been in our community. She mods on the Discord. She's been a huge help to everybody in the community. Please do drop her a follow. And Venus as well. Venus took a streaming hiatus, but she's back now. And so please make sure we're getting her in the mix as well. Boogit, my friend. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, how can your
I'm
sins
gonna be watching, but I've got to drop.
Fair enough. Good to see you, friend. Thanks for coming by.
Nice to see you too. Thank you. I love staying for the super chats though. I might be back and watching the comments.
I get
the
it.
super chats are the funniest.
Dude, we got really funny
Bye.
supers.
Marilyn
Boogit
Monroe
says,
wave.
Boogit says, how can your sins be forgiven before you were born? That's the thing is, I mean, theoretically, it's kind of like a presidential pardon. They can pardon your future shit too. But like, it's weird. If God was going to make the forgiveness retroactive, then he should have just done it at the beginning of time and forgiven everyone's sins. Done. No problem. Just make everything retroactive from the beginning of time or forward active. What's the opposite of retroactive? Shit. Hold on. Active, I guess.
Active,
God,
I guess.
that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm trying to think. That's the only thing I came up with. Godwin, sorry, I almost said Goodwin. Godwin says, Doug is my earthly grounding, lightning of intelligibility. Fucking A. That is the case. I hope you're doing well, Godwin. Good to see you in here. And Charles, thank you for being here today. Great to see you as well. Says, much love to our strong, independent ladies. Indeed. I love how like bent out of shape people get just when women start talking. It's so weird to me.
So funny. And Venus is awesome. She was just amazing.
Also, I just read, I didn't see my messages until now. Carnage Asada, with a very good point, says that exercising authority requires agency. That seems to be the case. You need agency to exercise authority, which means Jesus being dead could not be an agent nor exercise authority. Exercise is an active verb.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic point. Hunter Girl says, rock hard for Doug. Did I do that right? You did, Hunter Girl. Rock hard for Doug. It's good to see that you're in the crew and rock hard for Doug. We all are. Diamond hard, some of us. And Nexus says, the proof is on fire. Well done. I haven't heard that song. Someone get the water. I haven't heard that song in a long time. The Roof is on Fire is a notable classic. Gay for Justin. Justin's fucking rock. And Team Dalkin. Thank you for the flurry of hashtags, friend. And the Atheist Bulldog. Great to see you, Dugald. Hope you're doing well. Says, hey, friend, here's $5. Tell them I'm awesome. Well, you are awesome. Dugald on TikTok, the Atheist Bulldog elsewhere, is a good friend of mine. And he gets to root for the Ohio football team that's not dog shit. So thank you so much for being here, friend. Hope you're doing well. And Zach Penetroff, thank you for the super. It says, was the Roman Empire at the peak of their power when Jesus was crucified, or did God get killed by not even Rome's most powerful form? That's a fair question. I wonder when they were at their most powerful. Hold on. What? Maybe when they were the largest? All right. I asked when Rome was the largest. And again, this is like, it's going to be a guesstimate. I can't verify this answer. But it says it was roughly at its largest around 117 AD. So, like 80 years after Jesus died or so. So I don't know. Like, it seems like they must have been pretty powerful, but it would be fun if he got murdered by some like weak ass Roman Empire. To be fair, if he was God, he wouldn't have needed to been murdered. Like the way the story works is Jesus offered himself to be killed. Like he volunteered to be killed, which is weird then that the Christians went around being mad at Jews for having him killed, especially when the Romans actually had him killed. And technically God had him killed. Like, how can you be mad at the Jews for what God predestined? Oh, well. Bacon and Bush says, where in the Bible are babies called innocent? We're all born with the original sin, right? Trying to remember my theology. Well, it's a little more difficult than that. You have to kind of triangulate this position to get to the idea that the babies are innocent. Like even in Catholic doctrine, they'll say like if they're not baptized, they'll go to like limbo. They won't go to hell. They'll go to limbo. But I think here's why. Number one, David said when his son died, he says, I won't go to him, or he can't come to me, but I'll go to him. Meaning he seems to think that wherever his baby went to, he'll end up as well. Now, if you're a Christian, you would interpret that as heaven, because God wouldn't send a baby to hell, and David didn't go to hell. David would be destined for heaven. So Christians will interpret that as a verse that would say, obviously, the children are going to go to heaven eventually. Also, I would point towards the famous passage in Isaiah 7, where it says, before the child knows good and evil, so on and so on and so forth. So if you don't know good from evil, it seems like it'd be weird to get sent to hell for your sins if you don't actually know good from evil. And then Jesus says that to the adults, you have to be like a child to come to me. So I don't know if Jesus understood children as being innocent either, but it seems possible. But it's just not, it's not clear. You see what I'm saying? It's not certain. We have to make like guesses. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 139 says, as for your little ones who you thought would become plunder, your children who today, who do not yet know right from wrong, they shall enter there. So when entering the promised land, there are some children that are mentioned as not knowing right from wrong, who are able to enter the land. So it just, I don't know, it seems like God does have some sort of system where some people aren't as culpable as others. But it's just not clearly
But it
spelled out.
doesn't sound very clear. It's just a little confusing there.
I agree. It's not entirely clear. There's a reason why universally within Christian denominations, nobody can actually come to an agreement on this, other than it would be wicked for God to send babies to hell. But then again, like if you really believe that all babies are innocent, then that means Jesus didn't have to die or suffer. You could just literally kill a baby, and boom, anybody could atone for the sins of the world.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it's a difficult thing. Dr. Fudge says there's no licensing board to stop me. You know what? I wish there was a licensing board that stopped that lawyer that was up here. I cannot imagine having him as a lawyer. I have no confidence that he's going to argue a case adequately. Your Honor, the law was metaphorical. Okay. All right. Get him out of the courtroom. Fucking remove that guy over there. Johanna, thank you for being here. Good to see you. Says, hi, Justin. I'm sorry I've been absent for a while, but I still love and appreciate you. Well, thank you, Johanna. I haven't seen you in a minute, but that's okay. It's I'm live all the time, but I understand you can't watch every live. Eventually, I'm going to get boring and stale, and you got to bounce around to some other really cool creators, and I don't blame you for that. We've got a lot of really cool creators in the community. And Misha, thank you for the $5 super. It says, I would have thought guitar would be the perfect person to make the fine-tuning argument. Oh, fuck. Shit.
That was a missed opportunity right there.
I cannot believe I missed that. Disappointing that even trolling has gone downhill now. I agree. What does the world come to that we can't even get a good fine-tuning argument from a guitar? I got to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Yeah. They don't know. They don't know how to troll. Us old heads, we know how to troll. We did some trolling back in the day. Dusk Frame, good to see you. This guitar guy needs to C sharp, but now he's gonna be flat. Fuck. We've got more music jokes. I did not see music jokes coming, and I'm fucking impressed. Thank you, Dusk Frame. I'm a little sad now. I didn't think of any, and probably another one. It looks like Draco says, "Guitar, stop talking, stop talking." Also, guitar cannot stop talking. It wasn't a joke, but it is true. Rock hard for Doug, simply what for shared, and Justin's fucking rock. Thank you for that, Drago. And you know what? It's interesting how many people want to yap endlessly about nonsense, and then when you're like, listen, I'd love to get to the conclusion, but we have to step through it. And they're like, you don't want to hear me what I have to say. No, I do want to hear what you have to say. I need to hear it in steps so we can demonstrate why it's stupid. Kyle, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Listen, you can say all the nonsense you want, but if you spend 5 minutes saying all the nonsense, I'm still going to bring you right back to this identical same point. No point in wasting all that time when I'm going to bring you right back here. Kyle, thank you for the super chat. It says ROFL Spaceballs. What is happening now? It's happening now. Yes, Lord Helmet. And to be fair, Kyle, I'm sure, just like your last one, this was funny in the context of Spaceballs, which I don't remember anymore, so I apologize. It's been too long since I've seen Spaceballs. But thank you for being here. And Misha says, I love seeing Venus just cook. Venus is fucking amazing. Let me put it in an analogy my cat can understand is incredible. You know what? Her quips are second to none. I'm jealous of how good her quips are. I can only hope it'd be that good one day. And Jeff says, how do theists not understand that if they say no one can judge God's morality, that they are conceding that they don't know if God is actually evil? So this is a very good point, and we don't bring it up enough. If somebody says you can't judge God, meaning I can't determine if God's actions are bad, but also means they can't tell me that God's actions are good. They have no idea.
It's true.
Like if we can't understand God, neither can you. Bacon and Bush says today is 0, tomorrow is 1, yesterday is -1. Done. Agreed. And if there's infinite number of days, it's not hard to do it. Venus had a really good example with numbers, though. There's infinite numbers, and we can still count from 1 to 2 to 3. Not difficult. Jeff, with another super chat, says 1, he conceded morals are subject by saying he disagrees with what would be God's command. 2, he did not argue God might ask. Oh, true. That's a fair point, actually. Now that you mention it, was that the same guy who had the really bad syllogism about people behave as though morals are objective, which demonstrate that they are objective? Was that the same guy? Because if so, then he ruined his own argument by saying he would disobey. But I forget if that's the same guy now.
That's true. I can't remember either.
Yeah, if that's the same guy.
By the end of the line, they all just meld into one.
It's so true. And we got a bunch of weirdos. I got to, hold on. I got... I got 10 people to clip from that live stream. That was a crazy live stream. I don't usually get 10 people that actually want to clip, but... Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to go through that one. Venus is a black... We're at Bacon and Bush. Bacon and Bush says, ask a caller who's already failed at math to tell the difference between 7 and 3. You know what? I'm shocked by the amount of people that can't answer the 7 and 3 problem. I didn't think it was hard, actually. But here we are, right? 7 and 3, same number spiritually.
The other day was saying, I think it was with Mackluster or somebody, they were saying that it is 3 and 7 because it was 3 and then God made it 7 or so. I was just like, what kind of math is it?
There actually is an apologetic for 2 Samuel, but I know the apologetic and it's broken, which is why I give that particular contradiction, because most people who know the apologetic they don't know that it's a bad apologetic. So you get a 2-for-1. You get to cook a Christian twice on the same thing. But it is true, though, that in the Septuagint, in a later edition of the Septuagint, they did actually fix it. But the Septuagint obviously comes after the Hebrew. So we have no idea what was, if there was ever a Hebrew manuscript that had the correct number. We just have to assume that it was a later scribal correction or, change, which is fine. The Septuagint changes from the Hebrew text all the time. Adam says, Christians who claim to cook atheists usually just maul people with their talking points. The mute button changes everything. True. Most debates I've seen where a Christian so-and-so won, what they mean is that they just shouted over their opponent the entire time and wouldn't actually engage in the dialogue. And if you think just shouting your points is the same as winning, then I'm confused. If there's no evaluation of whether or not the points were true, then there is no winner. That's how you know who the winners are, is when you evaluate the points. And Bacon and Bush says, today there's more value in being entrenched and ignorant than educated. I can't say that it was better in the 80s, but it's still disappointing. I think there are a certain amount of people that get rewarded for their stupidity. I don't know if it was ever different, though. And I'm hoping, at least when we get them here, that we don't reward them for that we make them embarrassed and ashamed that they're that stupid. Porcelina says, I've never seen a guitar play itself. Rock Hard for Dog and Simply Went for Shared. But you're right. Guitar / Matthew played himself pretty bad. And Hunter Girl says, this call is absolute chaos. It was, and I knew it was going to be as soon as I realized who it was. Thank you for whoever informed me that was Matthew Red's live. I know I've talked to him before, but I can't find him in my fucking spreadsheet of people I've talked to. I don't know if I just forgot to write it down, but I know
The
I've talked
chat
to him.
knew that you would know who it was. They were all telling me, tell him who this is. And I'm like, okay, wait till there's a break in the chat and then I'll tell him.
Yeah, I have no idea why. I wonder if he had a different name when he came in, and I wrote down what that other name is. You know what I mean? Like today he came in as Nameless Guitar, but whenever he came in last time, I bet that he had a different name rather than Matthew Red's live. If anyone knows the name of when he was in here last, let me know. I'll make sure and write it down. But Nick says, Matthew didn't get it wrong. He changed the facts to fit a narrative he had. It's a weird take, though. It really is to think that, well, Matthew didn't get it wrong. He just made something up that's not true. Didn't fix it. Same problem. And Roy Williams, thank you for the $1 super chat, friend. And Nick, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, just debate ChatGPT voice mode. It interrupts less. I actually do this from time to time. I will open my phone and just debate ChatGPT. But the problem is it's never good because it does fall prey to suggestion. It very often will concede on things that even it shouldn't concede on if you press hard enough. So it's not great.
Didn't you debate Justin once, Justin? Like Justin the AI?
It was fun. In fact, I haven't clipped that yet, but I need to clip it up and make that a reality. But yeah, I did debate the AI Catholic apologist from CatholicAnswers.com. It was fun. Dragos Rose says, Justin cooking Matthew / guitar with the whole damn kitchen. I gave him what he deserved. Justin's fucking rock. Words don't mean words, 100%. You know they're going to retreat to words don't mean words. It's all they have. And Nate, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm sorry, what were you going to say, Crystal?
Yeah, I was going to say something real quick. I have to drop down because I have to run over Joel and Mezzo's live because it's Joel's birthday in 10 minutes.
Oh, fuck.
I think he turns 21 or something, because he's really young. Anyway, I'm going to go.
That's really young to be an airline pilot.
Yeah. It is. It's very young, and he looks even younger than that. Like, I don't know what he does for his skincare, but he looks younger than that. But I'm gonna go wish him a happy birthday, and hopefully I'll see you over there after
Thanks,
you're
Crystal.
done here with your super chats.
We'll
Have
send
a
a
good
raid.
night.
Thank you, Crystal. We'll send a raid over to Joel's place after this. W. Crystal, I'm glad I knew that it was his birthday because now we can send him a birthday raid. Cool. Nate, thank you for the super. It says, did you know Elagabalus was the first Roman emperor to worship Doug? He literally had a pet rock named a god. No fucking way. Now I gotta look up this. Holy shit. Elagabalus. That's crazy. Okay, I'm checking it out right now. Nate, thank you for that information. That's wild. Let's see. He had a sacred black stone, likely a meteorite, and considered a physical manifestation of the sun god. Crazy. He brought it to Rome. No fucking way. He installed it inside of a temple? And it had a name? All right, hold on. I'm going to look up the name. I need to know if this thing has its own wiki page. Oh, that seems to be the name of the temple, not the name of the rock. All right, but it does have a wiki page. This is crazy. This is a wild turn of events. Okay. The Elagabalus was a temple built by the Roman Emperor Elagabalus, located on the northeast corner of Palatine Hill, During Elagabalus's reign from 218 to 222, the Elagabalum was the center of the controversial religious cult dedicated to Elagabalus, of which the emperor himself was the high priest. Where's the stone? Hold on. Let's see. Doesn't say. Oh, hold on. Let me try this. Control F. Doesn't say anything about the stone in the wiki page that I can find. Oh, there we go. When Elagabalus became emperor in 218, the temple was expanded and rededicated to the god Elagabal, the patron deity of his home place, Emesa in Syria. Elagabal was personified by a conical black stone, which had been suggested to have been a piece of the meteorite rock. Crazy. All right, I remember this for future streams. This would be really interesting information. Thank you for that. That is crazy. I did not see that coming. All right, then. We learn something new every day with the super chats. The Channel Land says, my first time being in a church, and I thought a little Jesus statue was Brian. Thought they were big Monty Python fans. That's crazy that you thought that. I don't know how old you were. You might not even be serious. Might be joking. But anyways, I do remember my first time in church. I heard a baby cry, and I couldn't see a baby in the church anywhere. And all I knew about Jesus was little baby Jesus Christmas time. And I was like, Mom, is that Jesus? I just expected Jesus to be a perpetual baby. Children should not be indoctrinated in religion. They don't know what the fuck's happening. That's why children, normal, rational children, will think that little baby Jesus is still a baby. A little bit Pain, thank you for the super chat, says, Justin, he's saying you're not smart, which is simply a textual variation that you are smart. True. It's just a textual variant. It's not a contradiction of the claim. And not a robot, I swear. And trust me, I know that you're not. Matt's idiocy hurts worse than my toothache. Rock hard for Doug. And I get you. When people like Matt get up here, I can feel like a tingling pain crawl up my spine all the way to my molars. And Reverend Nate says, check out Rowan Atkinson live. Amazing Jesus. Actually, somebody recently suggested this as well. I'll have to check him out. I don't really know much about Rowan Atkinson, but comes with a lot of fanfare, a lot of recommendations. So I can definitely give Rowan a look. Thank you for that. And Joanna, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, girl power to you, Venus. Indeed. Venus is a fucking rock star. In fact, she might be more famous than I am on my own live stream soon. Mostly Gizzards, thank you for the 666W Satan and Nero. Says, bro compared the KJV to the Message and was sold instantly. That's exactly what happened. These clowns are like, I got a KJV. Let me compare it to some bullshit New World Translation or the Message or the Message Remix. The Message Remix is wild with what they did with Jesus's teachings. In fact, I wonder what they did in Luke 16 with Lazarus and the rich man. Let me find that real quick. I want to know how they told that story. Or the picking up snakes story is in Mark 16. The story of the crooked manager, Luke 15. God sees behind appearances. Lazarus and the rich man. There was once a rich man, expensively dressed in the latest fashions, wasting his days in conspicuous consumption. A poor man named Lazarus, covered with sores, had been dumped on his doorstep. All he lived for was to get a meal from scraps off the rich man's table. His best friends were the dogs who came and licked his sores. Okay, blah, blah, blah. He died. Have mercy. Send Lazarus to dip his finger in water to cool my tongue. I am in agony in this fire. But Abraham said, child, remember that in your lifetime you got the good things and Lazarus had the bad things. It's not like that here. Okay, so he didn't do much changing with it. I'll have to put some tabs in that one for the most ridiculous of the translations. I suspect, as we saw with some others, like Matthew 5:17, some of the translations are going to be absolutely off the wall, and some of them are going to be more or less tolerable, I would say. I'm curious, though, what they say Mark 16 with the poison and the snakes, though. There we go. The resurrection. Then the Master Jesus, after briefing them, was taken. Okay. There are some signs. These are some of the signs that will accompany believers. They will throw out demons in my name. They will speak new tongues. They will take snakes in their hands. They will drink poison and not be hurt. They will lay hands on the sick and make them well. Okay, so pretty fine. Okay, fair enough. And Hunter Girl says, this should be a flow chart. You know what? I should start doing arguments in the form of flow charts. I can open up like Google Docs and start flow charting the conversation and maybe keep somebody on task. Gina, there we go. Gina, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, have some Canuck bucks for making my day. You got it, Gina. Thank you so much for the 279 Canuck bucks. And hope you're staying warm up there in the Great White North. Barbara Barrett says, where does the eunuch thing leave trans women? Good question. Theoretically, if you become a eunuch for the sake of the gospel, you would think he'd be fond of the trans women. That's interesting. Depending on how you read the Bible, Jesus might be in favor of transitioning. Just saying. Design says, you think an all-powerful God could send out just one follower that can give him more credibility than a magical snuffleupagus? True. If God was really good, if he was really powerful, whoever he sent, whether it was Jesus or Muhammad, whoever it is, whoever he sent would be convincing. God could have that power to do that. He's just simply chosen not to, or the dude doesn't exist. And Dr. Fudge says, CW eye injury. Between this stream and Ian's, the callers today have been more painful than my eyeball stab. Wound reopening this morning. That's crazy. And I hope you're fucking okay. That sounds awful. It happened to a human being. And yes, the guests today are particularly out of their minds. I think as we get closer to Easter, we might see more of this. And the follow-up in response to the last super chat says corner of a hardcover plus gravity. What? Last super chat corner. Well, I just read the last super chat. It didn't say anything about those things. Your eye, maybe? Oh, okay. Either you injured your eye or your eye wound reopening happened because the corner of a hardcover book and gravity. So you were holding a book while you're reading in bed and you dropped it on your face? That works. Okay. Actually, I've dropped my phone on my face before reading in bed. Never the corner of a hardcover. Sorry about that. That probably stinks. Hopefully it wasn't like a heavy book, like a big old King James Family Bible. And Anthony, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, always good to see you folks use the problem with time. It was my first step towards irreligion back in 1976, 5th grade. For your whiners, 1 Thessalonians 5:16 and 18. I don't actually have that one on tap. Now I got to look it up. That should be after Paul talks about coming back or Jesus coming back. So give me a second to put 1 Thessalonians 5 up here. And we want 16, 17. Rejoice always, pray continually, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ. True, you're supposed to suffer, actually, right? Because that's how you know you're doing God's work. Even when you're being mistreated, you have to endure the suffering. But to your point, Anthony, this was actually the thing that brought me from agnostic God belief to atheism. It was one of the biggest steps. Because once you realize that, like, listen, there can't be a God that created everything. Because space-time, like, you can't exist outside of space-time, right? But, like, if space-time existed already, like, there's no reason to believe that matter and other things didn't already exist. Like, what? And fucking, especially if space-time is, like, emergent, it would need matter to always exist. So it's just a really, doesn't make sense to think that there's an entity that exists outside of space and time, exists for no amount of time and in nowhere, and can't do anything. So why would I think that this thing existed and then it did a whole bunch of shit? It doesn't make sense. Turd Burglar, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, they can't afford 1 gigabyte up and down, or gigabit up and down, because they tithe and offer too much on Sundays. Idiotas. You know what? Actually, Turd Burglar, I've been over a lot of church metrics from back in the day when I was in ministry and I was in seminary and whatnot. You'd be surprised. Most people don't give in church. In fact, it's like an 80-20 rule. Like 80% of the funds in any church comes from 20% of the people. In fact, it is at least fairly repeatable. There's like $1 per head count. You can also do a guesstimate and say for every person that's in your church, you can expect an overall giving of between $10 and $17 per head. At least back when I was in ministry. But most of that money isn't coming from those individuals. It's coming from other individuals in the church that are giving large sums of money. Most churches are, believe it or not, funded by a small number of individuals rather than the masses. That just seems to be the case. Now, maybe one day that trend will change, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Also, Dr. Fudge leaving messages for me, apparently in the Discord at the same time. Let me make sure I read this. Oh, you got it. Yeah, the copy of the book. Thank you, Dr. Fudge, for the clarification. A Birdkeeper Mikey, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Venus is savage. No fucking way she's not savage. She's amazing. No wasted time. Got to keep the grill going. Don't want to get backed up in the kitchen. As a very hairy-chested individual, I look forward to the days it comes back out. Rock hard for duck. It will. I promise, friends. I will. When the cold weather passes, you'll get to see my chest hair again. But Venus does not fuck around. When I was just streaming on TikTok, I was a little more aggressive with callers. I think I've toned down as to not be perceived as an asshole, but I love what Venus does. Misha says, regular John is the kind of guy who hears about a Satanist named Christian and thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard, I guess. I know, I don't understand the argument. Like, it was a weird argument, and like, if we would have let him go on, I think he was going to say some bullshit about how it's a weird coincidence that somebody who worships Satan has a Christian name. Like it's going to be nonsense. Misha with another super chat, thank you, says another super chat to say Venus is not rude at all. I don't think she's rude. Just literally shortcutting to the point when guest is just talking about absolute nonsense. Praise Doug. And I mean, anyone who watched the whole live stream knows she wasn't doing that the whole live stream. It was literally just when the guest was losing their mind by ignoring what was actually happening in front of them. She was just trying to rein them in. Matthew Schaefer, thank you for the $5 super chat, friend, says you need prayer to find a better argument than this band that I like has a singer whose name means a thing. Yikes. It's hard to stomach some of these arguments, and especially because I've talked to that guest previously, and he is trying to be nice. So, like, I try to be nice to people that are nice to me, but, like, it's hard. It's hard to hear people give these really terrible arguments. Like, a singer was named something, you know? Germ Solina, good to see you tonight, says, so close. We had a Matthew, Mark, and John tonight. Oh, fuck, we didn't get a Luke. Could you imagine if we got a Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all in one live stream and they all got obliterated? I would definitely say that I cooked Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I would use that phrase as much as humanly possible just to brag about it. Maz, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says you should debate Glenn Scrivener. Don't even know who it is. He's been debating atheists recently, and I think you take him by surprise with your Bible knowledge. Well, let me look him up. I don't know who this Glenn Scrivener is. That's a wild name to spell. Scrivener? All right, let's see. He's an ordained Church of English minister, evangelist. Oh, he's got a popular YouTube channel called Speak Life. He's got 100,000 followers, obviously because he's an apologist. It looks like he's been in some dialogue with Rationality Rules, which is fun. Okay. So he's probably got some level of education, like maybe he's been to seminary. It says that he is an ordained Church of England minister. which means like probably has an education. Let's see. It doesn't say anything about education in his bio. Let me see if his education is public. All right, Glenn Scrivener has a LinkedIn page with some bio, and I think it's going to be as. Oh, of course, I can't see it because I'm not logged into my account, but it says on the Google metadata that he got a bachelor's of arts in politics from Balliol College in Oxford. And he has a philosophy and economics degree from Monmouth, but I can't see where he's got anything else. Let me see. I don't see anything else helpful. He probably doesn't have a real education, it looks like, which is not in the Bible at least, which of course is why he's an evangelist and an apologist. Very few people with adequate educations go into this type of work, because it's untenable. That your religion is a faith, not a fact. His every website I can find, like even the C.S. Lewis Institute that lists him, doesn't give his actual education. If he has a PhD or a master's degree in this field of study, I can't seem to find it. But I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, I don't see anything about his education. Okay. Well, listen, send him my live stream. Maybe we can get him in here. It's just K says Mr. Anderson is the king of douchebags. I agree. He is a king. He's the king of douchebags. I wish I would have saw that during the chat. I would have said that. And Gentleman Viking says Anderson swore fealty to Burger King. He sure as fuck did. I don't know. I don't know if I got him to concede that I am king, but based on the criteria he gave, I certainly am. And It's Just K followed up, says, Mr. Anderson, your level of smugness and douchebaggery should be studied by the greatest sociologists on the planet Earth. You are 100% a misogynist. Not just a misogynist, so dumb that he doesn't know he's dumb. And that's painful. But I guess we're used to seeing it. We don't see it as much with atheists. I don't know if I believe he's a true atheist. I think he's probably an agnostic, if I had to guess. Actually, he said he was agnostic. He doesn't know what he believes, but he didn't admit to being an atheist. Scribbles by Janice, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Dead King. Okay, well, it's a zombie death cult after all. That's what I've been saying. New levels of stupid. How do these people get through the day? I don't know how they do it. I have no idea how they even get through life, much less have a career as a lawyer. I hope he's the type of lawyer that just does fucking paperwork and doesn't have to argue in court. Misha, thank you for the additional super chat. Also for Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson is an attorney, but only for Elvis, enacting his will as the king, even though he's dead. Pretty proud of that stupid joke. And it's not a stupid joke. It's a fucking good one. If Elvis is king, I could imagine he's the type of king that this guy would be an attorney for sure. And DeMonzo says, unfortunately, Anderson is a lawyer and cooked Darth Dawkins. Did he really? I haven't seen the Darth Dawkins debate. I don't doubt that he cooked Darth Dawkins. I don't think it would be even particularly difficult to cook Darth Dawkins because he's a clown. That being said, I think if I'm pegging Mr. Anderson correctly, he's probably just a know-it-all idiot who goes around to big live streams just trying to cook, thinking he's going to cook them for fun, not really even caring about the actual position. He probably doesn't even care about the atheistic or the religious position. He just thinks like this is a way for people to, like, for him to feel good about himself. Oh, I went to all these popular live streams and I cooked them all. Even though he has no understanding of the topic material or the content of the topics. And he has no understanding of logic. But if it makes him feel good to get on live stream and get roasted, that's fine. Gentleman Viking says he's related to an attorney in law. Oh fuck. Perhaps. And Roy, thank you for the additional super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. And It's Just K coming in again, says Mr. Anderson is a corpse. He actually was. To be fair, in his argument, he was defending a corpse as king. So He's a corpse attorney. Reverend Nate says, Mr. Anderson, attorney at blah, blah, blah. I would love to know where Mr. Anderson is a lawyer at. Maybe if someone takes some screenshots of Mr. Anderson, we can run it through like the AI photo detectors on the internet and figure out who he is. I would love to like send this to people that know him. And Derek TV says, TikTok, the Bible doesn't make any sense. I don't know what the arrow means, but I agree. The Bible doesn't make any sense. It's a book of nonsense and fairy tales, and the people who believe it typically haven't read it. Scribbles by Janice coming in again says, with Igalabalis, I'll never say that correctly. Anyways, says, now Justin, Doug reincarnated, hail the all-powerful infinite Doug. Indeed, Doug has manifested many times on the earth, obviously once in ancient Rome. This is proof. And remember, there's a stone on the Kaaba. Muslims travel from all over the world to see and touch the stone on the Kaaba because it's Doug. Gentleman Viking says, Elagabalus was also possibly trans or gender fluid. That's actually fairly normal in the Roman Empire. They didn't really have a lot of hang-ups over that kind of a thing. That seems to be an issue for other cultures, but it wasn't an issue for Rome. Really not even that much for the ancient Greeks. The ancient Greeks would have, like if a man transitioned to a woman, would have saw that as a bad thing because you're like, you're losing your status as a man. But transitioning the other way around, they might not have cared all that much. But the Roman Empire didn't seem to give a damn. In fact, they had a pretty big habit of making eunuchs themselves. So, not just making eunuchs, I mean cutting people's entire members off. Like we know people would crush testicles or cut testicles off to make eunuchs. Sometimes in Rome, they would cut everything off. Boom, gone. Completely gone. Ashley says, topic suggestion, Jesus/God doesn't love you. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. All right, hold on. I've not heard it worded that way, but I like it. We could say Jesus/God does not love you. I like that. I think it'd be a slam dunk easy topic as well. Just based on the easy definition of love, he can't. It doesn't happen. In fact, I'll write down 1 Corinthians 13 for my notes. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. That's a really good suggestion. And Sheriff, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, was curious about Leviticus 25:42. I'm taking notes from the previous live, and you mentioned servant being the same as slave. Why don't the translators just say slave instead? Love the content. Rock hard for Doug. Very good question, Sheriff. The reason why they do that is because it would be inconvenient for them. That's it. There's no good reason to pick slave or servant over the other. In fact, you could literally just say servant the entire time or slave the entire time. Now, some Bible translations will try to be nuanced. So like, listen, if it's a servant who doesn't get paid, then we're going to call it a slave. If it's a servant who does get paid, we'll call it a servant, or could get paid, we'll call it a servant. Because that's the distinction in modern English. But to be fair, there's a lot of passages like Leviticus 25 where it's certainly not clear that Eved in Hebrew would be considered a servant rather than a slave because God is not paying them. They're not getting anything. It's just, hey, I need you to serve me. It's a one-way contract. He's got a suzerain vassal treaty with these people. And suzerain vassal treaties, the vassal state doesn't get shit. The suzerain receives all the benefits, which means it should be translated as slave, not as a servant, according to me. And Super Bowl Joel says Joel abruptly left as soon as his B-Day hit, then Mezzo ended, stream soon after. Classic Joel. Fuck, I didn't know that. So it hit midnight, his birthday came, and he quit. He must be going out to get a drink. So what that means is I've got one more super chat and I don't know where I'm going to send people. Everyone check TikTok and YouTube. Let me know who's live right now where we can go send people and we'll get these people properly rated. And Collapsalism, good to see your friend, says bunch of donations to Casa Cornelia the other day. Thanks, bud. Hell yeah. Thank you, Collapsalism. We did bring it up during the live stream as you prompted. And I'm super thrilled that some people were able to donate to your work, your pro bono work, for people who need representation from, I'm going to call it unsubstantiated, maybe illegal deportations. So people who don't know, collapsalism is doing pro bono work representing people who are going through these immigration issues because of what's happening with ICE. And so definitely, if you have funds to spare, check out Casa Cornelia and help support the ministry that he and his friends are, co-workers are running, helping people get representation who couldn't otherwise afford it so that they don't get fucking deported. Big W. All right. Now let's see who's live right now. I do see right now on YouTube. I don't see. Oh, I gotta actually get logged in with my right profile. Hold on. Is anyone live on YouTube that we can send people to? Maybe. We'll see. I don't see anyone live right now on YouTube. Literally just TikTok right now. If someone's live on YouTube, I don't know about it. Let's see who is live on TikTok that we can send people to. Oh, fuck. Is Deborah live? I haven't seen Deborah live in a while. 1 second. It's not loading for some reason. Deborah is wicked smart, Deborah Grace. If she's live right now, I'd love to send some people over there, but I don't see anything loading right now when I look at her live stream for some reason. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's not actually live anymore. No, it looks to be. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it didn't pop up before. All right, I'm going to send y'all friends over to Deborah Grace's page. Deborah Grace, really good friend of mine. She's wicked smart, wicked fun, super, super cool. I don't think we've ever sent Deborah a raid, but Deborah Grace AU is live right now. The topic is biblical marriage different than trafficking or slavery? And you guys know my answer on this. No, it's fucking not. Deborah also knows the Bible inside and out. She's very fucking good. Also, she wrote a book, a really good book called Crucifying the Bible. Highly recommend it. Let's send a whole shitload of people over here to Deborah Grace's page, Deborah Grace AU. In fact, I'll get the exact handle and make sure everyone is following Deborah's page. I need to zoom in on this though. There we go. See, Deborah's already at, she got over 6,000, she's almost at 10,000 followers, y'all. Let's get her up over 10,000 followers. Holy shit. And let's get her live stream pumping tonight. She's got a dynamite panel with her, by the way. I see Zach is up in there. Who else is in here? I can't see because the text is too small. What are they talking about? Now I want to watch.
Easy shit at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm with the pantheist on this one.
Justin raid.
Oh shit! No way.
Raid?
Oh fuck yeah!
Justin.
There we go.
Yeah, baby. What's up, Justin Peeps?
Oh fuck, Zach.
You know they're only coming in here because of the two deep voices. Dante, welcome to the live. Are you over 18?
Oh hell yeah! All right.
Yeah,
and they got the wine going. Fucking A. All right, that settles it. Listen, I don't know if y'all are going anywhere after this, but I'm getting the fuck out of here, and I'm going to see what's going on in Deborah's live stream. Thank you for being here, friends. Really appreciate y'all. Love y'all. I really appreciate all the support that you show the channel and the community. Please, if you need community, join the Discord. It's a great place to build community, and we'll see you again on Friday night, friends.